voice you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
There's a swing of the dribbler out toward the mound. Leiter's got it. Slips and falls and throws it over the head of Jake Berger. Into Squares Pena. Alvarez around third. He's running through a stop sign, and the throw home is not in time. It's 2-0 Astros.
And with that, we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ live, 11th floor Odyssey Tower. On your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And sloppiness getting to the Texas Rangers yesterday as I'm starting to feel like it's about to be over again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Again, all right. That's, listen, the division at 3.5 is not like, it's not crazy out of reach, but you only got now 10 games left. You got to completely forget about that one.
11 games, right? Played 151.
11 games, yes, 11 games. So, and you're 3 back in the wild card too, but now also you have to worry about Cleveland, who has pulled even with you and actually is a game ahead of you in the loss column. And the issue you're going to run into is, you've got to win. There is no doubt. You have to win each of the next 2 games against Houston. That's start number 1. And then you've got to hope that Cleveland doesn't just continue to win out. Because if they win out, you're going to be in trouble.
Rangers lose 6-3 as Jack Leiter was out there on the mound, but you had that error. You had another error. Dave Raymond really alarmed me in the post when he was kind of recapping this game and talking about just some effort issues. Adolis maybe not charging as much in right field and being there for an overthrow. He criticized, good for Dave, on that TV broadcast, which we're not used to, like, fair criticism when it was under Bally, in my opinion. He criticized Jonah Heim and the effort on the base path. So just a few little small things as Ranger Tolos were not happy with Bruce Bochy over the absence of the Little Rascals. They lose 6-3.
I was about to say, when you're talking about the effort and is everybody fully bought in here on the field, it's like, the only thing that changes, you're starting to get some of these guys coming back a little bit. Is there anything that's wrong with the culture specifically for your veterans. Like, is there an issue with some of these veterans and complacency and different things like that?
People were tweeting me while I started off watching the football, and they're like, what the heck? Keep the same lineup in. Don't be going back to the old retreads. And I was like, whoa, Seager and Simeon back?
Yeah.
Did I miss that? You not having Seager and Simeon in the lineup? The criticism was for Adolis in there, and then some of the other Rascals out.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the Rascals have been impressive. They've managed to be scrappy and get things done. The funny thing is, like, when you watch the way the Rangers have won a lot of these games lately, it's not like they're putting up performances where it's like, man, they hit 4 home runs in this game and had 8 extra base hits and struck out 12. And like they're winning games where, like, when you look at the box score alone, you're like, did they win that game with that performance? And then you go, oh gosh, they won by 3 runs. How the hell did they do that? And it's been a lot of situational hitting and big time clutch moments, and it's coming a lot from that energy of those players.
Here's, like, you got to expect that a manager is going to put back in their starting right fielder when he comes off the injured list.
Maybe the best defensive right fielder in baseball.
It's just gonna you have to expect it. You know, like, this is not, if they thought that the Little Rascals were better, the Little Rascals would have started at spring training. You know, like, that's just the reality of it. And yeah, you can second guess it all you want. You know, take the Heim out at home. Okay.
Which Tony Beasley probably shouldn't have sent him. But
probably not. You know, like, it's now they have a scouting report on the left fielder and what kind of arm he has and who you can run with, and I didn't think Heim was that guy. But 2 outs, I get it. You're trying to make them make a play. Make them make a play. The problem is that,
and would Jonah have? Would Jock have been facing a lefty right after that? I got to double check. So that may have played into it.
It might have played into it. But also think of that. You mentioned Jock. That's a good point, because in a normal day, that's Seager up. You might not send him with Seager, right? You might play more cautious with Seager up next. But with Jock, again, we got to check on the lefty. But he's not getting a single. Jock Peters doesn't get singles. He gets home runs and sac flies. You know, so that's what you were going to look at getting. You know, you were going to, and it was 2 outs. You're not getting a sac fly. So I get it. I didn't love it. I would have probably held him, but I understand the idea of making them make a play. The other issue, obviously, is leaving Leiter in to face Pena.
Yep.
Which I think was for a 4th time, which is dang near unheard of in today's baseball. And again, I think that's a situation. I don't think Bruce wanted to bring in a reliever in the middle of an inning. I think he wanted to bring him in a clean inning.
And the bullpen was burned because of close games Saturday and Sunday. These are all the no sport has more dominoes than
galore.
baseball.
Dominoes galore. So he was obviously trying to limit the amount of outs the bullpen had to get. You also have to think about, and the Astros had to deal with this yesterday, you got to think about the next 2 days. You've got 2 more games in the series. So, you know, you don't always just play for today's win, although we are at the time of the year where you do kind of sell out for wins.
Right.
But, you know, the Astros, I mean, their bullpen had to cover 5 innings last night. That's going to play into it for today and tomorrow.
Berger not scooping the throw in the 5th was huge. Bochy said afterwards he makes that play 9 out of 10 times. So,
like, that's the thing. You know, it's you're gonna get balls that go in the dirt as first base, but you got to scoop them up. But it's not a mental error, thank God. You just got to make that play. You know, and if you can't come up the bag at that point because it's too bang bang.
One of the frustrating things about Texas too, by the end of the season, especially if they fall short, it's going to be a big part of looking back and just going, if they were just kind of average on the road, they would have been one of the better records in the American League. But they've struggled a lot in road games, particularly late. 7th, 8th, 9th inning in a lot of these road games, you see them kind of fall apart in close games.
Pepe, your thoughts on last night and your Ranger fandom right now for the playoffs is where?
It's just, I mean, the roller coaster of emotions the last week and a half. You know, you took a series from the Astros at home, you swept the Brewers, you beat the Mets 2 out of 3, and then you gained 0 ground. So now 2 losses in a row feels like, you know, forever. It feels like a 5-6 game losing streak. I mean, you've put yourself in a position like RJ has said, where you don't have to win out, but you have to win probably, I mean, 9-10 games here just to make it qualify for a playoff spot. So it's frustrating. You had a lead there late in the game or halfway through the game. You hope the bullpen would have came through, but it's frustrating for sure.
First of all, you got to win the next 2, easy, and then you've got to go. You look at it like 8-3 as a floor. Because even if you're 8-3, Houston's got to go 5-6 as of right now. The rest of the way to catch them. Obviously, if you go 9-2, then it's one less game they got to do. But that's very difficult to win 8 out of 11 to finish the season, because you're going to have teams, like Houston, obviously, that are trying to figure this thing out. Don't they play Cleveland end of year?
Yeah,
Texas or Houston?
Texas. Yeah. Now they're neck and neck with you, so it's not like it's a cakewalk schedule.
So the Rangers start off losing the opener. It'll be Merrill Kelly on the mound trying to get even tonight on this radio station with a 6:30 pregame. First pitch at 7:10 on DFW Sports Station. Also a doubleheader on Monday night.
Mayfield sends him back in motion. Hands the ball off for Sean White. Into the end zone. Is he in? Is he in? Touchdown Tampa Bay. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Buccaneers take the lead at 20-19.
Bucks radio with the call. This ended up being a fun one. Throughout the entire game, I was like, Tampa's better. Tampa Bay is better. And then special teams screws over the Buccaneers. The Texans get a punt block and a field goal. You're within one. And then the 53-yard punt return with the flag that was picked up on what I thought was definitely a block in the back. They pick it up. Nick Chubb runs to the end zone for 25. I need you clock math majors to check me on this. Was anyone else thinking maybe Chubb should have gone down there to burn up? I'm trying to remember if that was under 2 minutes.
It was just outside 2.
So that would not have worked.
No, it was 2:10.
Okay. 19-14 was the lead for the armpit. Failed 2-point. Rashad White, which you just heard, the game winner with 6 seconds left. It's the 5th straight. This is the NFL high right now. It's the 5th straight year that Todd Bowles and the Buccaneers start off 2-0, and the armpit falls to 0-2.
I think C.J. Stroud's lost 7 of his last 11 games now.
What happened, Bobby?
I don't know. Something's not right in Houston. I mean, Slowick was supposed to be like this new, like the next savant coming up, and Stroud was supposed to be, all right, we see year one, and now he's going to step up and he's going to be just a monster for the rest of his career. They've got good players. Like you look at their team and you're like, there's talent all over that team, and yet they just have looked completely underwhelming since really last year. But I mean, the last, like 10 games or so that they've played, it's been really stunning just how average they look to below average at times.
The Robert Saleh destroyed him. Beats him 21. Beats him, only allows him 13 points in that game, and ever since then it's been nothing.
I was hoping Tampa Bay lost for like some NFC Cowboy competitive views on that, but man, Troy Aikman loves himself some Baker Mayfield, and last night I got all the Sooners in my mentions. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Peyton had him as a top 10 quarterback this offseason. He thinks he thinks he's goated, so he loves him.
Man, Baker's fun to watch. I feel really, really happy for him. And he'll just jaw with anyone. He's a tremendous trash talker. There's not a whole lot not to. He's hateable.
Yeah,
if he's playing against you,
he's not as hateable as he was 8 years ago. But like him coming out of Oklahoma, I don't care what Sooner fans say for when they're just like, what do you mean? He's competitive. He was a douche bag coming out of Oklahoma. Bad. And he's become more of he's just got the edge. The edge they said he had previously, that's who he is now. He's an edge, but he's a veteran and he's a leader and things like that. When he was first coming out, that was not a leader. That was a drunk frat boy.
If you were worried about staying up real late till about midnight for the second game of the doubleheader, you could have shut it off after this.
And they run 4. Herbert has all day in the pocket. Takes a shot downfield. Q wide open. Caught. Quentin Johnston. Touchdown. Chargers. 60-yard touchdown. Herbert to Q.
And that was basically it. On Chargers Radio, TCU coming up again as the Chargers win in Vegas 20-9. Vegas falls to 1-1, and the Chargers are 2-0 with not as much offense as I was expecting. Geno Smith was awful.
MVP. That's what Justin Herbert's done so far. It's through 2 weeks, but if you look at through 2 weeks, nobody's playing quarterback better than Justin Herbert right now. He has been absolutely fantastic. And of course,
scored 20 points last night.
It doesn't matter. He's been great, though. We're talking not in terms of for his performance. His performance, he's been great. And so he's been fantastic so far this year, and managing to do it with Tom Brady calling plays in the booth upstairs from him.
Man, that alarmed the internet. That story kind of went away as Tom allowed access. Not he's sitting there with a suit and a headset on as he's getting ready to share all the intel that he possibly gets.
Still trying to tell us, like, I'm not that involved. It's like, wait, you have a headset on and you're meeting with Chip Kelly over go to replace 3 times a week? What the hell are you talking about? You're not involved.
What should you do if you're the league? What would you do?
I think you have to tell him he has to pick. You've got to pick what you're doing. Either you hold on to this ownership stake or you do the broadcasting. But I don't know that. Then maybe we ask Jerry about that at 8:30 today if the league has an opinion on it. But I don't know how you can go forward with him in this exact setup that they've had.
Everyone waiting just to knock the Chiefs out of the top spot of the AFC West. And once again,
they're 2.5 back now.
You fall in love with the Chargers, and we see where it takes us. I really spent the majority of this game just researching the hatred between Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh. I had to go back and refresh my mind because Carroll was asked about Harbaugh. He goes, I remember, Jim, the memories aren't so fond.
Yeah.
And then I just went back to all the Stanford USC stuff, and then they follow each other to the NFC West with Seattle and San Francisco. Now you have this again, and Harbaugh goes, yeah, I'm not on his Christmas card list.
They can't quit each other. I mean, we're talking like 20 years not in a row.
3 more
obviously.
years, Harbaugh's going to look as old as Carroll. I saw Harbaugh warming up.
aging.
I was like, you're aging, man.
Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy though? In that.
Oh,
great question.
That is good. I was about to immediately say Pete because Pete's like energetic, and energetic usually leads to fun. But Pete's also a miserable SOB too.
Is he miserable? I just think of him as seedy. He's that movie coach. He's the coach of Varsity Blues.
Yeah,
where it's like, oh yeah, you're charming, and what did you do behind all the scenes?
I think Pete's probably.
And then
the
Harbaugh
good
was
guy.
like preaching down when Seattle was getting busted for PEDs. Like, you got to play by the rules. Why don't you try to play above board? And then everything in Michigan.
I think Pete's probably the good guy, but Harbaugh's the bad guy that I root for.
That's the hilarious thing. It's like 2 people who hate each other, and I say, you're really the same person. There's a guy instance and a girl instance in town, and we used to work with both of the women, one of the guys, and they hate each other, and I'm like, you're really the same person. And Harbaugh and Pete are really the same person. Quirky, seedy, successful, energetic.
Well, skirting rules. Pete cheated in college. Jim's cheating. And you got to cheat in college, right? It's not like it's not exclusive to those two. But they're the same person. They are. One might be a little bit more miserable. One might have put on a better face for the world, but deep down at the core, same guy.
Injury updates on the Dallas Cowboys, and we introduce you to Jadeveon Clowney. Cowboys hangout giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. We have Jerry Jones live at 8:30 as well. Tuesday Tolo edition of Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
But first.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The lemons were flowing, according to head coach Brian Schottenheimer, regarding the post-game celebration. After his first win over the New York Giants, he said, "I was not the only one drinking shotties after that." Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, an absolutely loaded show today here on your home of the Cowboys. PP in the morning at 6:40, College Kegger at 7. Bobby rewatches the Cowboy game with post-hut clarity at 7:20. Ask Reddit and a Cowboy giveaway at 7:40. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Brian Schottenheimer did confirm that Cooper Beebe will be out 6 to 8 weeks. Todd Archer cleaning things up medically, tweeting, Beebe does not have a high ankle sprain. He's dealing with a lateral sprain of the ankle as well as a fracture of a small bone in his foot, which leads to the 6 to 8 week frame. Bobby, you're not going real hard with the panic button because of the backup?
No, the Brock Hoffman being able to step in there and play is comforting because, I mean, Hoffman's had to step in and play before, and he's somebody who has experience in multiple off seasons working with Dak. He's got the temperament they want. He plays with physicality. Last year, it was as soon as he got inserted into the lineup was when they started having a little more success running the ball. He's not a perfect player at all, but he is somebody who I think checks a lot of boxes for them. And if you watch the game, and we'll talk about this a little bit more at 7:20, he was pretty good in pass protection for them the other day. In fact, when he came in, I would say he probably gave you the best set of reps that anybody other than Tyler Smith gave you on the offensive line on Sunday.
Shoddy said the restrictions are off for Trayvon Diggs. What happened to Deron Bland? Stephen Jones telling KNC it was a freak injury in terms of how he did it in practice. We feel really good that it's going to be the short end of the stick in terms of how much time he misses. Hopefully not more than a couple of games. But whatever Diggs restrictions were on are now apparently off.
Restrictions were restrictor plates. That's what it was.
Yeah, he's restricted from going to the deep end of the field.
Oh, man.
They need to open up the roof to get the wind,
get
like
the wind in
a
his back.
Bristol Motor
He's
Speedway.
one out there carrying one of those parachutes behind him when he runs.
Yeah.
Schottenheimer said the test came back clean on Cavante Turpin's neck. There's hope he can play on Sunday against Chicago.
You need him, Chop. You need him out there.
Right, absolutely. Oh, you do need him out there.
No, absolutely. On offense and special teams.
I have no doubt. I have no problem with him being out there.
And Schottenheimer was asked, after watching the film, was there as much to correct as you thought against New York?
Yeah, there was. We had a great team meeting, kind of got started, and I told the guys, hey, look, this is called coaching. It's not criticism. Overall, Calvin, we need to start faster, to defer. We wanted the defense to go out there and set the tempo and end up being 18 plays later. Now they did a hell of a job. They kept them to a field goal. That was awesome. But then offensively we started slow, 2, 3 and outs. And what I told the guys is that's kind of the way practice went this week. I was very honest with them. I said Wednesday we kind of started slow and figured it out, and Thursday the same thing. Friday I almost started practice over because it was just a little lethargic, if you will. And they answered the call, so I didn't have to. But, that was probably the first thing that jumped out. I think the penalties, most of the penalties were things which we didn't do in Philadelphia. Sloppy hands, things like that. Those need to be cleaned up. Those are self-inflicted wounds that are going to get you beat, and we don't want to do that. The explosive plays on defense, way too high. There's a number of things we got to clean up in that regard. And so, but I do feel like this. When you win games, you can almost be harder on the guys. And our process is always the same. We're not too high, not too low. But it's good to be able to make corrections when you find a way to win and you show the competitive stamina, the fight, and the will to win that our guys showed last night. It's easier to make those corrections.
So a slower week of practice for the Cowboys ramping up to the Giants game. That's Brian Schottenheimer and his review. We'll go over it with Jerry at 8:30.
Yeah, they were going to be a little more methodical just because of the staggered practice schedule. They got the extra Monday in there that they normally wouldn't get. In fact, that was a practice, that Monday practice where Deron Bland got hurt. They're not supposed to have that usually, but they got the extra week because they did have the Thursday left. It's like coming out of a bye week.
Overachievers, RJ.
Exactly.
Overachievers, man.
That's what it gets you.
They're getting out there, getting the extra work in, and then he ends up getting hurt with it. But yeah, this is, this is the kind of thing that he's going to figure out as well. Brian Schottenheimer, as he kind of takes things over, is his pace of, all right, how do I stagger practice coming out of a 10-day layoff? How do I do it on a short week? How am I doing this out of a bye? So these are all the sort of things that he's going to find a rhythm with eventually, but there will be some growing pains probably.
Injury news for Chicago, Choppy, for a defense that in the last 5 quarters has allowed 73 points. Their Pro Bowl corner, Jalen Johnson, is out indefinitely with a groin. So they're still evaluating the full extent, but he left in the second quarter against Detroit, sustained the injury while breaking up a pass. He missed all of training camp, the preseason, and Chicago's opener with the groin. Returned, re-aggravated. He is now out indefinitely. Big loss for them.
Big. Sounds to me like they rushed him back. Sounds to me like he rushed himself back.
Sounds like Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I mean, why? He came back literally to play in that game. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Quite honestly, the defense played better without him. Now, they were playing a much worse team, or I should say a quarterback that wasn't on a heater in week 1 until the fourth quarter. But they got run up. They got run up on.
Let's introduce you to newest Cowboy defender, Jadeveon Clowney, speaking with Nicole Hutchinson, DallasCowboys.com. Why Dallas?
A few reasons. I like the secondary. When they got Kenyon Clark for the inside. And I said, I think I can help that team. I just needed some edge rushers, and I felt like I can go out here and help this defense, and that's why I told him to call around and see if we can make something happen.
The Kenny Clark thing, don't underrate it. And Jerry's going to love hearing this, kind of like a Chandler Parsons recruiting tool. He got on the phone with his agent after the Cowboys made the Micah deal.
Oh, yeah. As soon as Kenny Clark signed here, I told my agent, I was like, I think that'll be a good move for them. They got a good secondary. They got good D tackles. They just need a good end for me, and I need to be there. So I was like, hey, so you make the call, and can we make something happen and get me in Dallas, and I'm here.
When did he sign? He signed yesterday, but the agreement happened. We were all having fun and joking. Did Jerry get on the bat phone during the game when they're getting smoked by Russell Wilson? The agreement happened before the Cowboys played the Giants, according to Clowney. He expects to play Sunday against the Bears, and I thought the most important thing by far out of this interview, he was asked about his time in Carolina and what Eberflus is going to do with him, and he said, I go forward. Last year, someone in Carolina had the brilliant idea of making old, big Jadeveon Clowney drop in pass coverage. Forced him to lose 10 pounds, which he said he's going to gain back here. He said, I did a lot of dropping. That's not my strong suit. Of course not. When you're big, you go forward. He broke this down in such an elementary way that I have to figure out who the Panthers D coordinator was, because he's like, I'm big, I go forward, like big tree fall hard.
See ball, get ball.
He said, when I came here, Eberflus said you probably won't drop any. I was like, oh my God, I'm looking forward to that. I got to go forward a lot more than I did last year, so I like rushing the passer.
How many times since this happened have you gone back and watched the sack against Michigan? Not the sack, the strip.
0.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've been busy, man. We had a triple header last night.
Right?
I don't know if I've seen that. It's probably been 5 years since I've seen that play.
I went back and watched it.
That or the LeVar leap. That your explosive defensive highlight that jumps out more.
This for the main reason is I couldn't tell you who the LeVar leap was against.
Okay.
It's the LeVar, but the one that stands out to me more than those would be
Roy Williams.
It's the Roy Williams play, and that's just because probably I'm a Texas fan. But Roy jumping over the line of scrimmage and knocking the ball out of Christen's hand is still the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Clowney was, he was basically unblocked. The guy missed. The guy whiffed. The tackle was playing tag on that one. But just the most impressive part of that was just he grabbed the ball with one hand, palmed it, just picked it up and said, my ball.
Jadeveon reminiscing about Brian Schottenheimer because of their days in Seattle together.
Oh, yeah, he was a great coach in Seattle. The guys loved him, energy guy. And when he got here and gave me the call about coming, I was like, oh, yeah, I love to play for your energy well. You know how to take care of the team. And, I believed in that. And that was half of a reason I wanted to come, too, because I played with him before. I knew what he already was doing. It was a good system. So for me to come down here and be a part of it, I was looking forward to it.
Tommy Arish had the note last week, and it is a funny one to think about that these two, your newest defensive end signing and your head coach, played for the same college football coach, which is just nuts to think about. That's where Spurrier's influence reaches across. But this is going to be a good signing for them. I was ready yesterday when we were doing star up, star down. I was ready to throw star up Jerry Jones because he went ahead and said, just do it. Go sign him, get it done, and these are the sort of things that they'll say, all right, we've got the flexibility to do now because we got this money. But this is the kind of thing that everybody's got to understand. Jerry wants to do these signings. Jerry wants to go get Derrick Henry. Jerry wants to go do he has been told by people, budget, can't do it, man. We would love to make it work for you financially. We can't, Jerry. And so then Jerry goes, okay, I guess we can't make it work financially. But he wants to sign players like this.
Stephen Jones on the home of the Cowboys. That's us with a KNC Masterpiece brought to you by Window Nation. Commented on the signings of Clowney and Tyler Smith.
Well, for Jadeveon, it was just, obviously when you lose one on the edge, and we traded that out for, what we feel like is a really great player who's already making a big difference in our run defense in Kenny Clark. But we just felt like to have a reinforcement, like a Jadeveon Clowney. We certainly know he's, been in the league a while. He's over 30, but we think he can really come in here and give us, 20 plays a game to really disrupt and rush the passer, which certainly can help us. As far as Tyler Smith's concerned, I mean, that's the nature of, these big negotiations, they take time. I think everybody's been aware that we've been working to get this done, and it just sometimes every negotiation's different, and sometimes they take time. The good news is we have that done, so we'll have him obviously for the next 6 years. The two that we already had him for, and then obviously 4 new ones.
So there's Steven Weekly with KNC and the G-Bag Nation. Post-Hut Clarity, Bobby reviews the film at 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway with our Ultimate Cowboy giveaway at 7:45, along with Ask Reddit. We need you to win that as part of the 6 a.m. club for turning it on, leaving it on. Are you buying the baseball apology that everybody was waiting for? You'll see it on the fan cam. And a pink Barbie DUI? It's next in PP in the morning here on the Fan.
here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number 2.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. Tuesday morning, 6:40 nowadays with Jerry at 8:30. It's time for a little PP in the morning. That's right, every Tuesday at this time. And guys, we start off with old Ken Rosenthal. Love him, hate him. He is the on-field reporter at Fox, and man, he is in some hot water. He was getting a lot of heat over the weekend for running over a cameraman while avoiding getting water dumped on him during an on-field interview after the Brewers won the ballgame. Aiden has the video up on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube, and it doesn't sound all that bad, but the look Ken gave the cameraman afterward made it seem like Ken was pretty annoyed the guy was just in the way. Well, Ken issued an apology on foul territory, the home of Bobby's best friend, Scott Braun, and this is what it sounded like yesterday.
I must admit, though, when I looked at the video, when I saw this, I was surprised at how upset I appeared. I was more confused than anything. Now, I had to continue the interview. We were live, folks, on national television. Couldn't stop.
No.
And that said, I felt awful about what happened. And afterward, I went up to Scott, who I've worked with in pits before over the years, and I apologized. And I apologized profusely because, let's face it, I don't think that you ever expect knocking someone down is going to happen in any particular situation. So yeah, sure. I apologized, and Fox is doing the American League playoffs this year. So I won't see the Brewers again unless it's the World Series. But if I do see the Brewers in the World Series, I look forward to working with Scott again in the photo pit. And I also look forward to sharing a good laugh with him over this.
Maybe worst take of the week. I'm not buying it one bit.
I am a man of deep faith.
Yeah.
I am like that. Oh gosh, that is the most orchestrated statement I've ever heard.
Nationally televised game. I couldn't just stop the interview, guys. I had to go back to him. That's when I called BS #1 there.
Let's start with the video. The second movement he made towards the cameraman with the hand, that told a lot. Well, first off, the death stare. You cannot look at someone like that and convince me that you aren't feeling pure hatred. That was you said it last night, I want your kids to disappear off the face of the earth with that stare that he gave. But then the hand movement he gave with the second replay where he's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it was the open palm. See, the open palm's a down palm. Hand down, man down, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. If he had his palm down, that's a sorry palm. Palm up? What the F?
I wanted to choke slam Ken Rosenthal after seeing this.
I mean, that would have been easy. Even your hands get around his neck.
And his little just like, even after like he said, oh, it was the initial shock. It was the confusion. Really? Okay, then how come after you looked at it and processed it, you still went and did your little head shake like, you piece of S? Like,
have you not done television before? You embrace that. Jared Sandler would have. Yes, I'm making a size comparison. Jared would have on TV with the camera. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Are you sorry? I have to do this live interview for the Milwaukee Brewers television network. And then I have heard pretty good things about Ken Rosenthal behind the scenes, but that apology yesterday while going through that video and audio, it seems so fraudulent and so fake with how on he was. Yeah. I dislike him even more. I hate all the baseball insiders except for Buster Olney.
You like Verducci?
Kirchin was good with us.
I don't dislike Verducci, but I needed Verducci to come on the show. Kirchin, but Passan, Rosenthal, out.
This is a good example of the bow tie theory. I've never met somebody that wears a bow tie that I like.
Wrong.
Who?
Troy Dungan.
Never met him.
Troy Dungan is like the sweetest. Troy Dungan is like the sweetest man of all time, and Ken Rosenthal's trying to snatch that aura from him.
Broadus.
He's
a bow tire.
I stand on what I said.
I stand
on what I said.
Yeah. I'm not buying it, but man, the camera guy who got run over by little Ken Rosenthal.
And that camera guy, listen, man.
Little Kenny.
I don't know who you are. I'm sure you got a wonderful family. You cannot.
Neither does Ken.
You cannot get knocked over by 5'4", 125. You cannot get knocked over by that. You lose all. I don't care how heavy that camera is. You lose all street cred.
He wasn't bending the knees, Chop. He wasn't. He was straight up and down. He was on his heels. Anyone can knock him over.
AP, Bill Ellis, they ain't getting knocked over.
I will say,
They ain't getting knocked. Jose wasn't getting knocked over.
whoever
No, he wasn't.
suggested, maybe it was Peyton, that Rosenthal needs to make that his profile picture.
Yeah.
That's Ali overlisted.
Lean into, like, just be honest about it. I'd have more respect for it than what you did yesterday. Like I don't have any respect for that fake prepared, like, clearly, like, chat GPT. And part of it's also his delivery. That's the way he sounds.
This isn't Kenny Rogers on Larry Rodriguez. I mean, this is different.
Gosh, Kenny. Or Mike McCarthy on Noah Bullard.
Yeah.
Watch the stare one more time. Aiden's going to run it on the YouTube. And then watch the hand. The second gesture. There. And then... What are you doing?
He's like, come on, guy. Come on,
that
guy.
right there,
dude.
That's so just what a D-bag tool he
Man,
is.
he looks, and the way the camera is, he looks even smaller than he actually is. It's wild.
Well, Ken said if the Brewers make the World Series, he'll issue the apology and go meet up with the guys. So you know
Buy
what?
him
Go
something.
Brewers,
We'll
man.
have a good
Yeah,
chuckle about it in the pit there. Shut up,
Ken.
Ken.
You can afford the private plane flight out there. You know, go to Milwaukee and hang out with the guy. But yeah, it seems like Ken's true colors showed there when he didn't realize he was on camera. Everything changes when you see yourself on camera. But yeah, so -1 for Ken. Maybe he shows up on Worst Take of the Week on Friday. But all right, it is PP in the Morning every Tuesday at this time when we have Jerry Jones at 8:30. We have a DUI situation here. DUIs happen all the time, unfortunately. But have you seen this DUI taking place while someone is driving a pink Barbie Power Wheels Jeep? You'll see it up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here in a little bit. But this man in Canada apparently wanted a Slurpee, but he had already been drinking during the day. So, of course, he didn't want to be irresponsible. So he went with option B here, and took a toy car ride for a ride to the gas station. This clip is of him talking about why he decided to do what he did on Vancouver News.
You're really arresting him for driving a kid's Jeep?
That's right. On Friday, a Prince George man was pulled over and arrested right here after he was seen driving a child-sized pink Barbie Jeep down this busy road.
I just wanted to get a Slurpee. I got lazy. I didn't want to walk.
Now, Casper Lincoln says he was using the sidewalk until he came to a closed lane, and after that, he turned right. And that's when he was pulled over, prompting disbelief and a few memes. But Laura Kyla Lee says driving any car without a license and insurance, even a toy one, is against the law.
The law is very clear. Toy cars constitute motor vehicles if they are powered by some sort of an engine. Nobody wants to hit somebody in a Barbie car, and drivers aren't looking for Barbie cars in the roadway. So it is a serious safety issue.
Police say they also found the driver had a suspended license and later blew over the legal blood alcohol limit, which is why he was taken in. Lincoln doesn't deny these charges, but says he had no idea he was breaking the law.
I'm going to like 3 clicks. Like I did my hand signals and everything.
I'll be honest, I had no idea that the toy car ride would have gotten you busted for DUI, but I guess it's anything, any vehicle.
These are the things you can get busted for.
You have to have your foot on the ground,
You
right?
can get busted for DUI in various states on snowmobiles, ATVs, golf carts, tractors, bicycle, horse, or even skateboard in some states.
What was the 3 clicks thing that he said?
He's talking about the little, like, 3 clicks. It's like probably 5 clicks to make the thing go, but he's like, I only had it on 3.
How did he get in this thing?
That is a great question.
Ollie's got a little Jeep like this. I can't sit in it.
No, of course
It's like Peyton in the white chair. Yeah, Ollie's white chair. He's just sitting on the back, I guess.
Yeah. I hate this. I hate this for him because that's technicality DUI.
No,
that's
just
technicality.
walk.
He's doing 3 miles an hour. He ain't hurting nobody.
Just walk though if you're gonna drive that slow.
So if he would have stayed on the sidewalk, he would have been good.
No, he was driving. No, him driving the vehicle itself is the problem.
That's hilarious. That's amazing because otherwise, the previous Jeep GIF has just been them like running over the person in the yard.
Yeah,
you know, you're getting run over, and now we'll have this. But his accent and delivery is hilarious.
Yeah, and then he ratted himself out with the suspended license. He had all the wrong things going for him. So whenever he got busted for that, obviously he's just trying to go get a Slurpee at 7-Eleven. But and I think if you take one of those Lime scooters as well, Bobby, I don't know if you mentioned that as well, but I think I've heard before. If you're on a Lime scooter, the stuff that's all downtown and Dallas and all over the place, you can get a DUI there as well.
Segways, everything.
All right, let's get to our final story here. Parker Romo, the Falcons kicker who replaced Younghoe Koo on Sunday night after Koo was benched for a poor performance last week. Romo was doing an on-field interview, and maybe he doesn't know all the players on his team just yet. Listen to what he had to say here.
And I know you're learning your teammates' names. You know their names, right?
I know Bijan.
This is Leonard Floyd over here. You guys want it? Nice to meet you. Back to you guys.
Man, 10 years in the league. Come on. Favorite.
I know it's tough for some of these guys, but I think at that point, if I'm new to a team, especially on a roster with 53 players, coaches, give me the roster, give me the depth chart, everything. I'm just going to study that list from start to finish. Because, if this came up, I'd feel a little embarrassed, I think, if I didn't know the players on my team.
I think there are some kickers on their team who the players like Leonard Floyd don't know the kicker a year later. So,
Yep. They thought Prater was an assistant coach in Buffalo.
That's right.
Yeah.
Kickers do get disrespected a lot.
He is
man.
old.
So I don't need to study the roster. Go make my damn kid.
No, in fact, if anything, I think maybe it's not, but it is a little bit like you're putting them on the spot here going, who are your teammates? Like, I don't know that I love that call to the kicker either of just like, tell me their names. Like, no, it just seems like kind of a crappy call.
It really is like the only position that you can just pick up on the day before a game and throw them out there. They'll be fine.
PP in the morning. Now every Tuesday at 6:40 because of Jerry Jones at 8:30 on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Bobby rewatches the film with post-hut clarity at 7:20. Ask Reddit and our Cowboys fan hang giveaway at that time in the commercial-free Expressway. Yesterday was miserable for RJ talking college football. Let's make it miserable for Bobby Belt because of the Texas Longhorns quarterback. The college kegger is next.
A&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Manning off the left hash of the UTEP 4-yard line on 1st and goal. Pulls it back, fires it to the right. It is caught. Touchdown, Ryan Wingo. His first touchdown catch of the season. And Arch Manning put it where only Wingo is going to be able to pull it in right by the pylon.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
If you did not enjoy this weekend, there's not much I can tell you about in the college football world. It blew away what the NFL offered. It's not even close. Everybody agrees. It's sad, really, what's going on. But this was phenomenal. Phenomenal from storylines, from games. Obviously, the second week, college football's got to do something about that. Yesterday, or Saturday, though, phenomenal. Except for me, of course. We'll get to that, I'm sure. But it brings us to Bobby Belt, Peyton Russ, a little less than Peyton, mostly Bobby. And their Texas Longhorns who beat UTEP 27-10 in Austin. The same UTEP that lost 28-16 to Utah State. Arch Manning, booed.
10 straight incompletions at one point, 11 of 25 for 114 yards.
Yeah, he sucks. He's not very good at all, and I don't know what to do about it.
It's a pickle. It's a pickle. I mean, it really is. Now, did they make the right decision in running Quinn out? I think we all agree yes.
Quinn got drafted. I don't know if he got run out. I mean, if Quinn did decide to go into the draft.
Yeah, right. Quinn was going to have to exercise an extra year. I don't think that's really like running him off.
Certainly the sentiment was Quinn go.
He would have, if they wanted him to stay, I think he would have stayed.
If he came back, what happens?
I think they were ready to go to Arch. So, if he wants to come back, he's probably going to have to transfer.
But if let's say there was no Arch and he came back, I think they're undefeated right now. I think they beat Ohio State.
I don't know. That's a different kind of game, too. Quinn having to go back to Ohio State. Quinn would have been...
I agree with you.
Quinn would have heard it from that crowd more than Arch did.
Oh, yeah.
Quinn is hated in Ohio State.
No doubt.
But he's that much better than Arch.
Yeah, he would have put 14 points.
I mean, shoot, we were walking into the stadium on Sunday, and I was talking to Clarence, and he was like, I would take every FBS quarterback right now on a team in the state of Texas over Arch.
Clarence Hill said that about a Longhorn?
Yeah, he's like, give me that UNT kid who just put up 59 on Washington State. I'd take that. He's like,
whoa. He's the Mickey of UT.
He's like, I don't need a Heisman winner. He goes, give me someone who's just going to do the basic things. We don't have a quarterback right now who can do basic things.
If his last name, and I love Arch, but if his last name wasn't Manning, he's the backup at New Mexico State.
Go to Bobby's Twitter account and look at the throws he put together. I went and rewatched it yesterday. I mean, we're not even close.
Dude, I think Nico's been better at UCLA.
And then he's doing this little stupid Cal Ripken sidearm throw from shortstop to the sidelines. Like, you do that when you're in your bag after the elementary normal throws with your normal motion. You got to start wondering, number one, what is his attitude? And number two, was he ever showing out in practice behind the scenes? We know he was overhyped. I've been telling everyone that the entire offseason. Paul Feinbaum, all-time worst take. RJ Choppy kind of behind him saying, well, his last name is Manning, so he's just going to be great. But I was like,
going to.
Off of what? Based off of what? This is Arch commenting on his play and what needs to change.
Probably mental, to be honest. I think I just need to go out there and play my game. I know the type of athlete, type of player I am. Just go cut it loose and have some fun, play ball.
Have you talked to anybody about it? I mean, is there anyone that's there to support you, I guess, from the mental aspect?
Yeah, I talked to Coach Shark yesterday. We had a really good talk, and then just leaning on my family and people in my close corner. Yeah, my faith, obviously.
Oh,
he's talking about it like an illness.
Gosh.
This is so...
Have some fun. Play ball.
This is just... This is so bad. And I don't know. Look, it could get fixed. Maybe, I don't know. It very much feels like if he's not injured, it's got to be the yips or something to some extent,
or the diarrhea, according to Sark.
Yeah, that's true. He's bad. He's been bad, but he's not. There's no way he's looked this bad in practices. This is worse than anything we saw last year when he had to step into play.
You get a break, maybe. Because Florida isn't what you thought they were going to be.
UTEP isn't good, and he was awful
Yeah.
against them, so there's no breaks.
But
What was the spread?
like 40?
Yeah.
It was like 40 and a half.
They won by 17.
So, but anyway, you get a little bit of a break with Florida, but I mean,
Get Sam Houston first.
Yeah, but A&M is still better than you thought they were going to be. At least they seem right now. Oklahoma is probably better than you thought they were going to be.
If you throw 10 straight passes and none of them are completed against UTEP, no game is safe.
They are projected to be out of the playoffs as of today from Heather Dinich, who does a great job with that. She's always down in Grapevine with the committees.
They got Vandy, too, baby.
They do have Vandy, which Vandy's tough. Vandy's a live dog. Look, are they a 9-win team? Like right now?
I mean, defensively, they're incredible. They're really, really good. So, yeah, I mean, they'll be competitive in every game. If he just stops, I mean, look, honestly.
Stops what?
Like just throwing the ball. Missing it off every single time. Do that.
That's the Jalen Hurts game plan.
I mean, honestly, like,
he just stops missing?
We've seen teams go far before with quarterbacks who can't do anything in the college football level. It's happened. But, man, it's going to be difficult.
Peyton, is the concern legit? Are you panicked?
100%. I hit the panic button 2 weeks ago when I saw this guy play. He better hope he's hurt. I don't hope he's hurt, but I'm not G-bag, but I hope he better hope he's hurt, because if you're putting up these throws and every scout that scouted him and said, "Oh, this guy's the next #1 overall pick in the NFL," they should all be fired if this is the arch that we get. If that's his skill set, everyone should be fired. There's no way you go 2 years of seeing this guy in practice and some in games and still have this expectation for him. There's no way you thought, "Oh yeah, it's once the regular season starts, we'll see the real arch." There's no way.
This is 2 straight segments with G-bag shots, so I might as well point out yesterday I was opening my trunk and I was standing there with somebody and I went, "Oh, G-bag cup." I was like, "Do you want it?" They went, "No."
G-bag, Eric, if you're in the gym right now, I have not said anything. I have not taken any shots.
I was just reporting what someone said. I didn't say it.
Okay. College football kegger with Arch. Longhorn fans, for real. I want to see it on the text if you can admit that you're freaking out and panicked. Or give me the other side on why everyone is overreacting.
All right, so so we mentioned Texas now. A&M, perhaps. I don't know if it's the road win of the weekend, but it might be the road win. It's close. There's 2 options of the road win of the weekend, and A&M certainly has their case.
4th and goal from the 11-yard line. Down 6, 40-34. Concepcion in motion from right to left. The shotgun snap, Marcel. Throws, end zone, caught! Touchdown! Nate Borkature! We're tied! An extra point to come!
Aggie Radio with the call, 41-40. They beat Notre Dame. That is a tremendous win. Now, Notre Dame might not be the team that everybody thought we should get rid of preseason polls, but Notre Dame's going to find their way to sneak into the playoff because all they have is USC left. That's it. That's all they have. So they're going to be 10-2, and then you're going to see 3 months from now the argument, well, Notre Dame's playing really good football. Of course they are. They're playing BC and Navy every week. Let's find a way to shoehorn them in. But what a win by the Aggies, a team that never, ever has wins like this. This is a huge win.
No, I mean they were down big early in this game, and it felt like it was going to be overwhelming, and they were going to get just run off. There were already people going like, "Get Elko out of here," and then they bounce back and do what they do. That was a really gritty, tough victory for them, especially considering the fact that they had the injury to their safety there, and they had a bunch of stuff not go their way. They had the callback on the kick return that was going to be a touchdown that got called back due to a penalty. So it was a really, really good victory for them. Really good fight from them and Mike Elko. Texas A&M has routinely been the team that plays under what their expectations are. So it's a nice change for them early on in the season to see them playing up.
Aggies have the same odds as the Sooners to win the national championship at 25-1 over Tennessee and Notre Dame at 33 and 35-1.
Well, we were 80-1 last week. We'd lose or go up. Okay,
here's a cookie.
There we go. Hey, listen.
Yeah, no, that's good.
That's a good team. Wow, I'm fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Did you see Kirby Smart after the game? He goes. No. I feel like we kind of have to apologize to them. He's like, because they played so much better than us. But I mean, that's how things go sometimes. Sometimes the better team doesn't win.
I mean,
doesn't that hurt more that Kirby's telling you We got to apologize for that game because they were just so much dominant. But we got the dub, so who cares?
Yeah, that hurts a little bit. But listen, it doesn't. I don't respect him because he wears a visor like that.
Yeah.
It's the high visor. At least Shoddy's got the short visor. This is that high, old school, golf Larry whatever North's visor. Andy North visor. All right, it is
Larry North.
Larry North.
The fitness guy.
The fitness guy. Andy North. There you go. It is the College Kegger on 105.3 The Fan. Oklahoma 42-3, rolling up on Temple. Temple, thought they were going to be able to, take some motivation from OU. Like this place. This is where we are. It's kind of a dump, but not happening. Temple stinks. We thought this was a potential trap from a cover standpoint. That OU was going to go in there. There was no energy in that building.
Yeah.
None whatsoever. They're playing at the link where the Eagles play. But no. Texas Tech, they roll up on Oregon State. So that was just a dominating win for them, 45-14. Bobby's, Clemson, Tigers go down. Losing to Georgia Tech on the road.
I have been there were 3 teams I was not impressed with heading into the season.
3 teams.
One of them I've been completely wrong about, and that's Miami, Florida. That has not been correct to this point. The other was Alabama, which remains to be seen. They beat the hell out of won this week. Yeah, they beat the hell out of Wisconsin this week.
But is Wisconsin any good? I think
but I mean, still, people, they've played down to people. You get points for beating the hell out of teams. And then the other was Clemson, and Clemson has just totally lived up to that one. That's the only one that's for certain right now. Georgia Tech with the fire drill field goal at the end, just ice in his veins, knocking it through. Klubnik is not good. I don't care what anybody says. Cade Klubnik is not very good.
He's not.
Everybody takes great satisfaction in seeing. Broadus, by the way, texted me saying he heard that. So I'm glad Brian.
Love you, Brian.
I'm glad Brian was listening. But I don't think there's anyone else close in college football that we take as much satisfaction in losing than Dabo.
Gundy?
That's a good one.
I still think it's Dabo just because they're bigger and more important.
Right. A lot of people hate Lincoln Riley at this point and like seeing him lose.
Yeah, I mean, especially OU fans.
Yeah, I mean,
especially
I think fans of competition who were like, "You coward, you ran."
Yeah,
yeah.
But I mean, Georgia Tech is interesting because they're another team that's got their schedule sets up for them pretty well, and you might wind up seeing them as a contender. They don't play Miami, and they host Florida State. That's a tough spot.
Clemson could very easily be 0-3 at this point, which has some people wondering, okay, was that LSU victory as impressive in week 1 as we thought it was? Which has led to what I saw on ESPN the other day, Sean. The Vanderbilt Commodores, according to ESPN Analytics, are 60% favorite to beat LSU here in about a month.
Are they really?
They've got them at 60% to beat LSU.
I'm sorry, that was Clemson's schedule. They don't play Miami, they host Florida State. Georgia Tech doesn't play either team. They do play Georgia. That's it. That's the only loss that they're going to have where they're going to be a dog. Looks like it's going to be maybe at NC State. I doubt it.
Bobby, I need you to
Georgia.
get on the phone with your agent friends and figure out if they're getting ready to call Clark Lee. I'm worried about my boy Clark getting picked off at Vanderbilt. They are tough. Pavi is throwing it better than in years past. I'm not being a homer here just because my godson plays for them. And we got the social media love because of Theo Vaughn, baby. Theo Vaughn told Pavia, if we win this game, I need to take out your mom. Take her out for a date. I loved RJ's comment saying, you want to end up in a wood chipper?
Yeah.
After what I told you guys after tailgating with the Pavia family.
The Pav father.
You cannot find any pictures of this woman online, by the way. The brothers got arrested 2 weeks ago. I would stay far away, Theo. He said, she's a nurse. My dream is always to marry a nurse. And then Diego wrote back last night, what Theo Vaughn forgot is, I said it was a deal if and only if he told Tate McRae to let me take her on a date in Nashville. Twitter, make it happen. So double date. Tate McRae, Diego with the mom, and Theo.
Yeah, look, Vanderbilt is going to throw a wrench into some team's season, and they already have.
They just did South Florida.
Now, granted,
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Granted, Sellers got hurt.
Yes.
At halftime, but it was Vandy was still winning. They were up 14-7. So it may not have mattered. It might have mattered. I mean, it's still obviously still a game.
Yeah.
But Vandy's
And
defense
Sellers was playing well.
Yeah, and what kind of quarterback is he? Is he kind of more like having the same season as Lagway? He's not as good as people thought this year.
By the way, we got to shout out because it's near the end of the segment here and people scream at us if we don't. North Texas beating the hell out of a team like Washington State. Washington State's not great, but you take a team like Washington State that has been a bigger program. They beat them 59-10 in Denton. That's impressive. North Texas is playing really, really well.
I think my headphone speaker just popped. I heard like a...
I think it was like,
oh, there it is.
That's what we do, baby.
Oh,
Right
three
here.
teams over here. 3 teams from Peyton Russell.
Yeah, maybe more.
College football, maybe more. College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Let's hook you up with the Cowboys fan hang. That's at 7:45 with Ask Reddit and Bobby. Rewatch Cowboys Giants in post-Hut clarity. Was it the corners or the safeties that were the problem? That's next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me go ahead.
Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time experts. And the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
That is gross, and those people are getting paid.
All right, let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys and a little bit of post-Hut clarity. We do it every Tuesday generally, unless it's like a Monday Night Football game.
Yeah, it could be a Wednesday.
Or a Thursday. Yeah. Then it ends up being a Monday. But it's a look back at all the things I feel differently about after we post-Hut. After we post-Hut, then we can get the clarity and some of the understanding.
We do have some breaking news.
What sport? What sport?
The Odyssey app's broken?
No. This is acting.
Somebody pass away?
Acting, yes.
Give a hint. Oh, what age?
Almost 90.
All-time great? Has to be.
All-time great.
Male, female.
All-time male sex symbol.
Sean Connery.
No.
All-time male sex symbol.
Maybe sex symbol's the wrong way to say it.
90. Not Clint.
Not Clint. One of the great or more overrated, depending on your thought process, sports movies.
What sport?
Did James Caan die?
No. What was he in?
Brian Song.
What sport?
Baseball.
Robert Redford.
Yep.
Oh, snap. Robert Redford was a really good director, too.
All the President's Men, Butch Cassidy, Natural, Out of Africa.
Badass
Sting.
name, too. Just a cool name.
Yeah.
Robert Redford.
Charles Robert Redford was his birth name.
The Sting was great. He directed Quiz Show. Quiz Show was awesome. He was fantastic. That's sad news. Hate that. All right, let's take a look back at the Dallas Cowboys victory over the New York Giants on Sunday and see if it was just as bad as it appeared to be at times. Brian Schottenheimer telling us earlier, we played the cut. This was there was a lot to work on here, and that was very clear. Number one, let's start with who's going to be taking over for Cooper Beebe, who is going to be out 6 to 8 weeks with an ankle sprain and a broken bone in his foot. Brock Hoffman played well. He was actually pretty good in place of Cooper Beebe, particularly in pass protection. They were having a lot of problems with pressure coming up the interior before Hoffman got in there. Now, to be fair, Hoffman's playing into overtime. He's fresh. You've got a bunch of worn down players that have been playing up and down the field all game. But when he came in there, he looked strong in pass protection. He didn't have a lot of issues there. So outside of Tyler Smith, I thought Brock Hoffman was the second best offensive lineman that you saw in this game.
You know, Brian Baldinger kind of stunned me yesterday. His film reviews, I think, are tremendous. We know he's besties with Micah, and he tweeted that he thought the Cowboys' offensive line played well. I thought they played a great all-around game, controlling the line of scrimmage for much of the game and into overtime.
I don't know what Brian was watching, dead serious. The tackles were terrible. The tackles were really bad. Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton were both really, really bad. And you had Tyler Smith, who I thought played well. Booker was okay. Booker had his moments. Booker was one of the guys who had given up a sack. In fact, it was, I think it was, there was this, there was a twist that the Giants were running, and Javonte Williams chip blocked Kayvon Thibodeau and almost chipped him past the twist. And like he was like, oh, cool, thanks for the help. You pinballed me into this.
PFF on the Cowboys starting offensive line against the Giants. Tyler Guyton, 4 pressures allowed. Tyler, 1 pressure allowed. BB, 4 pressures allowed. Booker, 1 sack and 4 pressures allowed. Terrence Steele, 1 sack and 4 pressures allowed. Each lineman, basically, except for Tyler, allowed 4 pressures.
Yeah, and BB started the game pretty well. BB played well early on. That's what makes me wonder if he, because I don't know when that injury would have happened. It makes me wonder if something would have happened earlier in the game, because he looked good early and then just kind of fell off of a cliff. But Brock Hoffman, good. Played solid. I don't think he gave up any pressures. He stood in there. He sustained his blocks. He looked good. Number 2, Sean was right. Solomon Thomas was really, really good. Solomon Thomas was more than really good. He was great against the run. If you want to talk about having a sustainable run defense that you can try to build off of with Jadeveon Clowney coming in here and Kenny Clark and some of the things that you're trying to do to keep the linebackers clean. Solomon Thomas is really, really impressive so far in some of the things he's doing in the run game.
He had the second highest PFF grade at 81.4. Well, it looks like he was tied with Dak, actually. Marcus Mosher, was funny watching this Twitter account that said Dak was a problem have to tweet out that Dak was the number one highest rated player in the game.
Oh, it's almost like he's a clown or something.
Dak, then Solomon Thomas getting it done, followed by Kenny Clark with a 79, then Pickens and Osa.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the way that
3D linemen in a game where you get torched.
Solomon Thomas was on the field for 12 carries, and he made 7 tackles on those 12 carries.
Wow. Pretty crazy.
I mean, that's somebody who's just, he's in there wrecking shop and playing really, really strong. Kenny Clark was good, too. I think Kenny Clark, in general, he's showing himself to be, you didn't get a Pro Bowler necessarily. I mean, you got a former one, but you didn't necessarily get a current Pro Bowler, but you got somebody who it's a really strong baseline type of defensive player that you can build around. I think the defensive line, for as little pressures they're getting right now, they're turning into a really decent run-stopping defensive front.
Barnwell yesterday said, yeah, they're not getting sacks, but they're getting more than enough pressure. And I just hate that. I heard that after the Eagle game, and I'm like, I'm not seeing it. I don't agree. But that's Barnwell saying, no, they're not getting home, but they're getting pressure.
Barnwell is not watching the game. Barnwell's looking at what the pressure rates are from ESPN Analytics because he doesn't watch games. He sits there and writes his 6,000-word breakdowns of, here's what my ESPN Analytics said about each game.
It's a lot.
Well,
it's a lot to read.
So, yeah, it is a lot to read. That's the thing,
Here it is, Chop, real quick. They rank 6th in pressure rate, but just 19th in sack rate. Now, Jerry's going to come on at 8:30 when we talk to him about the defensive problems, and he's going to reference this because someone's giving him these next-gen or 33rd team stats. He dropped that 40%. Second highest pressure in the league last week against the Philadelphia Eagles, which I called BS. They rank 6th in pressure rate, but just 19th in sack rate.
Do you know how they define what a pressure is? These analytics, because every analytic will be different with it.
No, it's completely like if you watch on some plays, like if you watch on NFL Pro, you can sort by pressure, and you can watch each play where they count a pressure. And there's some of you watching it, that was a pressure. Like that didn't look like you had any issues at all. How is that a pressure? So
it's anything that gets you off your spot as a QB. Where you have to shuffle,
I don't know
move
how.
your feet.
No, because even if you're standing in the pocket, if they come in, like if they close on you quickly, even if you don't move and you just stand in and throw it, they'll count that as a pressure.
Over the first 2 weeks, PFF had the Cowboys edge rushers with 16 total pressures. Over the first 2 weeks last year, Micah had 14 himself.
Oh, yeah, that's not very good. But let's talk about something that is pretty good here in Post.Clarity about the pass rush. James Houston. Boy, you want to talk about, this is 2 years in a row that you've snatched somebody up late in the process. Previously, it was Carl Lawson last year who has come in, and then it's like, that's one of your better guys right now, generating pass rush for you. And I do want to say, we didn't talk about him much yesterday. I thought first couple weeks he's had some issues. Brian's pointed out some of the issues he's had with balance, but Donovan Ezeraku was a little better than I thought he was initially on tape. Ezeraku was starting to...
I was just about to say, Houston carrying over pleasantly from the preseason. Ezeraku, unfortunately, also carrying over from the preseason where we were watching all the exhibition and we're like, where's all the training camp hype?
Yeah,
where is it?
It was nowhere in week 1, and it didn't look like it was there very often in week 2, but as you watch the game we're on, he started stacking up some wins. And so I'm hopeful that, look, rookie edge rushers usually have some of the hardest times developing quickly and making an impact quickly. It's just a position that's really hard coming out of college. Most of the guys who come out of college, NFL scouts will tell you this, players, everybody else, they'll say defensive linemen generally come to the NFL and they don't know how to use their hands. Because they don't know how to use their hands, they get neutralized pretty quick, and they have to learn pretty fast. Okay, you got to become a player. You got to become somebody who can, counter some of the stuff that the offensive linemen throw at you. I also want to say, while we're talking about how James Houston is the best pass rusher they have right now and needs more than 15 snaps like he got the other day, and got in the head early on of the Giants left tackle there, James Hudson. Marshawn Nealand, who I've been giving a lot of credit to over the summer, and in game one, he did not play well at all. He was a zero factor. In fact, he was probably a negative in that game on Sunday against the Giants. All right, post.clarity, couple more points here.
Fowler, Nealand, Williams, Ezeraku, a humongous question mark. I didn't believe in enough stock in those guys that they hadn't done anything except for Fowler going in. And so far, the Dallas Cowboys aren't getting nearly enough from it. So far, that gamble, and you do have to gamble at times in certain position groups and investments that you've made, so far misses.
Yeah.
Misses up front, and it's going to cost them throughout this year badly.
Number 4 here. The corners were not great, but the safeties were probably worse. The safeties are responsible for a lot of what you saw.
That's with an interception.
Yeah, Donovan Wilson was terrible.
That was just a
Donovan Wilson.
Yeah, thank you.
Donovan Wilson had the pick. He was terrible. He was absolutely awful. He cannot be playing deep. He cannot play the deep middle. You can't have him back there in coverage. He's just not. That's not his game. He needs to be Jadeveon Clowney. That quote you gave earlier. Donovan Wilson needs to be a forward player. Let's get him moving up. Let's get him impacting the game that way. He can't be the single high. I think Malik Hooker had some trouble. That deep touchdown pass to
breakdown communication versus skill and talent costing them.
And add in like a new DC and how that throws a wrench in the entire thing.
Should not throw a wrench into Eberflus's thing. Shouldn't throw a wrench into it from a coverage standpoint. Maybe for some of the other stuff, but for secondary, they should understand cover 2. If they're having trouble communicating cover 2, cover 3, like if they're having problems communicating that stuff,
no cover 2.
That's troubling if they're having trouble, like issues picking that up. But if you watch, like for instance, Darius Slayton, big 50-yard gain down the right sideline, where Malik Hooker was chasing down the side. That was cover 3. It looked like, which cover 3 is 2 corners drop back into a deep zone, and then you've got a safety in the deep middle, and then the cover 2 is safeties taking the 2 deep zones. Kyer Elam looked like, I'm passing this to the deep safety back here. And he passed it to nobody standing there. It's like, no, that was your zone to go back.
At what point do you pass it off?
So he's got a zone that like he's got like a little area that he's going to cover, a little area that he will drop back to a certain distance. And once he gets to that distance, he's got to pass, especially if he sees other routes or other combinations that may be going into his area.
But the main number one premise of cover 3 or cover 2 is to what? We are trying to prevent the offense from what? What are the top 2 things on that whiteboard written down?
I mean, cover 3 is a lot of times you're trying to take away things deep.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
You're playing cover 3 and letting Russell Wilson put up the greatest deep ball game. The greatest deep ball game in the last 10 years, according to Next Gen. 3 different dudes had 50-yard catches. And it wasn't catch and run and yak. It was, we're bombing you. We are going over the top in cover 3. It's this bend but don't break. Keep everything in front, and still you're getting destroyed.
And when Elam like thinks he's in cover 2 and is just going go, then now you've got nothing back there even covered. That's bad communication. When you've got the touchdown to Wan'Dale Robinson that everybody was trying to put on Diggs, I don't think that was Diggs. I think that was Hooker. Hooker was down low. Hooker had gone. I'm trying to remember who went with him. Hooker and somebody else both went and covered the out. And Hooker should have carried it, and he didn't. And there were a couple other instances. We heard from Brian Schottenheimer, the very first touchdown of the game. That was the linebacker. Kenneth Murray was supposed to carry it, and he didn't. So there was a lot of issues of guys just not carrying
but
routes.
Those things right there of carrying it and knowing when to pass off, that's elementary, right?
Yeah. If you know what Kyer Elam wasn't like, it wasn't like he was in cover 3 and just incorrectly read what he was supposed to do. He thought they were in a completely different coverage that he was playing correctly.
Post-Hut Clarity, Bobby rewatches the film here on Sean and RJ. We have our Cowboy fan hang giveaway that you got to win in 10 minutes along with Ask Reddit. According to the PFF, Diggs allowed 4 catches for 104 and 2 touchdowns in coverage. Also allowed a perfect 158.3 passer rating on throws against him, targeting him.
Oh, no.
He finished with a 42 overall grade and a 38 coverage grade. Kyer Elam, according to NFL Pro, leads the NFL in receiving yards allowed going into Monday Night Football, 232 against him. And then the one corner who he could walk into the room right now and I'd say, "Can you warm up this coffee?" Reddy Stewart.
That was the last point I had.
He was the highest graded DB with a 73.
He was good. Reddy Stewart was consistently ready to be a steward of the cornerback position. No, he was fantastic. In fact, he's good enough. And this is something I was talking about this yesterday with Nick Harris. He's somebody who, if you see him go along and he has another good week, now the questions probably need to start going to Steven or going to Jerry on Tuesday or Schottenheimer on Friday. Like the question needs to start becoming, hey, has Reddy Stewart done enough that when Deron Bland does come back, he can go back outside? Like, and you can just say, all right, the outside corners are Diggs and Bland, and Stewart is now your starting nickel because
how many weeks is that?
He was really short. How many weeks? What until he's back?
Yeah.
Bland. Steven made it sound yesterday like he's going to miss at least one more for sure, is what it sounded like, and then potentially 2 is what it sounded like it could be. But Reddy Stewart was a good player for them in that game. Best coverage guy they had by far. I do think PFF is completely wrong on their assignment to who was responsible for those touchdowns. I don't think Diggs was great, but Diggs I don't believe was responsible for those touchdowns.
Steven was asked about the secondary yesterday on the KNC Masterpiece, brought to you by Window Nation.
I just feel like we're evolving. We've played pretty good against the pass, against the Eagles. We gave up the one big play. Obviously yesterday was not the same story. And, it never helps to be missing one of your top corners in Bland. And obviously Diggs is coming off a significant injury. So, this is going to evolve. The good news is Bland is going to be coming back. I think Diggs is just going to get better. I think we're getting a guy like Rebel back and Carson. And, I think there's going to be help on the way. In the meantime, we got to continue, to work to get better each week. And, Coach Eberflus has had great defenses throughout his careers in the NFL. He had top 10 defenses in Indy, did a great job in Chicago as the head coach / play caller. And we just have a lot of confidence that we'll certainly get this right.
I think Steve is missing a D, which is perfect in his description of the Cowboys defense. He's missing the D in evolve with the way things went in week 2. Jerry Jones at 8:30.
You're saying it's past tense. They've already evolved, is what you're saying, right?
Jerry Jones, 8:30 here on Sean and RJ. We are your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and this is probably why Brian Broaddus is actually listening.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That's right. It's time for Ask Reddit every Tuesday here at 7:40 on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. This is where we take the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum, and we kick them around the studio, and we kick them around with you on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in over on the Twitch and as the YouTube as well. All right, we're going to start off with Peyton Russell. And I don't know that Peyton's going to have an answer for this one. I know I do. I would imagine Sean does and Choppy does. Peyton Russell, have you ever ruined someone's life, and how do you feel about it now?
I don't think it ruined his life, but I did get someone fired from a job. We were buddies, and he had said, I had car issues, didn't have a car at this point. He was like, well, can you just pick me up on your way to work every day? Like, we work the same shifts. I was like, yeah, that's fine. He goes, okay, I'll pay you gas money for each trip. So I trust the guy. You know me, I'm a big trust guy. I trust the guy until you tell me I can't trust you. And so I took him to work probably 4 or 5 times, still no gas money. And so I brought it up. I was like, hey, man, you got gas money? He's like, yeah, we get paid Friday. I'll Venmo you right away. I go, okay, I'll trust you then. 2 or 3 more shifts later, still no gas money. So I drove him to the gas station without telling him. I said, yeah, just fill up the rest of my car, fill up the rest of my tank. It was like a half a tank. I didn't need gas, but I was like, you know what? I'll just drive him. He can just use his credit card. And he was like, yeah, I don't know how much is on my debit card. So he put the debit card in the machine, and he put in $12 and then took it out and goes, I think I'm maxed, dude. I don't want to go over to let me get fined or whatever, get any fees. And so the next day I told him I was going to pick him up. I no-showed him. I didn't pick him up. He got a no-show, no call to work, got fired for it.
Wow. I love it.
Never blocked the guy's number, never heard from him again.
Oh, you ducked him?
Yeah, he could have been a little crazy guy too, but
that's incredible.
I got him fired.
Chop, you ever ruined anybody's life, and how do you feel about it?
Oh yeah, I'm sure my ex-wife would say I ruined her, and she'd probably be right. And I do feel.
Or you set her free.
Or I set her free.
Yeah.
She's certainly happier now. But there was a time where she would say I did, and I absolutely feel a ton of regret about that. But honestly, I'll break the room down. I absolutely feel I did ruin my kid's life by getting divorced. I gave them a broken home. They didn't get the same opportunity to live with their parents. That it does eat me alive. It really does. I don't feel guilt about anything ever, except for that.
It's good reflection. Sean?
No, I wish I had an answer for it.
There's just so many people I've taken down.
No, there's one person. I really wish currently I could ruin this guy's life who my dad had to sue.
Me and Muffin tried.
Because of a non-compete in Maryland.
Those are illegal now.
Yeah. He tried to set up this practice, like undercut my dad, used to work for him, lied to my parents, treated him like a son, had him over. So I really, really wish that something could happen to this guy's medical setup, and I really kind of want to say his name in case there's a diehard Tolo that could
How much do you want to be my friend?
come through for me, but I don't want to get in trouble on the radio. But no, I can't think of. There's people's lives, many that I would have liked to have ruined, but no, I have not. But I really wish I could ruin this kid's.
682 got a girl pregnant at 16. She put the kid up for adoption. She then got into drugs bad and is still in jail 30 years later. I feel horrible. All right, the answer for me on this one is I got my boss not fired but demoted. And then ultimately,
remember that.
Yeah, and got them got their pay heavily cut in the process, and they absolutely deserved it, and I don't feel bad about it. And
what happened?
I was getting married, and they were threatening to cut my pay if I got married because they didn't like Kristen.
What?
Yeah, which is illegal.
That doesn't sound legal at all.
No, it's not. And,
how did they have enough What were their interactions to cause him to dislike her?
None. They had no interactions with her. They had never met her.
Well, then how can they say
because
I didn't like her?
She already had Jacob. So because she already had Jacob, they're like tainted. No.
Oh.
So how'd you get him?
I went to HR and was like, "Hey, look at all this," and they went.
And it was written.
Oh yeah. Texts, emails.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So no. But anyway, yeah, they ended up.
This is pre-Chat GPT, so you could even have forged it. Bobby.
Right, exactly. And they ended up. Yeah. They got. I think they ended up having to take their kids out of private school, move them to public school, which was just probably
they deserve
them.
that. They
it was pretty bad.
They absolutely deserve that. Let's take a quick second right here. We told you 7:45. We follow through with it. Let's hook you up for being a Tolo.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a once-of-a-kind experience. Your chance to attend our Ultimate Cowboys fan hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and the guests will watch the October 5th noon game in the Cowboys Players Meeting Room at the Star. Not only will you sit where the players sit, you'll also be joined by the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Plus, a former Cowboys player will be hanging out with you as well. You'll be served lunch from Whataburger and some other goodies to take home with you. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053. And if you don't win this time, your next chance to win will be at 9:30.
Back to Bob. Boop, bop, brr, bop. I'm like Peyton here. Back to Bobby for Ask Credit.
All right, next one here on Ask Credit, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. RJ Choppy.
Yo.
What's something women do that they think is cute, but men actually find annoying?
Baby talk.
Not Peyton. Peyton loves it. Remember, Peyton says he loves it. Peyton will engage in it. He'll do it.
You and I, think, are on the same with this, right?
Yes. Makes my skin crawl. Yeah, that's a great one.
I think that I think they think it's cute. I'm assuming they think that's why they do it. Maybe they're just being like vulnerable. I don't know, but I find it annoying.
Vulnerable? Well, I don't think it's vulnerable. Yeah, I think it is just. I've never gotten baby talk from Kristen.
What are your pet names for each other though? Like, are you a babe couple? What does she say to you?
Yeah, babe. Yeah, that's it. We both say it.
Okay.
Well, you should see our fights. Babe.
Oh, really?
Babe.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. That's a good sign that you babe each other during fights.
Yeah.
Babe, it was sweetie early on, but then she accidentally misspelled it one day and wrote sweeto. And so now when she texts, she'll say that sometimes. But yeah, babe generally. And then she's in the phone as wifey is what she's been in for forever.
And she babes you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do y'all put a a heart next to their contact? So,
No.
like, if the cops, there's an accident, they go to the heart, and that's like the.
Is that like the baby on board sticker or
It's
something?
like ice. It's like you put ice. Too.
Ice. Oh my gosh.
No, like in case of emergency.
I was
would
like,
need
I know
that.
you would, but
Me and Bobby would need that. No, I do not put the heart next to.
Something that in my experience is that too often they think like, oh, I know you just said something, but I'm going to do the opposite and kind of giggle about it. And like, oh, this is cute. Like whenever it's a thing of like, hey, I'd like you to do this, or like when it's that playful, like just blowing you off thing, and they just start like giggling about it. Like, hey, I'm just kind of like doing my own thing. I'm doing it. I hate that. That drives me nuts. So like if I say it's freaking hot in here and I want to turn down the AC to 71 or whatever, and then Kristen wants to turn up 73, and I walk by and I'm like, why is it 73? And she's like, oops. And I'm like, nope, not cute. Turn it down. It's freaking hot in here. Peyton?
So for this one, it's just I don't know if you guys mentioned it, but it's just playing dumb. You know, I'm just a girl. You know, oh, I don't know. I made a mistake, but I'm just this. You know, I'm innocent. Blah blah. It's just don't be dumb with me. You know, especially if you're an adult. Like, relax. Come on.
Some of these answers on the fan text. 972. My wife pinches my nipples. I hate it. 817 lip fillers. 972 duck lips in pictures. 214 calling each other the B word or boss B. Don't like that. Sean, you got an answer here?
Putting Labubu's on your purse?
There you go.
She got suckered because she was against it at first, wasn't she?
No, she always loved it.
I thought initially she was like, this is so goofy. Like, why would anybody do this?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I've tried to black it out, but I think they're billionaires now, I think.
Oh, I think so. Like many times over.
Yeah, but I don't think she's put that animal. I told her that's what you have to be for Halloween. And then yesterday she got such a kick out of RJ educating me with part of this Charlie Kirk story when you asked me what is it?
The furries?
She goes, do you know what a furry is? I said, yeah, people who like cat humans, or people who like humans who are just like. She lost it. That gave her entertainment the rest of the night. And then I read your email and I said, see? All right, it's right. And she's like, yeah, it's kind of like that. And I'm like, they're like human Labubus. Like that's what it sounds like. She was dying off of me going, people who have a fetish for like people who like look like cats or like cats. I don't know.
The girls still
human cats
routinely will ask me to go back and play the podcast from 6 weeks ago of you melting down over the Labubu. They think it's just the funny. Like here you yell Labubu over and over again. They think
meeting crack dealers in a Walmart parking lot to look in the back of the van for stuffed animals. I don't think she's used it, thank God.
Who do you think is most likely at the station to be a furry?
Ross. Sorry, that was Aiden's answer. I just repeated what he said.
Next question. Ask
No comment, Sean? Nothing?
Nope.
Okay,
No comment. You go throw Aiden under the bus after what this poor kid went through yesterday. Aiden just stood up and took credit for it. 2 thumbs up he gave me.
Which person?
Ross, I invited you to the house, so keep me out of this. I'm staying out of all the bullets.
Ask Reddit on 105.3 The Fan. Which person, Sean, which person from history no longer with us would
Robert
have
Redford.
the most insane social media presence? Too soon. Too soon.
Who would have the most?
Yeah, who would have the most insane social media presence? And that you could include TikTok videos, maybe just Twitter, like wild tweets they would shoot out, whatever like that.
That like they'd be owning their accounts?
Yeah, like they'd be operating it, whether it be videos or tweets or whatever. So I'll tell you my answer right off the top, and it's an easy one. Hitler on Twitter would be saying wild things all the time. Like, I mean, you want to talk about how, like, people just fire off whatever. He would be fired off insane. So it's just like, perfect. I could scream it from the Twitter platform now.
That's a take. Charles Manson.
It's a correct take.
Charles Manson for me.
But how do you know that these people? You gotta try to guess that they would be tweeting. Would Charles be tweeting?
I don't know if Charles would be tweeting.
Charles could be YouTube.
He could be YouTubing.
Get ready with me as I go see Sharon Tate.
Rube Waddell, former Major League Baseball player. He used to wrestle alligators and chase trains.
Yogi Berra on Twitter would be great.
Ty Cobb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We basically have it in John Rocker, I guess.
Yes. Time to do.
Peyton, what's your answer?
I went with Jesus. I think if he had a Twitter account, I mean, the comments would just be all debate. No matter what he said, it would just be full debate. It'd be something to watch every single day.
I mean, we basically have that now.
Some of the
we basically have people put out something religious, and then it totally detonates.
We've got a couple answers to the
Babe Ruth.
Babe would be good.
And MJ's lucky he wasn't around in that era with his squeaky clean McDonald's Gatorade stuff.
Some people weighing in on the fan text as to who's most likely to be a furry at the station. 214 says Broadus. 940 says for sure Blake. 214 probably Fred and Jake are the ones that are up there. 214 Broadus definitely. All right, who has the most wild social media presence? This is on the fan text. 817. They also agree with me and say Hitler, so that is a take. Tupac from the 940. Genghis Khan on Twitter would be hilarious, says 817. Sigmund Freud from the 201. And we've got Dennis Rodman in his prime on the 940.
I was thinking Rodman.
Man, if you get Rodman on like TikTok or something, just doing his rants, that would be insane. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan.
About how he doesn't like the father.
RJ Choppy, what is a clear sign you should stop being friends with someone?
For me, it's when they move more than 1 mile away. I'm a proximity friend, but I think it's when they seem like they're using you. Like they're not. They only call you when you're like you're the last resort, or you can't help them with what they want to advance themselves with.
My answer is going to be when I only hear from you when you need something. That's like you'll respond if I send you something or whatever else, and we have that interaction. But if the only time you are going to initiate any sort of outreach is just you want a favor or something like that, then it's time.
Well, for me, it's simple. If you're never happy around someone, like if you're hanging out with someone, you're never like laughing or enjoying time. You're tired of the ball busting experience with them. It feels like they're picking on you. So if you're never happy and you're stressed out around them, then just stop being friends with them. Even if they talk here and there or hang out. Even if you don't have any friends, if you're never happy around someone, forget about them.
Take. Like basically everybody in this building. As I have to get guilted. I told Amanda when I went home, I said, I can't do best and worst of the weekend. It's nothing but a guilt trip for me. I throw a house party. I try to spend hundreds of dollars. I'm the only one in this whole building who gets people out socially. You know what I get for it? Guilt. Why wasn't I at this? Where was the invite for that? Oh, I guess I'm not cool enough. Oh, I guess that.
Start leaning into the bit. You need to start having like a guest list of like I'm gonna add some of you are not gonna get in the door, and like start being like, yeah, you were excluded on purpose. You didn't make the list because I don't like the way you've done this.
Showing up and saying you gotta leave.
You have a bouncer at the door. Yeah, you gotta get approved.
Instead of that side of doors open, come in. It's just the names. Like you go to make JV and you check in the list.
I'm sorry,
you got a door open and you got like broad outside. I go, Sean.
Ask Reddit every Tuesday, commercial-free expressway here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Why are NFL quarterbacks dropping like flies? Who's actually left? And Jerry Jones at 8:30 with a Ranger recap after this on Sean and RJ. But first, let me go ahead.
fan.
Bucky Irving, the setback. Left side hip. Good snap. Gets the pass away. Caught ball by Emeka Egbuka. Inside the 10. The 5, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Egbuka does it again. 3 touchdowns in a game and a quarter.
What? I didn't hear. What did he say?
Please play that again.
By Emeka Egbuka. Inside the 10.
It's almost like he had no idea. It's like the first time he was going to read his name, which is not possible after Egbuka's initial week scoring, and you kind of rush through it real fast so you don't get exposed. Hit it again.
By Emeka Egbuka. Inside the 10.
Emeka Egbuka. Emeka Egbuka. Hakuna Matata.
The guy in the AT&T Stadium press box, the PA announcer, he's done a good job.
That job.
But I don't know who it is, but he, man, there's occasionally a name where you can tell it's the first time he's seen it, somebody who's a late edition or something. He'll go, tackle made by Noah. You'll just you're just trying to move through it, just go like, and then
Igbenanani.
Whenever you get one of those pauses and then a mispronunciation, people in the press box always go, nope. Nope, not it.
Not him.
All right, that was Baker and the Bucks pulling it out last second over the 0-2 Texans, and Justin Herbert and the Chargers beat the Raiders last night, the late one on Monday Night Football. Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30.
Man, it was I thought that was what I considered a predictable night. I had Tampa +2. I had the Chargers covering. So look, the LA game was tough. That was at least Herbert. They're actually letting him, thankfully, do more than I think they did last year. Early on, it seems, because you have a quarterback of his talent level. He hasn't put it together. His talent level, let it shine.
All the quarterbacks stayed healthy last night. That is not the case throughout the league. Joe Burrow, gone for 3 months. Brock Purdy, gone in San Francisco with Mac Jones having 3 touchdowns. Justin Fields may have a concussion. And then yesterday we got this double batch of news. J.J. McCarthy is expected to be sidelined 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle. Now we're testing the quarterback whisperer again. David Hummon was the one to point this out first. Can Kevin O'Connell save
Carson
Wentz? Is it possible? And then Jaden Daniels has a sprained knee. Dan Quinn said Daniels was injured while scrambling away from Micah Parsons on Thursday night. If he can't go, Marcus Mariota will start for the Commanders against the Raiders. Let's go Raiders. Drop the Commanders again.
When they ruled out McCarthy, they said yesterday they're like, he's ruled out for this week. That's all they had said at the time when it first happened. I was like, man, for them to rule him out on Monday, like, that's not good. He's not coming back.
It's multiple weeks.
Yeah, when you rule him out that far away. So that's bad for them. I mean, for an NFC team, like the Cowboys, that is going to be fighting for maybe a wild card, getting Minnesota to get some losses piled up early on, especially playing in that division.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good thing. And they've got Minnesota in this time. They got to play Cincinnati, but that looks different. They do have to play Detroit. I think they have to play Green Bay in this time too. So it's like it's not the easiest start.
Is there one obvious phone that should be ringing in the NFC South?
For a trade?
Yeah. I'm pointing to a player.
Oh, Kirk.
Does it just make now I need to figure out the money, but doesn't it just make way too much sense? Not after Bobby yesterday endorsed Burrow's backup, but
Jake Browning?
Cincinnati trading for Kirk Cousins, doesn't it seem to make too much sense? Although, again, I need the money, and Cincinnati's probably not going to pay that.
Does it make more sense for them, or does it make more sense for if McCarthy's out for 3 weeks, give Kirk 3 weeks to start and then mentor if he's going to have to mentor anyway? Because he's already been in Minnesota. He was comfortable there.
No, I can more justify the Cousins cost for 3 months than 3 weeks.
Yeah. I think that, Cousins would probably, although I don't know, I can't say he'd probably be better than Jake Browning. I really have no idea. Cousins was awful at the end of last year.
He's going to tell you I'm healthy. I'm fully healthy.
Yeah,
now.
It was that 3 weeks he was a touchdown and 11 picks over 3 weeks. It was the worst stretch of his career.
11?
Yeah, he had like over a 3 or 4 game stretch. Whatever after the Cowboys game, it was like he had 1 touchdown to like 10 picks over the course of 3 weeks. It was bad. And so, I don't know. He looked pretty cooked last year.
Mina Kimes was talking about Jaden. She said through the first 2 weeks of the season, he leads all quarterbacks in QB contact. He led all quarterbacks in QB contact last year. It's just not sustainable. By the way, Austin Eckler, he's gone for the year with a torn Achilles as well.
Pretty small frame, too. That's something that people have been concerned about with Jaden Daniels is the idea of just, you're pretty rail thin, too, like to be taking all these hits that you do.
Cousins has a base salary of $27.5 million.
Ugh.
That seems low, though, for a quarterback.
It does seem low, but
Yeah.
like for this,
Yeah.
how many teams have $30 million? in
Which
cap
they'd
room?
have to eat, what? If his base salary is 27, they'd have to eat.
You talking
at this
about
point,
Atlanta?
Yeah, they'd have to eat 23.5 or something like that because it's already a couple weeks into the season.
Wait, you're saying that legally they'd have to eat 23?
No, like I'm saying, Minnesota have to. Atlanta's already taken on their cap, whatever's been paid out. Minnesota would have to take whatever's remaining on it. So that would be, it wouldn't be the full 27, but it'd be a big chunk.
Like Atlanta has, if I'm Cincy or someone else, I'm making Atlanta cover what portion of that? Well, I'm not doing a trade straight up and paying Cousins 27. You have to eat blank.
How much of it is guaranteed? Does it say?
Not in the article that I'm looking at.
I'm curious if there's anything that, if it's not fully guaranteed, I wonder if they would just say, all right, we're going to take only the guaranteed portion, and that's going to be your salary this year, and we're going to wipe away the rest, but you're going to get an opportunity to play here, and you're going to get that money. So we're going to take only the guaranteed portion, and then we're going to turn it into a signing bonus and add a year to your contract so we can spread the money out some. But, he's got a... I don't know. It's always weird with the NFL.
Guaranteed salary this year is 27.5.
All right, then he's fully guaranteed. So if he's fully guaranteed this year, then I don't know. The NFL operates in a little bit of a different way, like to where obviously in Major League Baseball, you just, all right, here's some money to pay this salary, right? With the cap in there, that's always a confusing thing about what teams can legally take on or not pass on to you.
Everyone is destroying the Cincinnati Bengals for asset management malpractice, saying you paid Burrow and you didn't protect him. Warren Sharp, last year we knew the Bengals O-line, run game, and defense were problems. Nothing changed this year. Offensive line, number 32 in quarterback hits, number 30 in pressure percentage. Running backs, number 31 in yards per catch. Defense, number 31 at forcing punts. Everything falls on Burrow, and it finally broke him.
All right, so, and this was brought up.
You agree with that? Did they have no pedigree up front on their offensive line?
No, they were trying for a little bit, but they've kind of changed up their resource allocation. Early on, they tried to build something on the offensive line, and it didn't work. They went out and got Lyle Collins. They had Jonah Williams. They had different guys like that. But yeah, they've probably neglected it too much over the last year or so.
Now, both guys have hit big time. But I saw some people talking yesterday on social media, like, if you could go back when they drafted Chase, Sewell was still on the board.
I don't think there's any chance they take Sewell.
But
even if they can go back, no. Burrow and Chase is that, like, just go figure out offensive line some other way. But Burrow and Chase, that's too rare a connection for me to pass on.
I don't disagree. I'm just throwing that out there.
877-881-1053. Knock on Corian. The quarterbacks are dropping like flies throughout the National Football League early on.
By the way, I saw on PFF yesterday, my favorite website, Dak Prescott, the number 2 ranked quarterback in the NFL now.
He's had, a 90 and a...
B+. I give him a B+.
I mean, I have him ranked number 1, but they're close
Who
this
was
time.
number 1?
I don't know. Herbert, probably.
No, I doubt it. Overrating week 1 for Justin Herbert. Let's recap the Rangers against the Armpit, and Jerry Jones joins us live all next on 105.3 The Fan.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There's a swing and a dribbler out toward the mound. Leiter's got it. Slips and falls and throws it over the head of Jake Berger. Into Scoras Pena. Alvarez around third. He's running through a stop sign, and the throw home is not in time. It's 2-0 Astros.
Sloppy one last night in some must-have games. The Rangers lose to the Armpit 6-3 here on DFW Sports Station. Game 2 tonight with Merrill Kelly on the mound. 6:30 pregame. First pitch at 7 o'clock. Leiter recovered after a rocky start. Unfortunately, the fifth inning error and inability to convert 2 double plays opened the door for the Cole home run. First home run allowed by Leiter since August 18th, courtesy of Jared Sandler.
And the bummer is he wasn't even supposed to play, right? He got put in for Jordan.
Yeah, Alvarez, that did not look good.
No.
Were you saying that, I think I read he could not get down the dugout steps without assistance?
Yeah, the ankle. You saw, they did a slow-mo replay. You saw the ankle, and it was just not good.
Tolos are not happy with Boch. When you put in Adolis, Jung, and Jung did homer, instead of Freeman, Hellman, and Higgy, you're going to see severe regression. We want the little rascals. Bochy back to nerd analytics is why this team is cooked. You don't bench Hellman and Freeman for Osuna. So tired of analytics. Coach baseball already and let guys who are hot play. I was just reading some of this last night.
Young and Adolis are not. That's not an analytics thing. That is it. That is literally. That's your start. That is a talent thing.
Yeah,
like that is. Those guys are more talented players.
Right. I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Hot hand. Yeah. Dak Prescott replaces Romo.
There's an argument for it, no doubt. I just wouldn't say that that's an example of like Boch being too, playing the game on a calculator. Like,
right.
There's an argument to be made. Young and Garcia should be back in there.
If you want to say that Osuna had no business being there, but fine, but maybe the numbers against certain players, they liked them. We don't know why guys get in the starting lineup. Also could have been, I needed an off day for somebody. I doubt it, but that could have been it.
Sandler said, silly to think Adolis should not be in the lineup. He was a big part of the run. 9 games prior to the IL, he was slashing 368, 400, 632, over 1,000, 4 doubles, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. The team was 8-1. Without Adolis, they averaged 3.8 runs per game.
And I think he's still the leader in right field in defensive runs saved, according to Fangraphs.
Yeah, you can't really make an argument that he shouldn't be in there. Heim versus Higgy. Again, this could be a catcher battery. This pitcher likes to pitch to this catcher,
or they like the pitcher throwing to that catcher.
Or they like the pitcher throwing. Absolutely, there's a lot of things that go into this. The one, the Bochy move to argue with is whether or not he left Leiter in too long. Which, I mean, look, he sent him out there to face Pena for like the 4th time, and he gave up the hit, the double. That kind of broke the game open. But again, there was 2 outs, and it's like, do you really want to use a bullpen that had been really overtaxed? And you still got 2 more games here. He was trying to get the bullpen into a clean inning. Beasley sending the runner, sending Heim in the 7th. Look, probably not the guy to send. It's 2 outs. Make them make a play.
Left field short there.
Left field short. Left field's that's a bandbox. It's make a play. I get that. Probably the wrong guy. The only issue is that you had Peterson up next, and anybody think Peterson's getting an actual single? Like, it's 2 outs. He's a fly ball guy. He's not out there bat the ball.
Yeah, I mean, but it is. Like one Astros fan, I hate them. One Astros fan tweeted yesterday like the clip of Heim running home, and if you weren't following the game, you just opened up Twitter, you'd look at it and see this person's tweet, be like, oh wow, because it's 4-3 at that time, and they go, Rangers send speedster Jonah Heim around the bases, and he slides in under the tag to tie it at 4, and then you see him thrown out by like a mile. It's like, oh god, never mind, that's not what happened.
What'd you think of the Astro uniforms, those City Connects?
I'm not crazy about them.
Yeah, me neither. I think the star needs to be in the front.
I don't like also some of the, and we're seeing this in some of the, like the NFL, Major League Baseball, different stuff like that. These little alternate uniforms that they're doing, now they're just going a little bit too much for like this minimalist like white thing on a lot of these, and I don't love that.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Where are the Rangers in the power rankings? By the way, Jerry Jones in 10 minutes at 8:30.
CBS Sports has their new power rankings out. The highest mover in this week's rankings is the Mariners, up 5 spots. The Mets are down 5. They're the biggest mover to the downside. 4 of the top 5 teams in Major League Baseball are in the National League, but the Texas Rangers come in 1 spot ahead of where they were last week. They are now at 11 and have passed, even though they lost to them last night, they have officially on CBS's power rankings passed the Houston Astros, who now sit at 12. So they're just behind the Red Sox at 10, ahead of the Astros at 12. And, I mean, the Astros have been reeling lately. They've had their problems, whether it be with injuries or your pitcher trying to assault your catcher live on the mound or just blowing games late. It's been a rough run for them.
I think you got to win the next 2, obviously. Probably go 8-3.
Some media news, as Bobby yesterday sent off an email trying to figure out what Chicago guests to get, and Spittle lit up when we said the name Big Cat from Barstool Sports. And Bobby sent off that email. So if you want Big Cat to join the show, as a lot of people did yesterday, go ahead and tweet him. You need to come on 105 through the Fan this week since he's up enjoying his coffee. And then the numbers are in for this Barstool morning show that we all advocated FS1 go to after they blew everybody out.
Yeah, because for us, it was like, all right, yeah, you're trying to be forward thinking. You're trying to do some different things here. It's been bad so far. The first month of viewership for Wake Up Barstool is awful. They're averaging 16,000 viewers per episode.
An episode? 16,000
viewers an episode. They dwarf that with their podcast.
I mean, we had 1,600 on the fan cam after the Cowboy game.
Yeah, and this is
just on the
national-
YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
Right up there on national television. Now, apparently, this is something where Portnoy is blaming basically how they're promoting it. And he's like, that's not getting enough promotion. That's the problem. People don't know it's there. And I mean, I'll be honest. I was kind of interested in checking the show out. I keep forgetting it's on. I do forget that it exists.
We've not seen it. We've not had it on.
Is it on every day?
Yeah, it is. Like we saw it when we've had the little 8 box up here a couple different times. It's been up there, and that's when I remember. Oh yeah, they're doing a show now.
And then Molly Kieram confirmed she's leaving First Take at the end of the year.
That was kind of surprising.
All right, Joy, here's your opening.
That was kind of surprising,
so to speak.
That big rack of hers.
Be careful with opening in that reference there. So there it is. Molly Kieram leaving First Take. I agree with you. I was really surprised. How surprised was Jerry Jones? Is the heart rate returning back to normal? What's he expecting from Clowney? And how are they going to fix this defense? Jerry Jones joins us on Sean and RJ live next on The Fan.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Jones Show every Tuesday at 8:30 here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and hopefully we have you as well on your official home of the Cowboys and the Texas Rangers, and a lot to get to with Jerry. In the Gambler during that Packer beatdown, I noticed him just fidgeting with that napkin. I wonder if that's his thing. During interviews, we know he draws or scratches, and he's doodling.
Tea as well, the teacup.
Is that his thing during games to play around with the napkin?
That would make sense. Give him something maybe to like twist when it's anxious, something to fan himself with, something to throw. Yeah, it has a lot of multi-purposes there. I could see that being useful.
And what is your thing that you're doing? The number one tick that you have?
Tick?
Nervous?
It's just picking up my phone.
What?
Just picking up my phone.
Oh, picking up your phone?
So like if I'm standing there somewhere by myself just waiting, instead of just standing there waiting, I have to look at my phone just so I look like I'm doing something.
Bounce my knee if I'm sitting. It's just nonstop.
Jadeveon Clowney spoke with the media yesterday on DallasCowboys.com. Man, I was taken aback at how stunned he was walking into the Ford Center at the Star and what Jerry has built.
Well, it's just like any other organization. Just call you and tell you what they think about you and give your opinion. I was just excited that, to get down here. When I seen the place, I was like, oh man, these guys, they got it made. I've been on 7 teams, and this place is a lot different than any place I've been. They got a lot for these guys. They're a little spoiled, Jerry spoiled his team, so I was like, you got to come down and play well when you're getting spoiled like this. So you're just trying to come out here and compete. You want to be in a place like this for a while when you're playing. So try to put it all out there, just play good, just stay around.
It feels like Clowney's going to walk into the locker room and be like, y'all haven't been winning big with these facilities, with all of this?
Yeah.
And for everyone who leaves here, right? Cole Beasley, Mike, that's why every Cowboy fan kind of laughs when a shot is taken back here at these facilities. Like any team headquarters could beat the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. I don't know what the Chiefs are in now, but when I was in Kansas City for the year, they still make fun of the Chiefs practice facility nowadays.
It was when I went to Kansas City in 19, I think it was. That was like, I was like, there's no way an NFL team operates out of here. This is like the press conference room. It's this little cubby basically where they cram everybody in there. It's ridiculous.
Here's Brian Schottenheimer on adding Jadeveon.
Yeah, well, again, we just are in the business of adding good football players, and he's a damn good football player, a guy that we've all seen play at a high level for a long time, and the reason we brought him in was to figure out where he was from a conditioning standpoint, where he was mentally. I think he checked all those boxes for us. He's hungry. He has missed it. He really has. I know you guys got a chance to visit with him a few minutes ago, but anytime we can add good football players, we want to do it. This guy's a good football player. He's not here just to be a pass rusher. He's here to play defense and to affect the game and to stop the run and to, affect the quarterback by moving him off the spot. And he knows how to play football. So it'd be exciting to see him out there on the practice field on Wednesday.
Clowney, I keep waiting for the age cutoff when these guys are coming through the league and saying, Cowboy, what Cowboy shine? What Cowboy lore? And it hasn't happened yet. As Jadeveon yesterday was saying, yep, grew up with it. All I heard about Cowboys my whole life. all my family, the rivalries and stuff. So to be here playing for them, I'm looking forward to it, and it's exciting. His agent, and I'm going to ask this to Jerry, Todd Archer had this. His agent said playing for the Cowboys was the priority day one. Upon his release from the Panthers, he had other opportunities that he just was not moved by. Besides, and I could not believe he gave this quote to Archer, I wanted to get Jerry's explanation of the glory hole as opposed to mine.
Yeah. They might have a different definition. You never know. That's interesting.
Florio still can't get over that. Anytime he can talk about glory hole.
No, he loves it.
Jerry Jones said this. Can you believe? I can't believe. Can you believe? So Jerry's supposed to be joining us momentarily. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
Should we just recklessly speculate on who he's on the phone trading for right now, or what deal he's getting done?
It's for Gilmore.
You think it's for Stephon Gilmore? Okay.
So Josina Anderson, who was all over.
I don't think it's for him.
I'm like, that Emeka Egbuka job's going to be good.
That'd be good.
That was good, Peyton. That was good.
Well, great timing. Comedic timing.
Josina Anderson was all over the Clowney stuff. Yesterday, she wrote, Gilmore's waiting for Jerry, but she put the laugh emoji. So I didn't know what to make of it right there. We know Gilmore is out there waiting. I mean, is that an obvious, like, who else is out there to go and add? Jerry's going to come on here and say, well, we were missing Bland, and Diggs is now, getting better and more healthy, but they got to go and get a Clowney for this secondary or two.
Yeah, I mean, Gilmore, I don't think would have some of the same issues that you've had in terms of just communication and passing things off and understanding those sort of things. You want to pick up the phone and go, Miami, you guys are a flaming pile of trash. Who would you like to get rid of in your secondary that could maybe help us out? You want to send Minkah Fitzpatrick? You want to trade him again? You want to send Fitzpatrick over here? We'll take him. Just they've got some serious issues right now with communication in the back end. That's a problem for them.
Tyler Smith paid. Is Brandon Aubrey next? Yesterday, the KNC Masterpiece asked Steven, how much of the pie does Brandon deserve?
I love it. He obviously did a great job yesterday. I mean, he's just continues to do a great job is a better way to say it. But, he's just a guy that you can count on. But the bigger thing than that, we've had guys through like that, is just the distance. And, you get to the 50-yard line and you feel like you're in his range. So, anyway, he's certainly a weapon and certainly a huge part of why we won the game yesterday.
Stephen Jones brought to you by Window Nation. Aubrey went on McAfee, and I really like that they really got into technique breakdown because Pat was a punter, a fantastic punter, of course, and Aubrey gave his mindset on the kicking technique against the Giants.
I don't really try to do it, but when we get back there, I've started to notice I do take that little hitch step to give myself a little bit more behind the ball. You can see it there, but I don't try to do it. I'm more of a field kicker. I don't watch a whole lot of film of myself. If you pay attention closely, not any single kick is exactly the same for me as the last one. There's a lot of times, especially early in the season, where my soccer form takes back over and I kind of land on my kicking foot, and those are the ones I try to get away from because those are bad, but they tend to still go in.
Jerry Jones joining us now here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, good morning, man. Good to be with you.
Were you working on another trade for the defense on the phone line there?
Not so much. I was getting a little getting a little better shape. I'm in New York right now and just got in here, and so I was late on the call, guys.
Has your heart rate settled down from that crazy thriller on Sunday?
Well, I'm so proud of that guy you just had on. Boy, I'll tell you, and he's homegrown, which makes it even that much better. But what a player, what a kicker. Sure excited about really, and as we all know, you can't say enough, but what a weapon to get him from that far out.
Is he the most automatic employee you've ever had in your entire years?
Well, I don't know that we should talk about employees like automatic, but if we can, you can sure count on him. And I like the way we confidently lined the winning kick up and just took this almost a perfunctory function out there. And boy, it's really going to serve us well. And of course, any numbers of things can give you confidence as a team as a whole. And there's no question we grew with the effort of hanging in there, coming back. We know now that can happen to us. We can come back like that, and all of that makes you grow and makes us a better team for sure.
Jerry, I'm going to make you some more money. As soon as you get off this phone call, you can call your merchandise people, because our listeners are saying there's only like one piece of Brandon Aubrey merchandise on the team website, so they want more of that if you're interested.
Well, that's good signal. I'm sure our guys have that noted. They're asleep. They're asleep if they've missed this one.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Jerry, so you guys just got the extension done with Tyler Smith last week. Got Deron Bland done recently, Jake Ferguson this offseason. So is Brandon Aubrey the next in line to get a deal here?
Well, he certainly is coming, and we'll be looking at that. Probably have had communication since the kick with that, but he's certainly in the future.
Jerry, incredible emotion afterwards. We saw you in the locker room. Just take us inside there with Brian Schottenheimer getting his first win.
You know, what an event for him to get his first win and get it like that. And I'll tell you, he's been real impressive these first two ball games, Brian, I'm talking about. And so it was quite a feeling. It was wonderful. We took a ball, the game ball, and even though Brandon had a fabulous game that he had, it was just appropriate, and everybody knew it was for. We grabbed that ball, and I gave it to Dak to give to Brian for his very first win in his career, and it'll be one that he'll always remember. I had Herschel Walker sign my first ball on our first win. It was the only win for the year back in 1989. I had this writer come in and was visiting, and after we'd had our visit, he was from out of town, and I took him back and showed him that ball. That was after that first year, and I said, "This is my win. I'm so proud of it." He starts laughing. He said, "I bet you're the only one in sport that can say, 'This is my win.'" One win.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 The Fan.
Of it.
Jerry, last week you told us Dak Prescott and Kenny Clark were the highest graded players you guys had internally. Who stood out for you guys when looking back on Sunday's game?
Well, by the way, Kenny had another really great game, and obviously the kicking game was really good. But Dak played another tremendous game out there, and 33 is really looking good, and really proud of what he's doing for us in the running game. Those guys really stood out. Inside there, we had some good play by our entire group inside on defense, and we did a good job against the run. Obviously, we've got work to do in that back there on defense, and it was pretty evident the kinds of things that were flawed out there that we'll must correct. But boy, I'll tell you what, they sure did a great job of. I believe a quarterback had a career game against us, and he's had career games. But Brian Schottenheimer said before the meeting, on Friday, he told our group that he said, "I've coached this guy, and he really can throw the deep ball, probably better or as well as anybody I've ever been around or heard about." And sure enough, he had that kind of game against us.
Jerry, what have the coaches said, and what have you noticed and witnessed last 2 years, this year and last? I mean, you break in new coordinators. It's a tough start. Is it a communication issue? Is it a talent issue on the defense? Which one is it?
Oh, I think it's a buying into as much as anything. It's buying into the scheme. You've got to handle your responsibilities. And you got to really do that all over the defense, whether it's in the back end or whether it's up on the front. You've got to do your responsibility. That's first and foremost, and then make that play if it's there. But the main thing is you can't just be there trying to make a play. You've got to have your responsibilities. Make sure that's covered before you abandon that area and try to go out and make a play. A lot of times just coming right in your hole, and that'll solve everything. But you can't be a lone ranger out there. You got to be a part of a team.
Jerry Jones.
And that's the hard part, getting it together so that everybody's doing their thing.
Jerry, do you
not
feel
doing their thing?
Sorry about that. Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, do you feel like you've been missing Micah's pass rush the first 2 weeks?
Well, I think you can miss Micah at any time, and you can't argue that. I think that of what we have though is a defense that when we get it down, we get our gap responsibilities, as they call it. When we get that down, then I think that what we've done will be sound over a period of time. And that's as we add pieces to the defense, and we're going to, just as we did yesterday, then I think that we will take up anything that we have been missing the last 2 games.
Is there someone out there like a Stephon Gilmore who has been here before that you might look to bring in?
Oh, you're talking about on defense. We've got help on the way. We've got we are talking about in the secondary, and yes, we've got help on the way, and it's internally. And we've, of course, Bland wasn't out there, and we've got certainly Ravel, our outstanding young corner, and frankly, maybe one of the best corners as a young corner that I've seen us put on the roster. Well, he's on the way, and we'll start looking at him. I think he was, from the start of the first game, he was 4 games out when he would be available for us to get. Once you put him in a certain status, and he wasn't available to start the season, once you put him in the status, he's 4 games away. His injury situation right now will allow him to be there in the 4th game or after the 4th game.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, what changed from last week when Jadeveon Clowney left the building up to Sunday afternoon when you guys went ahead and got a deal done during the game?
Not a thing. We just he just wanted to cogitate on it, think about it, and we warned him when he came to the building, and so we all had good visits with him. I had a good visit with him, and we're really pleased to have him in here. He's an outstanding football player, really is, and can help us. He's got he hits the ground running, and he was in the team picture yesterday. We signed his contract there in the draft room, and 10 minutes later he was in the team picture. So, boy, this day and time, a player like that, you can plug him in.
Jerry, you've had some other guys like Pickens and others come in here, immediate impact. Does that help you feel better about the immediate impact that Clowney can make?
Well, yes, and that's what it's. That's the purpose, and he's what we're going to ask him to do won't be foreign to him at all, and he's really appears to be in real good shape. And so he's got that experience, and we'll start benefiting from him immediately.
Jerry, his agent said, really, I'm getting him signed over there because I want to know Jerry's definition of glory hole and if it's the same as mine. That came from Jadeveon's agent. So could you just clarify that for him?
Well, he knows it's an oil field term. Comes from out when you're in the business of drilling wells. And it's when you've basically made a big well, and if mentally or physically picture just drilling a well and all of a sudden having all the oil start coming out at once and going in the air, and that's when you've known you've hit a glory hole.
Jerry,
I'm not going the other place, guys. I'm not going too early in the morning.
Jerry Jones joining us here on the Fan. Jerry, you guys lost Cooper Beebe to injury on Sunday. It also appeared like the tackles had a little bit of a tough day as well. Do you have any concerns right now about your offensive line?
Well, yes, that right there. That it'll be a loss. We'll have to adjust, but that's more sensitive. A lot of people don't realize, although it just seems like it's automatic, that snap, that exchange between that quarterback, and you noticed we had a bad one immediately when the new center came in, and so that is a concern, and we'll get better play than we had from Guyton. He can do better than that. He did much better than that the week before. He can come out. Now, I want to give them credit. They've got an outstanding defensive line, the New York Giants. And so that'll make you look bad if you've got it in you any place. That'll make you look bad. And so it did. And so I expect better play there.
Jerry Jones joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, there was a play in this game. There was 4 flags on the play. One on CD, was unsportsmanlike, and then 3 were on the Giants. And they were offsetting. And we get it, right? Penalty on each offsetting. But when one team has 3 and one team has 1, is that not letting the team with 3 off the hook a little bit? I mean, should the league not look to change that so it's not necessarily offsetting?
Well, either that or it tells me if you see the team, your team get a foul, just go ahead and get them all out of your system at one time. Everybody back a foul.
Jerry, Deron Bland and Cavante, how are you feeling about them for Chicago?
I think we've got a chance with Bland, and we'll just see how it goes on Devontae. But Bland's got a real chance, I think.
Jerry Jones here on the Fan. Jerry, can you just take us into your decision-making process and how you guys went about honoring Charlie Kirk before the game? I heard your statement afterwards, but how do you as an organization just sit down with the family or the front office and decide that?
Well, I think that the obvious is that, as I said after the game, I was a young person in the 60s, and we had that period of time in the late 60s when we had several assassinations, not to even be tried about it, almost to say it that way makes me shiver. But and it was a sad time and a notable time and one that no one forgot. And we've got to realize that we've been here before, and we've just got to, as a country, be aware and let's be attentive and make sure that we're all together relative to violence, and that's not what we're about. So I felt, and we all felt, that it was appropriate to make that note in front of a national audience.
Jerry, last one. Are you familiar with what a shoddy is, and did you have any with Coach after the win?
Well, it sounds real close to a shot that I'm used to. And I can assure you there was a shot or two.
There we go.
As a result of that win. If you can't have one there, men, you might as well put it to the bed, because that was an exciting time for us, and I enjoy. You can imagine, he's got a great following. Brian does, and everybody was so excited for him. And as you've read, his mom was on her way to the game and fell in the airport and broke her arm and couldn't get there. But it's a shame they weren't hugging, but I know they were hugging in spirit. And but my goodness, can you imagine how it must have felt to have your very first NFL win as a head coach after spending a lifetime in and around it, and then have it in the manner that we won that game and with the excitement behind it. So everybody is still, I think we're allowed a couple of days here to enjoy the moment, but we're still proud for Shot here to get his first win.
Well said. Congratulations. Thank you for the radio gold as always, and enjoy New York. We'll hear you Friday.
Hey, guys. All right, sir. Talk to you later. Bye.
Jerry Jones brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We react to that, and can we finally stick up for maybe the most unlikable guy in college football? Choppy has some college keg left to tap Tommy Yarsh. Final hour of the show, and our Ultimate Cowboys fan hang giveaway. Don't go anywhere. Sean and RJ continuing.
that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Like a lady. Those were those. Maybe? No. I just said that. This is Spice Girls.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it say from school?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell, Aiden not doing it in the back. We got Peyton Russell.
Aiden,
Aiden gets a pass today.
He's in. Hey, you're in. There ain't no passes. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. We have another Cowboys fan hang giveaway coming up starting at 9:30, along with Tommy Yarsh from DallasCowboys.com. What's making the headlines from the Jerry Jones interview?
The Deron Bland answer that I think might have been mixed up, because you asked him about Bland and Turpin, and he said Bland has a real chance to play. Turpin will have to see. I think that is reversed, personally. I think it's Turpin has a real chance to play and play. But it could be that that's exactly what it is, and he tipped a hand to us. But
because Steven yesterday said it'd be a long putt.
A long putt is what he said. And so, yeah, I think that I think Turpin is the one who has the better chance to play. But we'll see throughout the practice week. Maybe Bland's going to pop up, and he'll be limited for a couple days, and then he'll be ready to go. But the other aspect of it was just people talking about the fact that we asked about a Brandon Aubrey extension getting done. He said, I think we've talked since the kick. There's been communication since the kick. So all right, there you go.
My number one thing, I wanted to hear about his defensive concern. And, of course, it's Jerry Jones, so he's not going to come on here and sound or be alarmed. He talked about help coming from within. He's referring to Deron Bland and Ravel. Reset us on the Ravel story.
Ravel was he was a corner from East Carolina. He was one of the top corner prospects coming into last year, the 2024 season. He tore up his knee at the end of September last year, and that was partially why he fell in the draft. People wanted to see his full senior season. They didn't get a chance to. Dallas snatched him up in the third round, and then he was on his way. And then in training camp, he had some sort of an issue or some sort of a regression that his dad actually told Zach and Eric about while they were doing live mics walking around the training camp field. But that issue there where he had a little bit of a regression has kept him off a little bit longer. But you are looking at, as Steven mentioned yesterday, he'll be available in 4 weeks, and then he's got to practice and he's got to get a ramp up. He's not just ready to jump out there. So you might be looking around like week 6 or 7.
And then Jerry said, as much as anything, it's a buying into the scheme defensively. Yeah. You've got to handle your responsibilities. You can't be out there just trying to make a play. Make sure your responsibilities are covered first. You can't be a lone ranger.
When you hear buy into the scheme, what does that sound like? Does that sound like that they're understanding it or believing in it?
Well, when I hear buy in, I think kind of believing in it.
Yeah,
that's what I think. Yeah. So does that mean like they feel like
I think
there's resistance?
I think there's a Bobby overthink right here taking place.
I mean, it's the words of the words. I can only go based off what he says.
Well, then you think then that Deron Bland's playing, so I'll use your own justification against you.
That's no. Because that doesn't count because that's different, and I think the other on that one. So
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. So there is the Jerry Jones recap. Anything else you got before we talk about it with Tommy Yarsh at 9:20?
No, he sounds chipper. He sounds happy, and he needed that victory, I think.
Let's hit the rest of the cake.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
This may be a Sean and RJ with Bobby first.
Well,
we might be defending Brian Kelly.
Oh,
one of the most
family
indefensible humanoids that there is. I don't even know if he's human.
Is he more unlikable than Dabo? Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So Brian Kelly. Now they beat Florida 20-10.
Mm-hmm.
Not a inspiring win.
It was not very impressive at all.
But a win. It's a win.
It's Cowboy Giants.
We don't apologize for victories.
You got a road victory at Clemson. You got a win against Florida. They'll take it. They'll take an undefeated start after that schedule going into the year. But he was asked first question out of the gate, and he did not like this question.
Brian in the back, I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
The hell do you think we're going to defend Brian Kelly over? What a jackass.
Me and Choppy are going to defend him.
Yeah. Holy S. I'd love to hear this. He is a total douche.
He is a douche.
Oh, my gosh.
That cannot be the first question out of the game.
What's the first question? Oh, Brian, how great was your victory?
Just like we did to Jerry Jones. Listen back 40 minutes ago. Rather than go into the defense first, that Brian ended up taking it too far. And we just need one run. Yeah. What do you mean? We had a 7-yard run. I don't know what the run was. If it was a 60-yard run, it doesn't wipe out.
Doesn't wipe out the entire game.
It doesn't wipe out the entire game. But from a reporter standpoint, he should not have started with the negative after they first won, unless you want that type of interaction. That would have been like us, just with Jerry at 8:30, saying, "What's wrong with your defense?" Right out the gate after they won. That set Brian off. I'm not going to defend Brian Kelly, the person. That was a bad start to the interview from the reporter, in our opinion.
There's no way. You asked that as question 5, Brian Kelly, and being the jackass he is, he's reacting the same way. Hold on. He's reacting the same way.
He well might have.
Say that again, what you said?
You asked that as question 5 in the press conference. Brian Kelly's reacting the same way.
Absolutely.
He's a jackass about these things.
But
so that's what's happening.
I would have been okay with then criticizing.
And that's the difference between Jerry. Jerry, we will ask him the first question, congrats on the win, blah, blah, and then we can go, Jerry, why did this look like trash? And Jerry will answer. Brian Kelly's answering regardless. Brian Kelly has deserved nothing. And there is no playbook that says, especially in the press conference setting. The press conference setting and the radio interview setting are completely different, where the press conference setting, Schottenheimer got hit early with some negative questions.
Not first.
It was right out of the
first.
It was.
I guarantee you, we go back. I know you have the transcripts. I guarantee you the first 2 questions are not negative.
It was just how did it feel to get your first win?
Right.
If this is week 4, like it is or week 3 for LSU, and they've won 2 games already, Schottenheimer is getting hit right out of the gate with what happened today.
Not first. Not negative. It just won't. You won't be able to find me.
I will find it. That's what we're doing tomorrow. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find questions where this has happened into the season. Very first question after a victory is negative. Or when you're into the season, not end of the season, into the season. Yeah. Brian Kelly is a jackass, and he has
disagreeing with that.
This is to me like he deserves everything negative that comes his way.
5th question, I would have criticized him. Absolutely. It's a totally fair question.
Anything's a fair question in that press conference. That was a disappointing performance from LSU. It was disappointing. Yeah. That's the headline. Everybody coming out of the game is not like, good job, Brian. You got your road victory flowers against Clemson.
But the Cowboys headline is you barely beat the sorry Giants.
For Schottenheimer walking in there, the headline is, you got your first victory. How is it? Like, that is the first thing you would ask somebody like that. And again, the press conference setting and the radio interview setting are, to me, are two completely different things. We're trying to ask different questions generally. We're trying, the approach, the interaction that you're trying to have, the dynamic that exists there is not the same.
I still think you got to butter up a little bit. You got to just...
There is no buttering up with Brian Kelly.
It depends what you want with the response. Like, do you want the interview subject to play ball with you throughout? Right. Bobby maybe is right. It's an assumption. Maybe he's right that he reacts like that off the 5th one, but you want to start off with a contentious interview, then go ahead and talk about a negative first after Brian Kelly's been fighting for his life.
Right. What would have been an appropriate question for Brian Kelly to lead off with?
Well, here, look.
Coach, talk about gutting out. How big is this win for you? Or just talk about gutting out this win over a big SEC opponent.
What you do now is you set the tone. You set the tone for everybody else in that interview room. Now he would have got like this anyway. I agree. But you set the tone. Now he is going to be on the defensive from the beginning.
Was their defense awesome in this game? I was too buzzed.
No, the Lagway was terrible. You played
shut him out worse. In the second half.
You played worse against you played worse against Florida at home than USF just did the week before.
You still started off with a negative.
He didn't even get the question out before Brian Kelly stopped him.
Started with a negative.
When he goes, "Hey, you're off." I think especially at the college game, we're talking about a completely different tone and tenor, and with that guy, hell no, he's a jackass, and he can get every negative question.
You're wrong on it to start.
I'm gonna go to an LSU game. I'm gonna say, talk to me about the guys you put up in the video tower during windy days, Brian. Jackass.
Continue.
He did apologize.
Yep.
So
we don't have enough time to play it, but he apologized. But he kind of had a yeah but in it.
He did. Oh, he yeah butted.
Maybe we should just play it.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the yeah but.
I've texted with Mike and offered my apology to him for the way I handled the questioning. I think it's important to understand that my standards relative to how we work with the media on a day-to-day basis need to be higher, and I take responsibility for that, and I'll be better in the future. And understanding also the way I'm thinking after a game, and we've mentioned this a couple of times, the emotions of the game right after it. I haven't watched any film. It's difficult to make those assessments of specifics, and I'm going to defend my team. I'm going to defend my players first and foremost. But having said that, I publicly apologize to Mike, and he's an outstanding reporter. He works hard, and we'll do better moving forward.
Okay, so there's your apology. A little yeah but thrown in there. Mm-hmm. Again, not a good guy.
Until the next time, Brian. Until the next time, you're a total awful human being.
He coached against Billy Napier this game, who is on borrowed time unless they win like 10 in a row. This is not a big deal for the non-college football fan, but in the college football universe, is a big deal. After the game, it's customary to go kind of over to your student section, and they play the alma mater, even if you lose. 9 Florida Gators stuck around.
They play what?
So you kind of after the game, win or lose.
Yeah. That's what got Sark in trouble year one, where he wouldn't stay. He didn't hang around for Eyes of Texas after they lost.
You go over to your student section or your fans. Usually it's fans on the road, like adult fans. There's a band there. All the players go over there. They play the alma mater. They walk in
after losses,
wins or losses.
What a loser tradition that is.
It's just I think Navy. I think Army Navy kind of really started it.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is always they always do it right.
Army Navy I give a pass, but that is loser.
But 9 Florida Gators stuck around. To the college football to the person who goes to road games, which is generally a donor, right? If you're driving from Florida to LSU, you're a donor. That's a big deal. And that's like sign number one that like this coach is.
The donor can't attend. They're not attending home games.
Oh no, they are. But I'm saying like the big. They go to all. There's people who go to all these games.
Yeah.
Like I'm
sitting in the student section or up top in the suite or some other 50-yard. You know, you're trying to. I think you're painting it as like the donors are right in that section to where the players are supposed to be happy after a loss.
Yeah, it's not like the.
Are we
super
really
rich
fine with
donor.
this college football fans? Seriously, on the fan text, everyone talking about participation trophies and all that stuff. You want these kids? I don't want them. I feel bad for them going over there and singing along. This isn't Little League oranges that we're sharing here. Man, wow, it was soft tradition. Soft.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Good for Sark.
It had. I mean, Sark he has not done that since.
He bet the knee.
That's because they haven't lost. They had
bet the
Quinn,
knee.
not Arch.
I don't know. When I think of that late, like there's after when they beat Alabama a couple years ago, they were singing the guys of Texas on the field. I swear Quinn didn't know the words. Like you watched him and I was like, what is he singing?
All right, let's find out what Tommy Yarsh thought of Jerry Jones, the intro to Jadeveon Clowney, and does he think DeRon Bland can actually play against the Bears? Tommy joins us from DallasCowboys.com after this.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something.
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We'll finish up Ask Reddit with a KNC masterpiece at 9:40 this morning here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Every Tuesday at this time, he is Tommy Yarsh. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Would you like to clarify anything first?
Yeah, Jerry was, what I'm hearing is Jerry was absolutely, he meant to say that about Turpin. So Bland is not going to play this week. That is Turpin in all likelihood. It does not sound like Bland is going to play. Turpin is the one who has the good shot to play this weekend.
Does that make sense to you, Tommy? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, it does, especially since Stephen Jones said it was a long putt yesterday on your airwaves. So my initial thought was, okay, I'll kind of just go somewhere in the middle, which is, Bland playing this week would be, he just has an incredible week of recovery and, is really taking big steps day by day and probably would have to practice twice, which means, he'd at least have to be on the field walking around a little bit on Wednesday. But yeah, I think that's a bit of a long shot. I think more realistic possibilities he'll have a chance for Green Bay.
Help me feel better about this defense, Tommy. Make me feel warm and fuzzy that against Chicago, they're not going to give up 40.
Well, they're not playing a veteran quarterback in Chicago. I think Caleb Williams is, I kind of look at this as Caleb's rookie year just because, there was so much going on last year with, Shane Waldron being fired in the middle of the year and so much change. And, it really felt like it was kind of all over the place for him. And, just going back and watching these first two games, I think he's done a much better job of getting through his progressions and really moving one read to the next and being more of a pocket passer. I mean, when you think about his tape at USC, this was a guy that could make the throw anywhere, and maybe you felt like sometimes, wow, he's better on the move and outside of the pocket than he is in. So I think Ben Johnson's trying to do a better job of making him a pocket passer and sitting in there, going through the progressions, but he's still got a lot of room to work. I mean, you look at last week alone, he's got plays where he had the touchdown to Roma Dunze where he's rolling out and fires it across his body. Not many quarterbacks can make throws like that as consistently as he does. Whereas, a couple plays earlier, he's rolling out, fires it into triple coverage, and it's an interception. So he's still got a lot of growing to do, not as much as Russell Wilson, who, is one of the most proficient deep ball throwers in the NFL. I think Caleb is still working on that deep ball, which is what really hurt, Dallas in that last game. And the secondary, I think, is going to have their opportunities with Caleb Williams if they can get him outside and force him into making some of those kind of hero throws that he can really make sometimes, and you just go, wow. But at the same time, he has some too in those same scenarios where you say, what is he thinking? So they've got to capitalize on those what is he thinking throws.
The Cowboys' defensive performance against the Giants was more about talent being a problem or communication?
It really seemed like communication more to me. I think there were some plays where guys are trying to have to fill in for their spots. I think really on one of those seam balls, I think it was one of the touchdowns to Wan'Dale Robinson. It looked like Donovan Wilson or one of the safeties came crashing down, and then Trayvon Diggs is forced to try and make up for that. He kind of takes off, and it's just way too late, and Robinson's wide open for a touchdown or a big gain up the same. I don't recall exactly what the play was, but it just seemed like a lot of guys were, when the passing off of receivers just wasn't great. And, I think Malik Neighbors and Wan'Dale Robinson are two guys that can run past you very easily. So if you've got even a half a second hesitation or half a second of, am I in the right spot, they're going to make you pay for it. And then Wilson's deep ball is something certainly that he's proven over the years can hurt you defensively. I think really that was more it. I think back to that week 1 game against Philadelphia, and it seemed like everything was as sound as could be. Obviously, the Eagles didn't really need to throw the ball around a lot, and they struggled to get it to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, but they had that deep shot to, I think it was Jahan Dotson for the big gain. And I think, the Giants saw plays like that on film and said, hey, we could probably do that a good bit with Russell Wilson and these receivers that we've got. So definitely a drastic difference, and it seems like things were just out of sorts in comparison to when I thought, the secondary played all right week 1.
What else stood out to you from Jerry, if anything?
I think back to, saying that Aubrey is kind of the next in line. I think he was kind of just a given when Tyler Smith was signed that, okay, yeah, Aubrey's probably going to be next here. So that was one. And then Savone Revel, I think he said he was one of the best corners young corners he's ever brought in on the roster.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly interesting. And we talked about it on the draft show a ton with Bobby and those guys of, hey, this guy, if he doesn't get hurt, is probably a first-round player. He might be the best corner in this draft. And certainly there could have been a case to be made. He's got a rare build and a good size for his good speed, for his size. And you saw some of the plays where he can pick off a pass and beat everybody going back. He's got long strides, good length. They love their long-armed corners, and he certainly is that. So he's a really intriguing player. And if he's fully healthy, then Jerry's saying that help is on the way. He can really help this secondary if he's out there and he's healthy.
Tommy Yarst, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline every Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. Your first impressions of Jadeveon Clowney yesterday showing up in Frisco?
Yeah, I think this guy's ready to go. Brian Schottenheimer talked about how hungry he was, and I think that was pretty evident. He sees this as an opportunity to kind of reestablish himself. I thought it was interesting. He was talking about yesterday, hey, I've got 7 primetime games to really show people who I am in terms of playing with the Cowboys. So, yeah, I mean, he does, and they need him to. They need him to step up and at least help in this room, because they've gotten good pressure, but they're not bringing the quarterback down, and they're still having some struggles here and there with the run. I think they've played better against the run through 2 weeks this year than they did last year, but nonetheless, a guy like him is going to be someone that can help out. And I thought it was interesting too. Brian Schottenheimer asked him, what did you learn about him as a teacher during your time in Seattle? And he was singing his praises in terms of what he's going to be able to do for Donovan Ezaraku and some of those younger guys in that room. So it'll be interesting to see kind of the all-around combination of what Jadeveon Clowney brings for this team. Obviously, they didn't bring him here just to be that veteran that teaches these guys how to play or tries to develop Donovan Ezaraku. No, he's here because he wants to make an impact and run up the numbers on his stat sheet. But nonetheless, he can kind of do both at the same time, really. And so it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do for this team.
Pitch count for him? What's his fitness level at? Is he ready to go?
I would say there will be. I would guess there's likely some sort of pitch count. Maybe not as low as you would expect, just because he is a veteran. And he talked about when he went to Tennessee, that first game he played 40 snaps. I don't know if he'll play 40 snaps against the Bears, but maybe if you're looking in that 25 to 30 range, somewhere between there, I wouldn't be shocked if he's able to go out and do that week 1. It's just going to depend really how he does in practice this week, and I think they'll make the determination off of that.
Tommy Arch from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 Through the Fan. Tommy, when you look at the Cooper Beebe injury and Brock Hoffman coming in and having to play during overtime, how much do you think this is going to impact the offense, potential drop-off, or do you think in this particular instance, this is one of the positions that maybe they're a little better equipped to weather an injury?
Yeah, I think they are better equipped to weather an injury like this, Bobby. I think, obviously you'd rather have Cooper Beebe in there. He's the better player, and he's the starter, and that's what Dak Prescott's been used to throughout the majority of training camp. But this is exactly why Brock Hoffman is on this team, and that's exactly why they were working him so much at center during training camp. Remember, he came in at right guard for Zach Martin last year, and I thought he did an okay job there filling in for him. And so now, he's really taken an emphasis on working on his snaps and being the backup center. And so I don't know if it's going to be a drastic drop off. Obviously, when you don't have your starter in there, things aren't going to be as good. Or there'll be certain reps where you're like, oh man, that's one where you'd love to have Cooper Beebe, because I think he did a pretty solid job of handling Dexter Lawrence for the majority of the time he was out there. But Brock Hoffman is a player that we saw last year. This offensive line rallies around. Brian Schottenheimer talked about it yesterday. He does a really good job of getting under opponents' skin and kind of getting them out of their flow. He did it last year. And so, I think this is a guy that certainly, again, you want to have your starter and Cooper Beebe there, but this is exactly why Brock Hoffman is on the roster, for reasons like this, where they know and they trust that he can step up and fill his shoes for him and fill his shoes for this offense if something was to happen to Cooper Beebe.
Tommy, Jerry mentioned that Tyler Guyton had played better in week 1 than he did against the Giants. Any concern level for you coming out of that game for Guyton, or do you think, hey, this is still a guy that's working back from some time missed?
I think it's a mixture of both. There were certainly the tackles. I thought he and Terrence Steele had some rough plays and rough reps, and you certainly want to see less of that from Steele. But I thought Steele had a pretty solid game in the run game and paving the way up front. But in pass protection, it was rough at times. I keep thinking back to the sack in overtime that he gave up, where he just got driven straight back right into Dak Prescott, and that was ugly. But Guyton just got beat a couple of times, and by some twitchier guys. And I think Jerry has a good point too, where the Giants' defensive front, they've invested 4 first-round picks in those guys up front, and they certainly showed it in week 1 and week 2. They can wreak havoc up front. So I wouldn't say I'm terribly concerned. I think there is a degree to this where it's Guyton coming back from injury, and he lost so many valuable training camp reps. But the fact that there wasn't a step in the right direction from week 1 to week 2 is something to monitor. And now, I think he's got a good shot to really bounce back here against Chicago, whose pass rush is kind of really inconsistent. And they've got Montez Sweat, but really, outside of that, a lot of unproven guys up front for them.
Guess the Bears point spread.
I would guess Dallas is probably favored by like 3 or so. Am I right?
You are really wrong.
Oh, wow.
Chicago by 1.5.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's
okay.
Yeah, that's a strange one. That's that's a strange one. I don't get that one at all.
They know something we don't,
You
I
think
guess.
the Cowboys should be favored?
Yeah, I think there should be maybe by 1 or 2, but not as you want to make it a pick 'em, fine. Not a Bear favorite.
So Tommy either knows something we don't, or he does not come close to gambling at all.
I don't come close to gambling at all. Trust me, I don't. I don't want to get fired.
All right, Tommy, be honest. 1 to 10 Arch concern.
6.
Oh, Tommy.
6.
Tommy.
He's too close to it.
6, and I'm knocking on the door of 7. If he
6, 7.
If he plays, I really didn't try to do that. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Tommy. Great stuff.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino.
Gonna have to go to Lou Malnati's with him on Saturday night.
Is that where it is?
That's what he's a big Lou evangelist, and he's like, yeah, when we go to that Saturday night, we'll go get it. So I'm gonna have to get deep dish while we're out
I
there.
had 2 more deep dish places for you to go that weren't one of the generic ones out there.
I mean, I might be able to still cram one in at lunch the next day.
Yeah, get Italian beef at some place.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity experience for your chance to attend our Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and the guests will watch the October 5th noon game in the Cowboys Players Meeting Room at the Star. Not only will you sit with the players, so you'll also be joined by the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Plus, a former Cowboys player will be hanging with you as well. You'll be served lunch from Whataburger and some other goodies to take home with you, too. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053. And if you don't win this time, your next chance will be with the KNC Masterpiece at 11:30.
Let's ask Reddit with the KNC Masterpiece. Crosstalk is next. But first, Texas Twinkie Dub Popper.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Are we still having issues with the app, Peyton? I'm still getting some messages here and there.
What is this, 2021?
Yeah.
2?
I heard the whole
3?
Jerry interview on the app.
Did you?
Yeah.
4?
I walked up in here, went to the restroom, I was going number 2 listening to you guys.
We're just having
That was a good
rewind
job.
features right now. So, but they've had the issues since last night, apparently.
Interesting.
Well, Odyssey loves when I tag them on Twitter. I'll even get a DM saying, "Oh, can you direct it to this account?" And I'm like, no. No. So we'll see if we can get it straightened out. I guess Spittle texted that they've had some issues since last night, so our apologies. But my mother was listening in Maryland, and she didn't say anything.
That's nice.
Very nice.
How often does your mom listen? Does she give you feedback? And she's like, "You're doing a good job. I'm so proud of
She
you."
won't give feedback. My aunt used to write these long, like, show reviews, but I think she quit listening.
Really?
Yeah. But
Were
my
they
mom...
good? Was it good details, you think?
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Okay.
It wasn't bad. My brother used to
all the time.
He
listen every day.
nitpick.
He had some.
He thinks he's Rick Scott.
He's Rick Scott. I was exactly the name I was going to say.
The radio analyst.
Yeah.
Senator. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, no, he had when
Know it all radio sports connoisseur.
He definitely he had some takes. And I had an awful take. He said Choppy's funnier than me, and that upset me.
That's true.
I mean,
You missed that whole week.
That was
I did miss
he
that.
was
That was
legit.
upsetting.
He was legit bothered.
Dude.
Legit.
He spent the entire 2 straight days of crosstalk.
Oh, and that's just what
stewing
came out of my
about it.
mouth. There's plenty that's stewed in my brain.
Yeah. And Twitter voted you the funniest on the show.
Thank
as
you.
well.
I appreciate that, Twitter. I will say to you, Bobby, you are funny.
I said everybody on the show is funny, but I am funnier.
That's
Hey, Twitter world.
comedy might be the most subjective thing we have.
It's true.
In this
That's true. That's true.
Food.
Bobby and I have the same comedic taste too.
What's really wild though was that day that all that went down, he then posted that hilarious video that was epic comedy as well.
It was.
That's just Choppy being Chop.
Doing the
you know?
voice, the hunter on the golf course, maybe.
Oh, it was the it was
Is it the
he didn't even
Netflix
know.
guy?
He didn't
Make
know
us
what's
laugh, Chop. Come on, do it. Make us laugh. Come on.
Tell me a joke, funny guy.
Come on, Art. Right in front of Bobby's
Dance.
face.
Dance for me. Come on.
Corey, what's coming up?
Right out of the gate, the pivotal moment that ruined the Rangers' season last night, and then
was it sending the runner at third? You're
yep,
like, come on, dude.
Bertigami at 11:40, and Moral Compass. Do you ever get involved in other strangers' conversations?
Because I did just that on an elevator in Las Vegas.
Ooh,
Do you have a policy on just stay out of everybody else's business, right?
I feel like if they're asking each other a question, I know the answer to. If it's a fact, then I'll be like, no, it was James Conner.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is,
you know what I mean? I'm giving a fact to it. I'm not going to give my opinion.
Okay.
But my wife, I'm starting to get really worried. I got to keep her out of certain situations.
Kristen will do this.
Political stuff.
Kristen will weigh in on things or share some insight occasionally with people that she overhears. And when she does, I'm always just like, don't be surprised or upset if it's not received well. It usually is received well. But if she doesn't like their attitude or whatever, I'm like, you did butt in on a conversation. You were not asked to talk. And so I would just say, if somebody's upset at you, don't be surprised and just move on.
But see, you have the perfect voice and delivery to do it because it sounds
it's a non-threatening.
Not threatening.
It's so non-threatening. So
I think policy actually.
Actually, Charlie Kirk didn't say that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
No, see. All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, hey, that's a perfect one to start with. Kevin Hagelin, what are some of the biggest signs that you've seen that the world is getting worse?
All right, you know what? Just because you said that, I'm just sad that we don't have as much common ground. You would think that we would all be able to agree you shouldn't just murder someone, but apparently not. Even in this building, apparently not.
I would say
we have got at least 2 people in this building that are like, that's fine.
2 people. I would say, similar on that. In that vein of just I hate progressively, even just from when I was a kid till now, how much it's you those are lines that are drawn of just you can't just disagree with somebody and then still be able to maintain relationships a lot of times. It's no, this determines if I like you or will talk to you as if we see the world, if we see politics the same way or whatever else. I hate that. That's what I can't stand.
I mean, it's open up social media. That's a good sign.
What's that?
Open up social media. That's a good sign that the world's getting worse. But this whole thing, somewhere, and I'm not somewhere in the last 30 years, it went from words became violence, and that became it went from sticks and stones to now words are violence, and people combat what they feel as violence with violence. And if words are that's why you get what happened last week. And that's,
Yeah.
Speaking of last
wow,
week.
what a great... Did you say that in the elevator?
Look,
Was that your feedback in the elevator?
I would hope there would be more things that we could all agree on.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't agree with the intricacies of this policy or that policy, but don't go kill somebody.
We're also in a place now where we're too far. Nobody will say, let's just stop and reset here.
Yes.
We've gotten too far where it's I just did this. Well, you did, that was wrong. And you can't admit that it was wrong.
Yep.
Well, that was wrong. Well, so-and-so did this this is playground BS.
Yeah.
So-and-so did this before.
Right.
Well, before that, so-and-so did, and it goes back, and now we're in come on, man.
90% of the country's in the middle, and we allow the 5% to rule everything.
They're the loudest ones. It's the loudest each side. The extreme sides are the loudest, probably the smallest groups, yet they get the most attention.
And you would hope one of those groups would be like, all right,
I saw-
even though this person did it, and so did this group, and so did this group, I'm gonna stop. That's not gonna happen.
And there's no way to hit a reset switch because eye for an eye.
I saw two guys opposing political parties on network TV, and they're all in their somber mood and everything, and they're like, we really need to just do what Kevin said. We need to just stop with the rhetoric and all that, and we need to stop pointing da-da-da. 3 minutes later, one was like, yeah, but like they were agreeing, kumbaya, let's hold hands.
Yeah.
And then it was, but the other side really does. And
You
then
started it.
it just
Yeah.
you can't go 10 minutes without.
All right, so continuing the Ask Reddit. Remember, these are the most viral questions off of Reddit. These are the ones that were at the top that I picked up.
Yes.
Last week was the 24-year anniversary of 9/11. Top question on Reddit: what were you doing when it happened, and what do you remember from that day?
Can I tell you a super random thing that I remember about that? So I was working at Blockbuster at the time. That evening, one of the busiest days we've ever had.
bet.
Because
Really?
Yeah, because you got to the point where there wasn't like new information coming out later in the day, and people had seen that site, those awful videos again
They
and
just wanna
again.
check out?
Yeah, and they were looking to do something else. But what I really remember is two things. First of all, a bunch of people came in trying to rent this tape about Nostradamus because they said, he predicted this. And
Yeah.
I was like, no, he didn't. and then also somebody called me and said, are you going to be open tomorrow? And I was like, yes. And then they said, you should be ashamed of yourself, and hung up the phone.
What?
And I was like,
you imagine
I
calling
don't
a
set
business
Blockbuster company policy?
Can you imagine calling a business to do that? Like,
Yeah.
having zero interest in renting a film.
What else do they have to do?
And also, they weren't upset that I was open, that we were open then. They weren't upset that I was open now.
I always remember my dad was at work and he called and I answered it, and I was 12. I answered and he said, he's like, where's your mom? And I was like, she's in the back. He goes, turn on the TV. And I said, what channel? And he said, any of them. I was like, uh-oh.
Same exact thing my sister said.
That's how you know.
That's the
I was
same
like-
thing she said to me is when she
That's not good. And then the other thing I remember he came home. That was the first time I saw him cry. He came home and he talked to us and he cried. And then stepping outside that afternoon, just like looking up and being like, there is nothing in the sky.
nothing.
Nobody's up there.
They made me go to school. We had class. They had class. They didn't cancel class. I had an 11-10 class.
yeah.
Tennessee didn't cancel class. We were so upset. The school, the student body was
But you guys will cancel them over Taylor Swift's
Exactly.
engagement.
That's why I have a big problem with that, because the same school
Really?
canceled class. The guy canceled class over the Taylor Swift engagement. But here's our teacher, 11:10 a.m. on that Tuesday morning. I'm in class. I'm in some stupid radio TV class, and then we just sit there.
That's legitimately ridiculous.
You
We're
kind of
just
feel like
sitting
maybe
there.
you should
They
have
didn't let
paid
us
more
go.
attention.
They didn't let us go, and then I went right to the radio station, and we went on for 11 hours.
Wow.
You know what that
11
was?
hours.
That was Gore State saying, you just watch this.
They did not want to cancel
Wouldn't
games.
happen
Tennessee,
under my
we were
watch.
so upset. The student body was so upset that they canceled the Florida game that week.
But
So
not your
upset.
class.
But not
Your class, though.
But not class.
What about you, Corey?
I was at work working in IT at the time, but whenever I got done with my shift, my roommate and I went to the convenience store and we were walking back and this guy stopped us. This is the thing I remember the most. He stopped us and he was like, "Hey man, can I get 75 cents?" And I was like, "Just what do you need this 75 cents for?"
Oh.
And he looked at me because I was going to give it to him, but I was like, "I just want to know." And he goes, "This is crazy, man. I got to get high." And I was like, "All right." And so
That
he went,
seems like a
he was
good
like,
reason.
"I got to go
Three
inside.
quarters?
I got to go inside and get a blunt so I can roll it up at the house." And I was
probably
like,
the
"Absolutely,
paper is
dude. Here,
not-
take."
Well,
I said,
is
"Here's
that
a
what
dollar."
They were 75 cents.
I said,
Probably
"Here's a
the
dollar
paper
50,
is
dude.
not-
Whatever you need. Here's a $1.50."
Sean?
DC.
Oh, yeah, well, you were right.
I was there trying to figure out
You're
whether
by the missile.
Huh?
You're right by the missile.
Stop.
Trying to figure out whether to like drive back home on the Bay Bridge,
Oh, yeah.
like 2 hours away. Like, do I get out of here? But do I cross a bridge right now? So we were all watching college.
Kristen to this day, like she's got, because of 9/11 stuff like that, she'll make mention. She's like, what if something happened here? And she's like, or what if there was like an EMP and it like knocked out phone communication stuff? She's like, we got to have somewhere where we know, like, if something happens, we all need to go there. She like, that's
that's
the
a good
kind of like
idea.
planner she is.
Yeah.
Where she's just like, we got to meet here and we got to do this because like if we can't communicate with each other, we need to know why aren't you here or wherever it is, because she's like, otherwise you just have people spread everywhere. That was just That was a wild day. Still to this day, I remember that whole day. It's weird. Even the stuff that happened before I found out, I remember that whole morning, and it's just like burned into my brain.
And watching all the footage and the different documentaries, I always feel like I'm getting a different angle of like
something new
stuff that happened.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, that's the way I found out a paperclip could work as a TV antenna, because our neighbor, he was at work and his boss called and he said, turn on the TV. He said, I got a TV, I don't have an antenna. He goes, put a paperclip in the back. And he did. If you put a paperclip back there, it would give you signal.
I did not know that. Huh.
The KNC Masterpiece has you covered next. We're back tomorrow with the Hump Day edition. It's KNC right here on The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
Well, Kevin.
Oh, that's a big sigh. That doesn't feel good.
I'm all worked up right now because of crosstalk.
Why?
Got my emotions flowing.
Oh, man.
The 9/11 situation. There was a lot that happened that day. And I know it's
true.
been, a week since the remembrance of that and everything, but a lot went on.
All right. Well, I want to give you this open forum if you have thoughts that you need to get out there about 9/11.
I did all that during the break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
got
did
it all
hear
out there.
that.
Yeah.
All right. Alec, are you better? I'm not going to get a big sigh from you to start this thing off.
I think I'm fine, but I'm kind of getting like a residual worked up here now. I don't know. Maybe it's the caffeine hitting from the energy drink, but I think it's actually Corey's energy.
Oh, man. Dude, that was probably Jack Leiter's most important start of his entire life, and the Rangers couldn't even muster up a win.
What did you think about them sending him out for the 7th inning?
I loved it.
Did you?
I did.
Okay.
I wanted him to succeed. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. How awesome would it have been had he gone out there, knocked that inning out?
Right.
You'd put that feather in his cap, that confidence to go along with it. I really liked the opportunity. And if you heard Mike too, he was like, you know what? There's part of me that likes this because this, and this. Let's go. Let's do it. Now, this is part of, I guess, learning a young pitcher too, and kind of, all right, let's see what he's got. And putting your season, you only got a few of these games left. So you got the season's on the line here. You're going for it. But I like giving the try, giving him a chance to do it, letting him learn, letting him succeed or fail from it, and how he bounces back. I think he's going to bounce back just fine. I think he's going to use that, and he's going to be very motivated by it. But I was hopeful that it would turn out better. It just did not.
It was a really disappointing game post the top of the 5th inning because we didn't get very long to kind of linger on and enjoy what it looked like was going to be another Rangers comeback victory. Like, obviously, if you go back to the first, you know what, actually, go ahead and give me cut number 1 because Jack Leiter and the Rangers did shoot themselves in the foot.
And there's a swing and a dribbler out toward the mound. Leiter's got it. Slips and falls and throws it over the head of Jake Berger. Into Squires Pena. Alvarez around third. He's running through a stop sign, and the throw home is not in time. It's 2-0 Astros.
Now, on that very play, Alvarez there was a couple injuries last night, whether it was Khalil Mack with the elbow, whether it was Alvarez with his ankle they were just, I would advise not looking at the replays.
Dude, that Khalil
of
Mack
those.
thing,
yeah,
it looked nasty.
Yeah.
And I resaw it this morning while I was at the gym, and I was literally holding weights, and I felt my arm buckle. I was like,
yeah.
And I just stopped for a second because it was so gross.
Yeah.
I don't watch injuries; they're gross.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing with Alvarez. It said sprains ankle while slipping on home plate. It looked, at least in the moment, kind of more horrifying than that. But you got to think that Alvarez is going to be out for some time, and obviously, if he dislocated his ankle, I would assume that would be a wrap for him for the rest of the regular season, and probably the playoffs. And so that's a win at a cost for the Astros, right? You get a very, very important win, but you probably also have lost Yordan Alvarez for a really long time. And so that's what we talked about. There's been plenty of Rangers victories where they've come at a cost as well. So for the Astros, I'll let them figure out their own cost-benefit analysis. I don't really care about them. I want them to lose.
We have some opportunities. We've looked ahead at their schedule. We have some great opportunities for the Rangers to do things, them to do things, and even the Mariners. Like you pointed out, with the Mariners and Astros playing each other, you're
great.
gaining ground if you do your job.
Absolutely.
And that's what the Rangers have to do. Unfortunately, Kevin, for me last night, and I'm diving in on this immediately. there was one specific moment in that game that I think I just got so frustrated by. Flustered is what I was going to say. I got very frustrated, and I love Tony Beasley to death. I think he's awesome.
Yeah.
I understand how difficult that job is at third base. The third base coach is one of you're making decisions on a fly. You really have to be a good judge of certain things. Last night, I thought he failed at it. And again, we fail all the time. Every one of us fail every day at something. It's going to happen. Last night, he sent Jonah Heim from second base around third on a ball in the shallow outfield. You have to know your runner. Jonah Heim is not the fleetest of foot.
Right.
He's a catcher, all right? And I'm not going to... Hell, was it Diaz ran one out yesterday on Josh Smith that I was like, man, for a catcher, that was pretty awesome. But he's a catcher for one. He's not the fastest dude. Getting 2 bases at a time, not the thing I'm going to say, hey, let's wheel him around third base, especially on a shallow hit in the outfield. In Houston, where the left field area is already shallow anyway. And I don't know why he sent him, and I can't figure it out. I did ask Mike about it. I was like, why? And he said the only thing I can maybe think is Peterson was up next against a lefty. Having the bases loaded, it's not optimal to have Peterson at the plate against a lefty. But, dude, you're out there, and you kill the inning. The inning's killed right there.
Yes.
And you could have done so much more.
All right, so let's start with that then, because there are a plethora of things, and we'll talk about Hellman. We'll go back around to Leiter. One of the things Bochy said after the game, specifically about that play, I don't know if anybody would have scored on that ball. And then he went on to add, and he needs to say this, he goes, I don't want to second guess, even though, like, obviously you heard the first part of the quote. That's absolutely what happened. He goes, he had the read, he made the call, he's been aggressive, and give them credit for making the play, them being the Astros. And I get it because Stephen Jones says that a lot. You know me, I care about my teams, and I don't particularly care to give the other teams credit, even though absolutely you should. It was a good throw, or a good enough throw, but that did seem like a really questionable call. And I've seen some people talk about how you had a limited bullpen yesterday, and that is true. You had 3 arms down because of the workload, and obviously...
Yeah, they showed that number of all the pitches that have been used lately.
And then you've still got Chris Martin, and I understand all of that, but I will just throw this out there. This is just the 3rd time all season that Jack Leiter has gone out there for the 7th inning. Because I did see somebody text in, especially given the circumstances from the 2-1-4, Leiter really needed that S done in the inning and didn't get it done. I hear you. That's just like... He has no track record, particularly of consistently getting that done this season.
Yeah, no, and what a time to try and give him that opportunity.
Sure.
If it's successful, what are we doing here today, and what's he doing? You know, like the tune's completely different. It wasn't. That's where we are right now. But Kevin, think about this for a second. The him going out there and saving the bullpen an extra inning if he's successful.
Yes.
Do you think that there's any chance in the world, 80-something pitches before he heads out there, Bochy looks at him and says, can you give me another one?
Yeah.
That he says no?
See, I don't think so, but then the other thing that I really thought about is Boch is, I'm sure at this point, really good at reading
You're right.
the player and kind of making that determination of is he on the level or not?
I think a little, obviously, a little bit of it had to do with let me try and save the bullpen. I think that's a key factor there.
For sure.
The other thing, though, is would you say no?
No chance.
You want to give me this shot? Are you kidding me right now? I get to go out there and prove to my teammates that I'm a badass?
And that's the tough thing, because even if internally you're like, ooh, I don't know.
Yeah.
You have to at least kind of think.
Again, hopefully he can learn from it, grow, use it. Maybe one day we'll get back to pitchers pitching 9 innings. You know, if there's one thing, Kevin, that I'd love to make happen again.
Never gonna be the
I'll
case.
make shirts or whatever it needs to be to make pitchers pitch 9 innings again.
Okay.
You know, I would love for that to be a thing where those guys can get in that mentality.
All right. So a couple more things to go along with this. Your 3 through 5 spots went 0 for 12 yesterday.
And then Adolis Garcia, since coming back from the injured list, is 0 for 8. And I get it. You're going to be like, that is a really short sample size. You're right. But there are 2 games that you lost at a time when, like, it feels like you can't afford a single loss. That's not reality. You don't have to go 11-0 the rest of the way. But it does feel like every time you lose and then Seattle wins, and you're like, why don't you lose an effing game? In the meantime, Michael Hellman is not in the lineup for the second straight day. Now, I know he got in the game and eventually they pinch hit him, and that's what they did yesterday as well. But this is a player that has had hits in, I think, 7 straight games. He might be your most consistent offensive player right now, which that's the whole sad entity in and of itself and an indictment of this offense at times. But I just don't understand why you wouldn't put your hottest, most consistent hitter, or certainly one of them, and not have them in the lineup in back-to-back days.
How much of Adolis being in there is he owns the Astros in Houston?
That's true.
You know, and just kind of going with that idea, even though
there's nobody
all
better.
The facts right now are saying this dude's not in a good place to swing a baseball bat.
Yeah.
And you're just like, but remember that one time? That's a Jerry Jones right there, isn't it? I've seen him do it before. I know he can do it again.
Right.
And here you are. So you're tied with Cleveland right now at 3
Correct.
back, and that's not good.
And remember, we talked about them yesterday. The Guardians have been on a roll as well, and that's your last series of the season. And obviously, we're all hoping that you are playing for something in that last series of the season. I continue to say, and I realize you fall back of Seattle, you fall back a little bit more of Houston, but with all of the wins the Rangers have had, you've gotten significantly closer to Boston, to New York. So that gives you a tiny bit more wiggle room, but I'd still, you got to look at today and tomorrow, don't you, and think you have to win these 2 games.
Yes.
I think that's...
I thought you had to win 2 games in Toronto, Kevin. You know where I am on this.
Right.
Yes, you got to win games, dude, because the further away you get, I mean, the quicker you can make it back up, obviously. It's that one game that's going to give you hell, as I've been saying for months now, I feel like. But it is, yeah, man, you need to knock out Houston. You have the chance to do it. Don't let them have any life the next 2 games either. That box gets pretty loud, dude. Did you notice that last night? That place gets really loud, and I just don't know if I've felt, aside from World Series playoff stuff, the Rangers part get like that. That's frustrating to me.
Now, when you said the box, do you mean where Tom Brady was too? Wasn't he also in that box and the Raiders box?
Yes. Yeah, he's all over the place.
All right. So I guess that is... Yeah, go ahead.
Before I know you want to transition to that real quick. Somebody had texted in and they said Bochy's very fixated on lefty-righty matchups. This is... I heard Matt Hicks say this the other day. Bochy was always kind of... he really liked analysis. He really liked data before analytics, before anybody really dove into analytics. And he's won 4 World Series.
I get it.
With that mentality of, I don't care, I'm going with these matchups. Despite all of that, are you going to question him when it comes to that? I just am not, because his decisions have balanced out in his favor more often than they haven't.
All right. I hope this does not sound like a cop-out answer. I am going to quote... No.
Wow.
Okay, well, that wouldn't be a cop-out answer. That would be very direct. No, I don't want it to sound like a cop-out answer, but I'll say I am going to question some of the decisions that he makes, but I also understand his response can be tapping all his World Series rings on the table or whatever else. Like, I understand. If you're Bruce Bochy, I bet... he said he thinks about everything and he always questions things, but I can see how he would be like, why don't you just trust me? I know what I'm doing. But I do think it's okay to give the Rangers the same level of scrutiny that you do with the Cowboys. And not you, just people in general.
No, I'm with you.
And I think you can look at this game yesterday and say there are a variety of choices that really doom them. Now, I get it, like the Josh Smith error and the Jack Leiter error, but those are things that happened in the midst of the game where, like, it didn't feel like there was a choice. They're like, I'm going to try to make the play, and it just didn't work out. Whereas Beasley sending Heim, that felt like you had time to process, look, make a decision. Not putting Hellman in the lineup, You had a time to process that decision. Putting Jack Leiter out there for the 7th, even with a small bullpen. You had a time to make those decisions. It felt like there were multiple things yesterday that maybe you wouldn't have won the game, but they sure as hell didn't help.
Yeah, I do think most of the time, and we've talked to him for 3 years now, most of the time whenever there's a question about a decision that he's made, he does have a sound reason for making it.
Sure.
And that I can go, you know what? I'll take your experience and the gut that you used, and then it's not like he doesn't use analytics either. You know, he uses it all. And that dude has a gut that I trust too. I mean, just, you know, that one World Series, I guess.
I mean, like, plus
just on the one. I really don't care about the other three. It's the one World Series that matters a lot.
But you also care when he talks to you with that mustache wisdom that you're like, you know what? I'll probably take your word for it. And again, this is
like pine.
This is the good thing. You have played so well for, you know, the better part of like a month that you have at least given yourself a little bit of leeway to have these losses. But I think that leeway is up. You know, like you've got 11.
Is there a way to skip one game back? Can we just go from 2 to tied at any? Like, is that a possibility?
It is not. I am so sorry to tell you that. Oh, you know what? Actually,
doubleheader.
Unless you factor in another team and count them instead, so you can be like, we were 2 games behind the Mariners, and now we caught the Red Sox. So, like, you'd have to change the parameters of what you're doing. But
valid. I'll take it. Just get me to 0, and let's roll with that.
So you've got 11 games left, and as we've talked about multiple times, I feel like you probably have to go 8-3 to really feel comfortable. And of those 8, man, oh man, does it feel like it needs to be tonight and tomorrow. The good news about that,
you still can,
is no, absolutely, you still can. But also, you have Merrill Kelly and Jacob deGrom going back to back. So
they seem good, like good pitchers.
Yeah,
their history says so.
I would be inclined
based on
to agree with that.
Yeah.
And so I think you have a real opportunity to take these 2 games, and you'll have a pitching advantage in both of these 2 games. And if you can win them both, you take the series, you pick up a good amount of ground, probably not just against the Astros, but also across other wild card teams. But these next 2 games, whoo, I feel like must wins. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, listen to my attempt to rhyme. We go across the NFC East with Kicks, Picks, and Zadarius Smith. Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where that was my co-host and boss laughing maniacally about what I'm not quite sure.
Exactly.
But right now, it's time to go across the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure. Would you like to go with the Eagles, the Commanders, the Cowboys, or the Giants?
I guess we got to go with the team that's leading the division, Kevin.
The Eagles.
You
stop it.
I'm just joking.
You know what? I should have called your bluff and let you say it.
I would have gotten to A, and I probably would have said sports after that. You know,
It's in the game.
It's in the game.
So Jake Elliott figured out how to kick again. Last year, he was 1 for 7 for field goals, 50-plus yards, which was the lowest among all qualifying kickers. This year, 3 for 3.
Good job.
What happened?
Was he injured last year?
I don't know. Maybe.
Kicking's a weird game.
Do you think kicking is like relief pitcher sometimes?
Sometimes they're good, and
Like,
sometimes they're not. Well, I mean, I think
Except for Brandon
Harrison Butker had a year where everybody was like, "Oh, he's done," and then he comes back and has one of the best years he's ever had. Brandon Aubrey missed like the first 4 kicks that we saw out in Oxnard, and then since then he hasn't missed anything.
Fun fact, now that we know that he's awesome again, we did see him kicking out in Oxnard, and you're like, whoa, what is this? This does not look good. And then he was like, I was just goofing around.
Yeah, it was
I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
I don't know. When it comes to kicking, I do think sometimes that guys go through yips, guys go through moments of nervousness. A lot of times, teams just move on quickly. They're like, I don't have time for that. If whatever you're going through, we're done. And we've seen that happen a lot because it just seems like whenever that happens, a kicker is done. But he's found it. Hopefully, he loses it.
Okay, I'm with you on that. Now, another player that has really taken off for them in a short period of time, Zadarius Smith. Yeah. So he had 4 tackles, 3 stuffs, half a sack. He just got picked up by Philadelphia last week, and he already looks like a player that, even if it's in short bursts, can make an impact for the Eagles, because that's really what they needed. Is more players that can make an impact.
That's what they do. That's what they consistently add to their team.
Oh, hey, here's another one, Corey. Rookie Andrew Makuba. He made several plays, including he had a first half sack, and he had a third down tackle against the Chiefs that stopped him just short, and then they forced a turnover on downs for the Chiefs' first possession of the second half. So whether it's a kicker refining their ability to kick, a veteran, or a rookie, they are still getting contributions from all over the place.
I don't ever listen to Philadelphia radio. I just don't spend much time. I'm not in Philadelphia. I'm in Dallas. I do wonder how much time they give credit to coaching, or if they just go, no, that's just what happens when you have talent on your team.
Okay, yeah.
Because a lot of times around here, we're searching for answers, and usually coaching, look how many coaches have been fired while players continue to stick around. And so I wonder how often it's like, no, Howie Roseman's got this figured out, and it's not the coaching. It's just the fact that he's like the bottom of the roster keeps turning up a little higher because he wants more talent.
And that turns out to be particularly agitating, right, when you're looking for weaknesses, because you're like, you know what? I guess their GM is really good. Their coach, you're like, you know what? I don't actually know if he's good. All right, I guess maybe he's okay. And then also, hey, a lot of people don't think their quarterback is great. And whether it's the scheme they draw up for him or the talent they have around him, he has turned into a heck of a quarterback. And so it's agitating to see them excel so much.
Is it?
Yes. Is it not for you?
I agree with you, Kevin.
Okay,
is what
good.
I was trying to say.
Because if you didn't,
I was trying to get there.
I would be concerned. All right. Do you want Commanders, the Cowboys, or the Giants?
You know what? Commanders may have lost their quarterback for a minute. So I'm going to go with the Cowboys.
Okay.
The second place Cowboys.
Go ahead and give me...
Or are they tied for third?
No, they are tied for second. Go ahead and give me cut 8, if you will, and we'll talk about those Dallas Cowboys.
Giants got in the neutral zone. Free play, zips it into the end zone. Ball's caught by Turpin for a touchdown.
I'm looking forward to the day where you call for a cut, and Alec goes, actually, that one's tied for 7th. instead of going with cut 8, and I'll laugh so hard.
Write that down.
So dumb. A lot of this is going to revolve around Brandon Aubrey, but I'll tell you a couple of things. Nick Harris, he put this number out into the world, and I'm sure Kyrie Elam was super stoked about that he leads the league in most yards given up by an individual player in coverage with 232. Keep in mind, there's been 2 games. So that's not what you want.
No. One of these days.
Which day? Sunday?
He'll give up that many in one game. No, hopefully he doesn't. This is the conversation. We were just talking about this with Philadelphia. Is it coaching or is it the talent? And what was the question? What's the question? I mean, they asked Jerry this morning.
I hated his answer.
Is it Eberflus and you've done this 3 years in a row now where you've replaced your defensive coordinator, and does each one of those guys didn't probably have their max personnel.
Yeah.
And do you have the right personnel, or is there a lack of communication there? And Jerry was like, just got to buy in.
Look, I get that answer.
And be where you're supposed to be.
I do.
And then make a play within being where you're supposed to be. But you got to be where you're supposed to be, and then you can make some plays.
It's just we're 2 games in, so I get he's not going to be like, you're right. This was a mistake. You know what, Eberflus, you're fired.
Plus they won, so that they're kind of walking away from the, hey, look, man, we got away with it.
And I get that, but at the same point, we're in the middle of the season. He's like, we got to really learn it. And I'm like, what? Well, that's what training camp was for.
Yeah,
but we're still learning.
That's
fine. Yeah.
And I don't disagree that that's probably something that's happening. Like they probably are learning in this phase. But preseason probably does help with that.
Yeah.
If you play the starters.
I mean, we did, right?
Only their 7-iron though.
Oh, okay.
How many? That's what dang it! I didn't ask Steven yesterday. Maybe somebody can ask Jerry on Friday. How many clubs is Schottenheimer playing with now? Is he playing with the full set, or is he just playing with one of them?
Okay, we will maybe ask that question. Dak Prescott led a 4-play, 42-yard game-winning drive that culminated with, of course, a Brandon Aubrey field goal. It was Dak Prescott's 24th game-winning drive of his career, tied with Tony Romo for the most in franchise history. Now, Brandon Aubrey. Brandon Aubrey is the 3rd kicker in franchise history to make a game-tying field goal as time expired and a game-winning field goal in overtime. Dan Bailey did it in 2011. Billy Cundiff did it in 2003. Let's talk more about the amazing history of Cowboys kickers.
So the Cowboys kickers typically do this?
Actually, yes, because then Brandon Aubrey, his field goal was the 3rd longest in NFL history. It was also his 4th career make from 60-plus yards. He joins former Cowboys kicker Brett Maher as the only 2 kickers in NFL history with 4 field goals from 60-plus yards. So we're the best at kicking field goals.
Thank you, Corey. We typically have been able to find.
I agree.
Was it Steve Hoffman was the kicking coach for so long, and I was like, man, that dude can find Lynn Elliott. Just go through all the list of guys. It just seemed like we were always good at finding a kicker somewhere. And then we got Vanderjack, and we were like, hey, what are we doing? Like, why are we doing that? And now we got Brandon Aubrey, and we're like, jeez, we're geniuses again.
Do you guys want to go Commanders or Giants?
I think we have to go the Commanders.
All right. So for the Commanders, good news if you want them to fail. Jaden Daniels, we'll talk about his injury in a second. He was under fire for a whole lot of this past game, pressured 21 times, sacked 4 times. That was the most pressures that he's faced in his career. Next part, early on, him and Terry McLaurin have not gotten into a good rhythm. Last year,
it was like a training camp helps.
Yes, there you go. Last year, they completed Jaden Daniels completed 67% of his passes to McLaurin. This year, 54. Quarterback rating, it's only 2 games. Quarterback rating last year, 89.4 when targeting McLaurin. This year, 48.8.
Yeah, and if that guy's going to be your main key target, your dude, then you gotta figure that thing out very fast. And hopefully they don't.
Yes, agreed. Now, the next thing that people are going to keep an eye out on is the injury status of Jaden Daniels. We talked about this yesterday. the Commanders announced that he had a knee sprain, and his status is iffy for Sunday. Dan Quinn said he's day-to-day and didn't know just yet what that meant in terms of Sunday. But he's iffy, and I know other people are trying to extrapolate that he'll be out for this game and that game and the next game, and maybe you're right. But as of now, that's all the information that we have.
You know, I went through yesterday, Kevin, because Wolchuk had said something, and I was like, I just want to go check and see this. And he was like, man, remember he got hurt against Carolina? And then I was like, okay, what happened after he got hurt against Carolina? Because he had 6 passing yards in that game. The next game, he had 326 passing yards and a touchdown.
Oh.
The next one, and then from there on, it was like 200. But he had been torching teams, 260. He was in that range, but he was running for a lot. The injury didn't really set him back that much. So
yeah.
I'm kind of curious. It did kind of knock back his running a little bit. It seemed like he was more comfortable sitting in the pocket, and maybe Kingsbury had developed more to help him stay in the pocket and not have to run so much. But I wonder if they'll say, hey, we're just going to do what we did last year, and we're gonna redevelop that a little bit, and you're just going to be airing it out.
Okay, and I wonder long term if that's going to create issues, like in terms of the big hits that he's taking, not necessarily this weekend or this year or whatever, but I wonder long term if that's going to.
Yeah, well, he have another rib injury because he's staying in the pocket a little too long, hanging in there trying to deliver passes.
Exactly. Now, let's talk about the Giants. The Giants made an unbelievable amount of history this week, both good and bad, mostly bad. James Hudson III was called for 4 different penalties in a row, something that hasn't happened in this century of NFL football.
Wow.
Now, look, if you have to go back to the 19s, that's probably not where you want to be if it's a bad thing. If it's a good thing, it's great.
It's called the 19s.
Yeah, and you know what? This is probably an old
The
meme.
1900s.
But every time, that's right. Every time I see it, it devastates me. It's some teacher posted like an email from their student and said, hey, can I use this source material from the 1990s? I know that's like really, really old, but I do think that it fits in this case. And I was just like, oh, man.
Or when your kid's arguing with you about something, he's like, yeah, but you were born in the late 1900s. And you're like, don't say that again.
Yeah, it's true.
Don't say that again. The late 1900s.
The absurdity of that game continued with the accepted penalties. If you missed it, accepted penalties between the Giants and the Cowboys. 26. And keep in mind, there were 4 on one play that all canceled out and got wiped out.
It's still ridiculous.
I know.
I did like what Jerry said, though, there. Hey, look, if that's going to happen, everybody get your penalties.
Like, I get it. You're probably going to get ejected for the game, but you might as well just kick someone in the junk. And you're like, well, that's all offset.
Was that in the replacements when they just like all started hitting people? And
I feel confident that that will get you kicked out of the game. So don't do that. And then the Giants and Cowboys, get this, they combined to score 41 points and 5 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
What?
That's the most in a game since week 12 of last year, when the Cowboys and the Commanders did that exact same thing. And it's just the 3rd game in NFL history to go to overtime after each team scored 20-plus points in the fourth quarter.
Really?
Yeah, because usually if you score that many points, you're like, there's something crazy happening. There's no defense. It's not going to be a tie.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Who is the actual AL and NL team to beat? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have 2 more chances to win a spot in our Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by Whataburger. We'll have
Cowboys has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-2. Here's the pitch. A swing and a high drive to deep right field. That one is way back. That one is gone. Zach Cole has turned the game around with a 2-run homer.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind you, our ultimate Dallas Cowboys giveaway will happen between 11:30 and 11:45 today, and 12:15 and 12:30. You're welcome.
That is awesome.
Especially if you win.
One of my friends, one of my Tolo friends this morning was able to be the right caller. And he was
Where
very
are they
excited.
now?
Yeah, dude, there's no way we have any influence over being the 10th caller, all right? Don't even try that right now, because that could be a problem, man. But he won it. He was very excited, and I'm pumped for anybody that gets this very, very one-of-a-kind opportunity, man.
Right.
This is really cool.
Right now, it's an everyday opportunity brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Let's start with the Philadelphia Phillies. They win the NL East and are the first team to officially win their division and qualify for the playoffs as a division winner. Congratulations.
By beating the Dodgers, huh?
Man, and it's
a pretty that was a fun fashion game too.
It'll probably be something that is a bigger deal once the season's over and we kind of see like the postseason fate of the Dodgers. But the Dodgers have been good this year and not amazing. Yeah, they have, of the three division leaders, they have the least amount of wins. And that's the thing that's shocking, is some people were like, I think I was in this group. It's like, oh, could they win like 120 games? But
not 162.
Not 162. And they, they're not even going to win 100 games.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, give the credit division.
Oh, sure. And I would much rather be in their position right now. Absolutely.
They've had a couple of, weird injuries, but it always doesn't feel like, no matter what their injury is, they're so deep in their farm system that you're okay. But congratulations to the Phillies for that. And Kevin, as you pointed out, though, they can't win the World Series.
Fact.
Because Bryce Harper is on their team.
I'll believe it when I see it.
And he keeps teams from winning the World Series.
Look.
Single-handedly.
He's good. But
what do you think he does in that locker room that kills their chances?
I don't know. When he left the Nationals, that's when they won their World Series.
But do you think like he walks around and just like...
No, I don't actually.
Has spooky chicken legs.
What does that mean?
Like, when I was working in IT, I had a dried out chicken leg, and I would go like when people would have problems with their computer, I would shake the chicken leg over it and be like,
"Oh yeah,"
and then I'd reboot it, and they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, was it the chicken leg?" I'd be like, "Yep, it sure was."
Huh?
You idiot.
But
that's, what? That's the problem. IT gets a bad rap because of guys like me, because we're out there making fun of people who don't know how to use computers.
Okay. Yeah. I've not heard. Actually, I have heard that story. I just didn't get the reference at the time. No, I don't think he does anything inherently wrong. I'll just believe one of his teams wins the World Series when it happens. Now,
not voodoo.
The insiders say that the Milwaukee Brewers are the NL team to beat. They got the most votes, followed by the Phillies, followed by the Dodgers. So just think about that. Even heading into the postseason, the Dodgers are third on that list. Then the Padres.
We beat the Brewers. We swept them.
The Mets. Yeah. Hey, we just beat the Mets in a series.
They're not that good.
The AL team to beat.
So you're saying all we got to do is get to the World Series and we won it.
Yeah. If they could switch our league like the Astros, this would be our year. Look it up, kids. They used to be in the NL. So who is the AL team to beat for real and not in your heart?
I'll probably say the Blue Jays.
Okay.
Just because at the moment they have the best record, but as long as Scooble's healthy, I feel like the Tigers are going to give you that run.
So it is very close vote. The Toronto Blue Jays from ESPN's panel of experts got the most votes with 6, followed by the Tigers 5, Yankees 3, Red Sox 3, and surprisingly enough, the Astros 2. So no votes for the Mariners, yet a pair of votes for the Astros.
How many votes for the Rangers?
Corey, I'm afraid I have some terrible news for you. They got no votes.
I'm dumbfounded. Yeah, me too. Votes. What do they know?
I don't think you can be dumbfounded, right? If like technically your team isn't even in a position to be in the playoffs right now. I could see why maybe you wouldn't vote for that. Right?
I don't know, man.
Okay. Let's go from that to I have a minor league update. You remember the saga of Brandon Bedoya, or Bedoys if you're not fancy. He hadn't allowed a hit since July 29th.
Okay.
That was a full month and a half. Almost 18 hitless innings across 11 different relief appearances. Each one of them was between 3 and 6 outs. He has faced 64 batters without giving up a single hit. That stretch came to an end on Sunday.
Oh, man.
When Iowa's Caleb Knight hit a high fastball for a base hit. The next batter who came up, double play. And then he struck out the next batter. So that was a wrap for him. But still, a month and a half, 64 straight batters without giving up a hit. That streak is over, but it still happened.
What's the MLB record for consecutive hitless innings?
I think it's Cy Young with like 24.
What?
Yeah.
Recently?
No, no, it was in like 1903 or something.
Dang.
When you had to like use the Jack in the Box thing to start your car. Remember they did the one that they like and they would get in their car and drive away, and you'd see like in those videos people are walking faster than their car is going. And you're like, what is the point of this? So my point is the record is held by Cy Young.
Okay. All right. Look, do you have anybody that would be a little more modern than Cy Young? Like
I
may have done
not
it
prepared for follow-up
in
questions.
1977 or something like that.
Is that is it Nolan Ryan or
21.
Eckersley? Okay.
Eckersley got Nolan got 16.
Oh, yeah.
Max Scherzer in 2015 got 16 as well.
Okay. And I guess it makes more sense that it would be a reliever, or else we would have been like, hey, remember when Nolan Ryan threw 3 consecutive no-hitters? And I'd be like, oh, okay, that's true.
And Aroldis Chapman had a run this year, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Aroldis Chapman has been phenomenal.
14 and
this
2/3 innings this year. That's what it was.
Incredible.
Wow, that is awesome.
All right, let's go.
Go pitching.
Indeed.
I mean, hitters from the Rangers go hitters, but, go pitching.
At the major league level, at the minor league level, go pitching. All right.
That's what I want. I want a hat that just says pitching on it. So people be like, oh, is that like him doing the Rob Lowe NFL hat?
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you RJ can set you up with that. He has every baseball shirt known to man, and so I could see that. All right, let's talk about the San Francisco Giants, Boch's former team. They've called up prospect Bryce Eldridge. He has 25 home runs across AA and AAA this season. So unfortunately, Corey, no, that is not a pitcher. However, I do have another pitcher for you. Have I hit a little bit of a panic because I forgot to do the proper pronunciation leading into it? Yes. Yes, I have.
Show it to me. I'll do it. Because people know I don't know how to say names.
Okay, it is Yesavage. Because I want to say Savage.
Yay Savage.
Okay, but I also kind of wonder if it's Trey Savage. Because that would be
fancy.
That would be
that's
fancier.
Like a cologne.
Now, I wanted to talk about him. That's right. Do you need to smell perfect? Yeah, Savage.
Smell like a man who's been in the woods for a long time. Yay, Savage.
You think you have to whisper it? That might be the rule for cologne and perfume campaigns. 22-year-old struck out 9 Rays. That was a franchise record for Toronto in a major league debut. So to go back to your initial assertion, yay pitching. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ. by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will work on going to get this audio, but Paige Beckers was surprised today and told that she won WNBA Rookie of the Year. I don't know how much in doubt that was, as she received 70 of the possible 72 votes, but still congratulations. I feel like she lived up to every single bit of the hype, despite the fact that the Dallas Wings as a team thoroughly struggled this year.
Yeah, let's build a team around her.
Yeah.
She's an extremely good player.
Agreed. And she loves her show.
Yep.
Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, a man who may or may not love our show. It is Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. We need the names of those two people that didn't vote for
Yes.
Are you serious?
That is a great idea.
I think you guys should get after it.
All right. We will investigate this.
What do we do to them whenever we find out?
Revoke their credentials.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so I want to find those two
I had
people.
other plans.
And
Liam
the two,
Neeson style.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean?
And the two people who scored the Crawford Canelo fight 115, 113.
Yeah.
I just want to sit down with them and be like, can you walk me through your process? And I was at Mickey, this is a true story. I was at UFC once at the American Airlines Center, and it was one of the prelim fights. Somebody yelled from the stands, and there weren't like enough people in there yet to drown it out. They said, "Hey, Cecil Peoples, watch the fight." And he like looked up and turned around into the stands. And I was like, I mean, I think that's kind of his point. As you're a judge, you should probably not be scanning the stands to see who's heckling you in the middle of a fight.
That's a good one.
All right, so it's just week 2. Mickey, you would have hated it if you heard it. I made the bold proclamation that I believe in the Giants so little that if the Cowboys would have lost this game before it started, I thought their season was over.
That's it? It was done.
Yeah, it was done. Week 2. Aaron Rodgers would have been furious with me, a lot of people. So, but seriously, just how big was this victory for a Cowboys team that hasn't started 0-2 in 15 years? And they would have been 0-2 in the division as well.
Yeah, it doubled jeopardy, right?
Yes.
I think even more so than the win-loss column would have been the confidence column, the confidence in maybe your head coach. I mean, he's new, right?
Yeah.
And, and all the stuff he was preaching, you needed to qualify all that with a victory at some point. And, you came close the first time. And if you only came close the second time, you never know what thoughts start going through guys' heads. So this sort of legitimized, I think, what he's been preaching, what he's been trying to accomplish, maybe more than anything of being 0-2. I think that stood out to me as probably the biggest downfall, other than 2 games down already in the division. Although if you were 2 games down, 0-2, there's 2 teams that would have been 1-1.
It's true. I think, and that's true. I think mine, again, it's more of a reflection of the first half of your schedule is exceedingly easier. It appears.
You think,
in theory, though, with the NFL, who the hell knows?
Yeah, the Saints destroyed them recently last year, and then they turned out to be terrible.
Yeah, so who knows? But in my mind, if you need to build up a nice start to this season, because the back half of the season does look very difficult.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. When you hit that stretch of 6 straight games in a row in a short period of time against teams that were in the playoffs last year,
right?
The 2 teams that were in the Super Bowl, I believe it was 3 division championship teams you had to face. So yeah, I think from a confidence standpoint, at least the way you finished it, right? That the defense that struggled the entire game shut them down 2 possessions in overtime. You had to be happy with that. And the fact that the offense made the, 2-minute drives or whatever you want to call them after failing in the first half at the end, to be able to tie the game and then win it, even though you got shut down your first 2 possessions in overtime.
I know Jerry commented on it this morning, saying that Deron Bland might be prepared to play. He
misspoke.
He was actually talking about Kevontae Turpin, that he might have a real chance to play.
Right.
I really kind of saw a vision for what Kevontae Turpin can actually be used in with from. I think it was in the third quarter. I started feeling like you're seeing more of how they can actually use him.
Well, you're seeing what we saw in training camp, right?
Exactly.
That they were trying to treat him as a legitimate receiver, not a gimmick guy. And, and he was doing that. I know it was practice, but, they were throwing the ball 15, 20 yards down the field, and it wasn't all 9 routes. He was running routes. And you can see on the touchdown, if you're going to try to double the 2 guys on the outside and you got a safety over there, all he's got to do is beat either your third corner who's in the slot, or if they choose to put a safety on him, and normally safeties can't run with a guy like him, right? And not just that, but what was the difference on the kickoff returns?
The holding
missing
penalties.
Them. No, but missing them.
Yeah. No, yeah. They're like,
right?
we don't know exactly who to
when
go
they
with
kicked to him, and you notice what they started doing, they lined up in an I formation and then split at the kick so he could go get the ball, right? And you're thinking, every time you're thinking, okay, something big could happen. And then when he wasn't there, it was like, oh, please catch the ball and get to the 20-yard line. Right? And nothing against Tolbert, but I don't know that he was built for that. And so, I just think that having the aspect of him being able to get the ball in his hands on a kickoff and a free running start is kind of exciting. But when he's not there, it's like, can we get Jaden Blue active so he can do that? So I think you're exactly right. The influence he can have in that offense, if that's the way teams want to play defense against the Cowboys.
We talked a lot about the game yesterday, but we didn't really get an opportunity to talk about the business side because the Cowboys very busy, whether it's going back to the Tyler Smith extension or the Jadeveon Clowney deal. And for Clowney in particular, I thought Steven said something really interesting yesterday, kind of conceding that they probably could have gotten the other deals done even if they would have kept Micah, but that not having Micah allowed them to be more aggressive in their pursuit of Jadeveon Clowney. I just thought that was an interesting note.
Yeah, because, when you free up, and it's not, if they had they got Micah done for 1 year, his salary cap hit would have gone from the 21 million to about 10 or 11.
Right.
Okay. Well, now it goes, you put the 21 million back in there. But from a long-term standpoint, if you signed him, then that's when it starts really hurting, right? You guys understand that.
Yes, absolutely.
But for this year, not so much. That's why it was important to try to get him down to an extension. But when you put another 21 million in your pocket, then you can start doing these things because, they sign these guys, Tyler Smith, and, I'm sure his breakdown, being able to prorate the signing bonus over 5 years, and you start this year.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Then that's significant. For that first year, at least, because then you give them a $1.2 million base salary because you just handed them, I forgot what the signing bonus was, 40,
it was a
million,
lot.
Something like that. Not bad for a guy that went to, North Crowley?
Yeah, first of all, absolutely. But secondly, that's always something that I wished that the Cowboys would do more consistently with their negotiations, although I will certainly concede it takes 2 to tango, and I don't know the agent's stances on all of these, but I do like that because of your ability to kind of flatten out that signing bonus a little bit more.
Yeah, and as they say, we'll sign guys who want to sign.
Right.
And so, if you work with them and knowing that they have this money, and then that was some of the theory behind the trade was to say, okay, we're not going to give half the cap to 3 guys. and we can take that money and get all these other guys done. Hey, when we were back in training camp, they were already working on those things. They were working on Tyler.
Yeah.
They were working on Deron Bland.
I remember the day Tyler's agent was out there for sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And so those are things that they wanted to, they got Ferguson done. So yeah, they were working on those things. And then it's a matter of the timing. And again, they could have kept working on Micah's. It didn't need to end.
Right.
Right? They chose that.
Right.
Remember that.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It wasn't like, deadline was up and now you got to let them go. No, there was no deadline. They could have been negotiating through the entire season if they wanted to.
Do you think they came to the point where back injury or no, they had just kind of made the determination that contract or no, maybe he wasn't going to be out there for a while?
The back injury was BS.
No, I know. You're right. But like I'm saying, if that is the length that he's willing to go, do you think the Cowboys are like, well, he's going to miss some time if this deal isn't done?
He would have been placed on conduct detrimental to the team.
Right.
And then none of his money, the 1/18 of his base salary, which was $21 million, wouldn't count for however many games he was on that list. So, yeah, I don't think that was any decision. And it sounded like they started throwing out flyers to see what the possibilities were to get him. It wasn't like, the Packers just made an offer, let's take it. I think there were some other offers out there, and that was the one they chose to accept. So. And I know this is going to go on. The Cowboys got 4 sacks, and Micah's got a sack and a half.
Yeah, that comparison will
Micah have more sacks than the entire Cowboys team by the end of the season? Is what we're tracking? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well,
I hope not. Or
just
else we're
remember,
screwed.
what did he had 12 last year, right? Mm-hmm. The team had 54.
Okay. So I don't think he will.
I feel pretty good about that.
So say take the 12 away, can they get 40 on their own again?
Man.
Yeah, and you added.
You had a guy that can get about 5 for you.
And Fowler, who had 10.5 last year.
Yep.
Now,
has he been underwhelming?
Yes. I was going to say I haven't seen any sign of him being able to be, a strong effort there. But again, that Washington front was pretty darn good. So you need other guys. You need the push in the middle.
Yep.
Now, Kenny Clark is kind of providing that.
Oh, he's been really good.
Right?
Yeah.
And if he can continue doing that, then that helps the edge washers when they're coming around the backside or front side, whatever, that if the quarterback doesn't have, can't step up, then you got a better chance for a sack. And I think it was notable that the thing with Clowney happened basically before the game. It wasn't like, oh, God, look what we did. Now we got to sign this guy. Right? No, it was done before. And they knew they needed some more depth there because they were relying on a whole bunch of young guys that were, no more than their second year in the league, or the fact that they hadn't played all last year.
Now, I know usually I'm significantly more frugal on the salary cap, but the hell with it. 5-year, $50 million extension for Brandon Aubrey. You're in on that, right?
Oh, just whatever it takes.
Yeah, I don't even care at this point.
I wouldn't even blink. It's like just give him the check and say, okay, fill it out.
Yeah, I realize they will.
I mean, you just got to understand the magnitude of what he did and can do.
Magnitude.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think, I can't remember if I mentioned this yesterday. When Dak was walking off after his press conference, I said, so does this change how defenses play you in certain situations, knowing that, you only got to get to about the 45, 46-yard line and you can get 3 points? Think about that.
What did he say?
He said, absolutely.
Yeah.
He goes, and if they didn't before, they sure do now.
Right.
And so, if you get to the 50-yard line, you're talking a 68-yard field goal, right?
I desperately want to see that attempt this year.
Yeah, and you might if it's in the right situation.
Sure.
Now, middle of the third quarter, you're probably not risking, the event that he misses one.
Right.
and then they get the ball, where that would be almost the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
But the end of the half, the end of the game.
Well, just for 1 second, will you indulge in something with me then, Mickey? I totally hear what you're saying, and you're right about that. With the new kickoff rules,
yes.
Do you think, all right, I'm going to give him the ball at the plus 42 as opposed to the minus 35? That is not like as catastrophic of a difference as it might be in other situations. I think I might be more emboldened to take some of these ridiculous field goals with Aubrey.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it also changes your theory on kickoff returns, right?
Yes.
Because, and as you've seen, I'm trying to remember the first game. There were no touchbacks after all those points the Giants scored that I remember. They were all returnable, right? And so that enhances Turpin's ability to get the ball in his hands. Because remember last year, people just said, okay, we're kicking it in the end zone. We'll put the ball at the 30. That's safer than putting it in his hands. Well, now, if you go ahead and you say, okay, we don't want him returning and we're going to kick it in the end zone, the ball comes out to the 35. All you got to do is gain 20 yards, and you're in field goal range.
Yeah.
And I don't think teams want to do that, so they'll now take their chance on covering Turpin on a kickoff return. And he had, I'm doing this off the top of my head, 105 yards of returns on Sunday.
Wow.
Well, but remember how many kickoff returns until
that's true.
He couldn't play.
That is true. God, too many
and
is
so,
right.
Yeah, right. So that's another factor that Aubrey affects. And then what I wrote yesterday is I think when he comes in for a field goal attempt, he needs walk-up music.
Oh, I think that would be neat. All right. We're going to work on that and find out the two people who didn't vote for Page for Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
We'll work on that and get back with you tomorrow.
And my suggestion on the music is Wild Thing.
Oh, I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be cool?
That actually would be super fun.
Yes.
All right, Mickey, we're going to let you go because Corey's going to need to sing more of this song.
Yes,
I can tell.
absolutely. I'm going to keep the mic on, or my headset on, right?
We'll catch up with you again tomorrow, good sir.
See you guys.
So, true music story oh my god, groovy. At the Canelo Crawford fight, they started to play Stranglehold, and I was sitting next to Lucius. I really, for half a second, was thinking that Eric and Zach and Broadus and Dawson were going to walk up, and I was going to be like, oh my God, it's the G-Mag Nation.
It's your station for nation.
Yeah, and so I was a little sad that they didn't just all magically appear. I might watch too much wrestling as well. And by the way, Brandon Aubrey, 48 of 49 kicks at home in his career. Only miss from 40 yards. It hit the upright. Unbelievable. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will do our first of two today Cowboys Ultimate Hang giveaways, but also it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus we have a scuba thief next on the Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making one.
Pete's has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Tickets at bigtex.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Within the next 20 minutes will be the Cowboys Ultimate Fan Hang giveaway. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, we have a scuba thief on our hands, gentlemen.
Scuba thief, huh?
A scuba thief.
You think it was Scuba Steve?
Probably.
Yeah.
Because this is one of the most innovative ways I've seen somebody rob an establishment.
So I know you're not advocating for theft.
That's right.
But it also sounds like you're kind of like, all right, that's good thinking.
You can always tip the cap to like ingenuity, right?
I get that.
You know, because I've never heard a story like this before. It's probably happened in some sort of variation, but especially when it happens at the happiest place on earth. That's incredible.
Oh.
We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But
Where's that?
Oh my God, Alec.
Oh, no.
I do not know if this audio exists anymore. This is back with Ben and Skin. We did a pyramid game. And I was giving him the clues, and I said the happiest place on earth, and Corey said Russia.
I don't really know why I said that.
Sorry to distract from your time, but yeah, he goes, Russia?
The pressure of the moment is the first thing that came to mind. I don't know. I'm trying to help you.
That was a bad game, but guess what happened? We ended up winning that game.
Cool.
Because I think Mike wrote the game. I think it was Mike that wrote the game. But we ended up winning because the next round was wrestling. And
we needed all 7.
I knew exactly how to set up Kevin for each one of those.
We blitzed it, man.
That's amazing. I was trying to defend past Corey of years and years ago.
No defense for this.
I was like, rock hot Steve, and he was like, Boston. And I was like, no, different. And he was like, Austin.
You never fail to amaze me. Gentlemen, the question of the day today is actually based on a conversation that happened in the fantasy football group chat where...
Hopefully not Corey's.
Yeah, hopefully not. But where a conversation was had and somebody made an inside joke and they're like, gosh, 10 people on the planet would understand this.
See, we've
like just now.
Yeah.
And so it got me thinking about this show and this station specifically. What is a single phrase or sentence that only Tolos and listeners of this station would understand?
Better.
Yeah.
877-881-1053.
You know what it used to be? And this is something that's been lost to time, and it makes me very sad because I still think this is one of the most ridiculous, hilarious things that Corey has ever said. We were doing a show early in our run on the Fan, and he goes, it's 4th of July, so you're driving around in your car. someone insinuating that this was the only day that you could drive around in your car. The next year on 4th of July, multiple people were like, well, it's the 4th of July, so I get to drive in my car. And I was just...
And it happened like successive years.
Oh my gosh. And that next year, I think it was the first time I really understood the longevity of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you would see it year after year, I missed that because I thought that was the funniest thing in the world.
Man, the texts are firing in. Here are 3 of them that I know so far. You're appreciated. You're appreciated.
That's right.
Kyle Yeomans. And I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Oh. And
I'll see you in... If you say that in the world, people are like, the hell?
Yes.
We're going to Oxnard?
I thought we did a great job of that promo this year. And he's like, yes, you will. The big voice fan.
That's genius.
But also now Bob Dabalina.
Yes.
I think about that at least like once every 2 weeks. Corey going, who is Bob Dabalina?
The Go Get Rangers.
That's right.
Obviously is one as well. And anytime you ask somebody if they've had a brisket sando, like right now, that one has become a definite 105.3 The Fan hit.
What about Pure Gold as always?
That is, dude, every day we wait for it. You ask the question, Dawson gives us the Pure Gold as always, and Derek Holland freaks out if he doesn't say it.
Derek Holland gets legitimately angry. We had a conversation. He goes, you didn't do the Pure Gold as always. And I was like, oh, sorry about that.
972, police are on their way, mofos.
That's great. Most of these could be from Mike Bassick, if we're being honest. Man, there's some great ones coming in that are just sparking some memories. Commitment to the bit is really the theme of this, and I like this. Hey, the 682 says the pride of Mansfield. I like that.
Oh, don't you dare touch that dial.
214, dip it and rip it.
Yes.
That's a new one. That's a new one. Steve DeBerg, anything Steve DeBerg from the 817. If you're mentioning Steve DeBerg in 2025, you probably listen to this station.
That's true. That is
and
true.
I appreciate that.
The 972, I can't wait until next 4th of July so I can drive my car.
See, and that was the idea. And everybody, it's just like, we talked last week or the week before about buying into the premise. Everybody immediately went along with me saying that it really did sound like Corey was insinuating you only got to drive one day out of the year.
That is one of those few times that everybody just bought in on a bit with Kevin.
Usually I'm on the wrong
against him on it.
Yeah.
Mouthwash. I appreciate somebody on that one.
Do you remember that, Alec?
I do.
The movie watching as a sport is definitely like CA set the standard with that one.
I definitely will frequently be like, got you down.
And somebody said they always say, oh man, the same way I do in the commercial now.
Okay, if you don't remember that, in Dickies...
What are y'all doing?
Hear me out. This is the most effective advertising campaign we've had in like 3 years at least. Is Corey was fired up about Dickie's barbecue, and we'll do specs and stuff to like see if the client likes it. And the client's note was more energy, and Corey was already like, "Oh, Dickie's is badass," and so they were like,
even more over the top.
Yeah, we like your message, and so we laughed every time because we would be like, "Oh man, I'd kill somebody to get Dickies."
I never even told you, Corey, but I was driving home. I think it was on a Friday after a show. And this is after the campaign had already ended. I saw a Dickies catering van on 75, and I screamed in the middle. I think I was on the phone with somebody, too, to make it even better. I screamed at full volume, "Oh, man!"
I'm telling you, if we ever see that on one of their vans, we got a lawsuit on our hands.
Corey, you'll be even more rich. You can get 2 more tables. Hey, there you go. Play no money.
This is the year.
That is true.
This is the year.
Geno Smith puts it all together.
Except for last
Reggie.
night. Yeah.
Dude, this is old, and I appreciate this because I do this now. I send my son pictures of this. We used to have White Truck Wednesday, and Richie called it White Truck Wednesday, and he said, every Wednesday, you are going to be behind or near a truck that's carrying way too much in it, and it's going to be a white work truck. And every Wednesday, I will take a picture on my drive into work and send it to my kid because he was like, I said it one day, and he was like, hold on, is that a real thing? And I was like, just look around every time when you're driving on Wednesdays. Every Wednesday, I see a white truck that has way too much stuff in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
From the 214, pound your fist on the table.
Oh, yeah. People ask about that Justin Rudd and the Platinum Chevy commercial all the time.
And they're asking why. They're like, hey, why were you saying gently? Gently.
They're like, what happened? Did Tolos break a table? And I was like, no, but I like it.
Let's see. From the 972, how about Mike Casey and the Masterpiece?
Oh my gosh.
Do we still have that promo? We did a promo. We need to see if we can find that, where the person who wrote the promo and voiced the promo had no idea what this show was. They just said or wrote words that really weren't indicative of what this show is.
I'll be honest. I did not expect Are You Embarrassed to go travel as far as it has. But Peyton has definitely kept, like, he brought that thing to life again. And it has filtered into other parts of life. Definitely.
I remember that day.
It was a weird day.
Well, Kevin, just to amuse you before we talk about scuba thieves.
Join Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
Like, that's not even part of...
I feel like somebody did that as a bit on purpose in sales. They were like, let's screw with the guys.
It worked because we redid our first segment that day. We did either the whole segment or like 12 minutes of that first segment. It's just, you're supposed to tell me all the important things of the day. We spent all of that time talking about how stupid that promo was.
And the greatness of Reginald Atatula edited that into your tease for the next show.
Oh my God, I hate it so much.
It ran like 4 times throughout the rest of the day. It was amazing.
I hated it so much. Will Cole Hamels be an ace in 3 years?
Oh, man.
Somebody said they still don't have car insurance because of you.
You should have car insurance.
Keep those coming in. 877-881-1053. A sentence or phrase that only Tolos would understand. 877-881-1053. Guys, we have a scuba thief.
Oh, no.
This is a true Florida man story. Investigators from, this is from WFTV 9 in Florida. Investigators are searching for a man that they say robbed a popular Disney Springs restaurant by swimming up to it in scuba gear and a wetsuit and then swimming away after he stole thousands of dollars.
What?
The robber hit the Paddlefish restaurant shortly after midnight yesterday after it closed to guests, according to a report from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Deputies say that the man found a place to store his wetsuit and scuba gear before walking into the manager's office, where cash from the night was being counted and deposited into a safe. The man stole between $10,000 and $20,000. And even better, there is security footage of him in his wetsuit walking up to security cameras with a can of spray paint and spray painting over the camera lenses. So you can see this man in the full getup as a scuba diver walking into this restaurant fresh out of the ocean.
Did he rob it with a harpoon? What kind of weapon was he brandishing here?
I didn't see a weapon on him because I don't have any footage from inside
I would
the
back
restaurant.
off if that was the case.
But yeah, we have footage of him walking up to it in the wetsuit and everything, just with a can of spray paint. He just walks in there while they're counting the cash. He says, give me the money. He found a place. I guess I don't know, maybe he lined it in his sleeves or something. Maybe he had some sort of waterproof backpack. I don't know. This man was very prepared, and he was able to escape and swim away before police could respond to the 911 call. Dude. So he swam up, robbed the place, and swam away.
Is this entrapment? Is that what's happening here? Was this Catherine Zeta-Jones?
I don't...
reliving the glory days?
Okay, we'll relive the good part. Laser beams.
Jeez. That's my time.
Shield your home.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, well, first of all, I need to tease something for tomorrow. When we do My Buddy's an Idiot, the Dallas Morning News has put out a list of the greatest Dallas Mavericks of all time, and I don't care how long he's been here. They have Dwight Powell ranked ahead of P.J. Washington.
What are we doing?
I don't know. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we got double Monday Night Football plus Birdagami. Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have 2 more chances to win a spot in our Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by Whataburger. We'll have the Rangers Player Show at 3.
Call 1-855-ELOQUIS.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Mayfield sends it back in motion. Hands the ball off for Sean White. Into the end zone. Is he in? Is he in? Touchdown Tampa Bay! Touchdown Tampa Bay! Buccaneers take the lead at 20-19.
They would win the game by that very same score. We're going to talk about that and other items in Gridiron in just a second. But before we
give something away,
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a one-of-a-kind experience. Your chance to attend our Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest are going to watch the October 5th noon game in the Cowboys player meeting room at the Star. You're going to be there where the players sit. You're going to be joined by the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. A former player is going to be hanging out with you as well. You're going to be served lunch from Whataburger. It is an extravaganza for caller number 10. And if you don't win this time, guess what, Corey?
Tough luck.
You know your next time to win between 12:15 and 12:30 p.m.
What?
So that's not that far away.
Pretty awesome.
Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it. Rip it.
And we will get to birdogamy because I know that's what you care the most about, Corey. But in the meantime, double Monday Night Football. Now, we talked about there was a lot of public outcry that when there was two Monday Night Football games, people didn't like the overlap and like kind of I think it was like an hour and a half difference, maybe an hour in the start times. And so there was a lot of kind of simultaneous action. Did you like the back-to-back nature of the game?
I think people need to shut up.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry for people. You know what? No, I take that back. I'm not sorry. Shut up. Don't complain so much. Things were fine. Last night crushed everything for me. I got done with the game and I was like, all right, that game's over. Time to go to bed. Because it was 9-something o'clock.
Yeah.
And I was like, and so at that point, that game's on too late. You're going too far with this game. And I just wanted to move on to the next phase of life, which was sleeping.
It probably didn't help that the matchups were not that great and the games themselves were not particularly offensive barn burners.
Yeah, I will.
Fair. Yeah.
I will wait until the next one when they have something, maybe a better couple matchups.
Okay.
I was very interested in the first game. I had Baker Mayfield. Listen, I'm going to be honest. A lot of times, if it's another game, it's because of fantasy football interests. I had Baker Mayfield.
I get
that. My opponent had Ashton Genty and Mike Evans. By the time that first game was over, I had sealed my victory too.
Okay.
And so that did have a little bit of a factor in it. But again, that game's going to go till late now, and there's no way. So I don't mind them starting it at 8 o'clock-ish or something like that to kind of keep those going. You can grow up and watch two games at one time. You can go to a bar. You can go to lots of different. You can have your laptop on.
Right.
You can just, as Adam Silver said, watch the highlights if you're poor. That's what Adam Silver said, right?
Wow, yeah, that is pretty much what he said.
But yeah, I think that it was just fine the way it was. But I understand ESPN or they don't want the conflicting ratings, and that makes sense too.
Yeah, and I think just a lot of people complained about it. By the way, other thing that people complained about yesterday, Troy Aikman did not seem to know who was Bucky Irving and who was Rashad White throughout the game.
Really?
He kept he used them interchangeably. And so you'd be like, no, that's the other one this time. And then the other one would go out there and like, no, but that's the other one that you said the first time that you're still getting wrong. So I think Troy Aikman is an excellent broadcaster. He just really struggled with that one last night.
The Cowboys barely beating the Giants really screwed him up.
Yeah. Or he watched that Netflix documentary back and he's like, ugh, we're screwed. By the way, Baker Mayfield joined Doug Williams in 1980 as the only Buccaneers quarterbacks to begin a season with 2 straight game-winning drives.
Oh,
so
good for them.
Just keep an eye out on Baker
being the MVP this year.
I'm just saying, if you got
he's my quarterback,
and that was one of the suggestions we made for MVP long shot. Not saying it will come in, but early looks pretty good.
You watch that team, watch what they are. They start with him.
Right.
I know Mike Evans is an elite receiver still to this day.
Yeah.
But everything, whenever it's time, Baker Mayfield wants that football. I got very scared. There was a moment last night he got tackled from behind. I think Gardner Johnson was standing over him, and Baker grabbed his ankle, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah.
And Baker stood straight up and just started, mean mugging Gardner Johnson. I was like, "Oh man, this is not good." But then he turned out to be okay. But that thing does start with him. That's for sure.
Alec, can you tell us who our winner was this go around?
Chris and Hurst.
Very nice.
Look at you, Chris.
And if you missed out between 12:15 and 12:30, we're going to do this all over again. And it's going to continue on G-Bag Nation and Sean and RJ and our show for the rest of the week. Now, the second game, Chargers and the Raiders. We already kind of mentioned that really horrifying looking elbow injury.
Nasty.
From Khalil Mack. But the Chargers do still get the victory 20-9. And in the process, Cameron Dicker, a.k.a. Dicker the Kicker, now qualifies for the highest career field goal percentage in NFL history with a minimum of 100 attempts.
Wow. So you'd take him over Aubrey,
Hell
is what you're
no.
saying?
I would take no kicker
Aubrey keeps missing all those field
over
goals.
Brandon Aubrey. And I still don't think a blocked field goal should count against you.
Who do you count that against?
It's the offensive line's fault.
Okay.
Or I'm just really impressed with their high jump ability. I remain impressed by the ability to just leap over other humans, especially when it comes to blocking a kick. All right. Do you want to talk about the story that I just think the Chiefs are an embarrassment? Or do you want to talk about birdogamy?
Let's go with birdogamy first.
All right. Alec, are you familiar with the concept of birdogamy?
Is that bird origami?
No.
Where you make birds out of little pieces of paper?
Guys, that's a good guess. That is a very good guess. No.
That's swanagami, I think.
There are, maybe, there are 5 bird teams in the NFL.
A swallow?
That is a bird, but it's not, well, I'll let you text in. What city do you think their NFL team would be the Swallows? The Ravens, that's a sports question. The Ravens, the Cardinals, the Eagles, the Seahawks, and the Falcons. Those are your 5 bird teams. For the first time since 2020, all 5 of the bird teams won in the same NFL weekend. And that, my friends, is birdogamy.
That is actually very interesting. You said it's happened when? It
hasn't happened in 5 years.
That's fascinating to me because I'm trying to do some quick math here. Kevin, can you help me with some quick math? Somebody asked me while I was at the FC Dallas watch party the other night. They were like, does Kevin really do that math like right there? And I was like, absolutely, he does. Let's do some quick math here.
Okay.
What are the percentage chances of that? Because they're gonna play each other maybe every couple, there might be 2 games matched up, so that wouldn't happen.
So, this is the way I figure it. And this is I'm not going to dive into the point spread on each one. Let's just assume all games were even. All right. So to win the game, you'd be 50%. To have 2 teams win the game, then it would be 25. 3 teams, 12.5. 4 teams, 6.25. And 5 teams, 3.125. All right, so let's just say once every 32 to 33 NFL weekends, this should happen. All right, so it should happen once every 2 years.
Okay.
But it hasn't happened in 5 years. And so I thought that was noteworthy, but plus it's just fun to bring people the message of birdogamy.
Did you know, Kevin, there are 8 types of swallows?
I did
There's
not.
the northern rough-winged swallow.
I am not going to listen to all of
the bank
these.
swallow.
We really have
the
other
barn
things to
swallow.
name. The barn swallow?
Oh, now you're interested, huh?
That sounds
the
right.
tree swallow.
Yeah. Like if you're in a park or something, I got
Cliff swallow.
All right. So the Chiefs and Andy Reid are an embarrassment today. Or actually, I guess they were an embarrassment over the weekend. I think this is unacceptable, and I really can't believe that more has not been made of this. So the Chiefs players wore a shirt to say free Rashee Rice. It actually says free 4. and there's pictures of Rashee Rice. Free him from what? And Andy Reid goes, they love the kid. That's great. That's still embarrassing, Andy Reid. And I'm embarrassed that you would let your team wear that. He was racing on the highway, almost killed someone, caused a multi-car accident, and then him and his friends ran away from the scene. And that's the person that needs to get freed? Shut the hell up. Take your stupid shirts off and just let him serve his suspension and come back. By the way, the victims of the crime weighed in on this, and they did not feel super great about that shirt.
Yeah, I can understand that for sure.
That's honestly, I know the Chiefs win way, way more than the Cowboys. But when it comes to off the field stuff, their franchise is an embarrassment. All right, let's talk about Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz has the opportunity to make NFL history. Although I'm not sure this is the kind of NFL history that you want to make. The Vikings, they're dealing with the J.J. McCarthy injury. Carson Wentz is set to become the first NFL quarterback to start for 6 teams in 6 years.
Oh, really?
So not just be on 6 teams, but in 2020, he started for the Eagles, then the Colts, Commanders, Rams, at least one game, and then the Chiefs, and then now he's in line to start for the Vikings. 6 teams in 6 years. Are you pumped about that kind of history?
Was it Drew Gooden that was one of those basketball players?
Oh, yeah.
That like he just was on every team.
He was the basketball equivalent of Ryan Fitzpatrick, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like, you played for half the teams in the league.
Yeah. No, this is here's what I can't remember who it was. Somebody this morning was like, and you guys think that he's better than Dak. And I was like, what's happening? When was that argument last pitched to the world? That Carson Wentz is better than Dak Prescott. I'm not sure when it was.
Yeah.
Maybe when he won a Super Bowl.
I mean,
on the sidelines.
Yeah.
But he does have that ring.
And maybe.
Congratulations to him for still being able to find work.
That's right. See, that's the spirit. And by the way, if you care, Tom Brady is coming out of retirement to be in a flag football tournament. At least that's how Adam Schefter phrased it. And some people were bent out of shape. And I was like, you couldn't read the rest of that sentence before you got upset? So he's going to play in a flag football tournament next year in, you guessed it, Saudi Arabia. So if you care about such things, that's going to be happening.
His teammates are going to be just so worn out, beaten down by him. They're like, good God, it's a flag football game, bro.
I mean, and by the way, I don't know if the NFL is going to do anything about this, but did you see him in the owner's box? And a lot of people were bent out of shape, and they're like, hold on. So he's able to get
the coach's box.
Yeah,
right?
the coach's box. I'm sorry. Yes, the coach's box. So some people are like, hold on. So he is actively participating in some of these game plans, and you're allowing him to go to production meetings where he's going to get a lot of this information. I can see how perhaps that does not continue.
Yeah. I got questions about it, but
sure.
What's the NFL going to do? Stop Tom Brady? No,
yeah.
It's impossible.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Cave Swallow also is
Oh, my God. Coming up next, we power rank the NFL Power Rankings, perhaps also the most important segment of the day. No one cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. We'll get to all of that. Share your triumphs and sadness with us. We'll do it next right here in
the
Fan.
Purple Swallow.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to power rank the NFL power rankings, but also no one cares about your fantasy football team. But today we do. And that's an important distinction to make. If you've never heard this segment before, you want to tell stories about your triumphs and your sadnesses when it comes to fantasy football. Anybody you're telling, they don't care. But today, we do care. We will share your joy, share your sadness if you want to tell us those stories from the 817. I'm in a 12-team Dynasty League. I have Henry, McCaffrey, CD, Jefferson, and Saquon Barkley, but I'm 0-2.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, I got Saquon Barkley and Javonte Williams outscored him, I think, 2 weeks in a row now.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
All right. So send those in. Frankel injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. But in the meantime, it's time to power rank the power rankings. Do you guys want NFL.com, The Athletic, or ESPN?
I'm going to go with ESPN this week, sir.
Okay. The most important question.
Remember when it was ESPN your face?
No.
Oh.
When was that?
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe that never happened.
I just don't remember.
Did that
Alec,
ever
do you
happen?
remember that?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to look it up now.
Your face. I thought that was...
All right. If it happened, people will know, and they will let us know.
Anytime we turn it to the people, they let us know.
Who is the worst team in all of the NFL? Once again, some really strong contenders.
The fighting Kellen Moores.
That is correct.
And they'll stay there until they turn things over to Kellen Moore as the quarterback.
Oh, Tyler Shuck didn't even get a shot.
Nope.
Okay. Alec.
I want that kind of ego from my head coach.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? Fine, I'll do it. He just throws the clipboard on the ground.
He looks so defeated in that game.
He rips Rattler's helmet off, says, "Give me that." And he goes out there, no pads, and just starts chucking dimes.
Look,
he's so cool.
Spencer Rattler has played better than previously.
Yes.
But as a starter, he's still 0-8. All right, Alec, who is the next worst team in all of the footballs?
Oh, man, there's some bad teams out there, Kevin. But I'm going to go with the fighting Bryce Youngs of the Carolina Panthers.
The Carolina Panthers. That is correct. So ESPN has New Orleans 32, Carolina 31, followed by Cleveland, the Giants, and the Dolphins.
Cleveland will be better whenever they shake off that dead weight Joe Flacco.
You know what? I have a question for you in about 20 minutes then. All right. Where would you put the Cowboys in the mix? They won, but a lot of people were like, meh.
Did they win?
They did.
No, I mean, like, no, but did they?
Yes.
I know. But
hey, I do not want Brad Sham or Brian Kelly calling me up and yelling at me.
Is this a moral win?
Yes, they won. No, it's an actual win.
I think somewhere around, where were they before? Do you know?
They were 19.
Probably about, all right, we'll go 18. Because the win wasn't that good.
Oh, my God. I just got an email from Alec that is a clip to YouTube that says ESPN your face.
Oh, yes!
I probably will not watch it until the break. All right,
Yes.
Alec. Corey says Cowboys 18. What say you?
Oh, man. 18. Because they won, it would make sense. But I almost see them kind of staying put because it wasn't impressive whatsoever. So I think they stay at 19 just to be weird, and it would be the most Cowboys thing ever.
Well, that is actually
a good point there.
Not weird, and there's a lot of consistency from the rankings about this. They were 19 for ESPN. They are still 19.
Huh.
If you want to go to NFL.com, they were 21. They are still 21. For The Athletic, they were 22. Now they're 21. So in all three power rankings, they moved up a combined one spot. So
ESPN your face.
Okay,
That's right.
I will go watch that. Maybe it will jog some memories. All right, so the Cowboys are in the middle. It says biggest quarterback takeaway is that Dak Prescott can still move around.
Oh,
that's their
takeaway.
That is their number one takeaway.
Okay. In 2 games, has Dak been a good quarterback?
Yes.
Has he been better than good?
No.
But he's been good.
Yes.
Is good right in the middle, or is it above par?
No, I think
Good's above par?
Yeah, I think good is above par for sure. And like I know people are going to come at me with like total passing yards and everything, and I get that. It's just you have seen fragmented excellence from Dak Prescott. Like in the first game, in the first half, he was excellent. In this last game, he was excellent in the fourth quarter and overtime.
Okay.
But so I wouldn't say better than good, though.
Okay. All right.
All right. We're sticking with ESPN. Who is your number one team? Alec, you get to go first because last time Corey went first.
I'm going to go with I still think it's Buffalo.
Buffalo did put a whipping on the Jets. By the way, that's another quarterback, Justin Fields, who is in concussion protocol. Did you notice the bizarre instance of quarterbacks whose names start with J? So Justin Fields, concussion. Joe Burrow, toe. Jaden Daniels, knee. JJ McCarthy, like
Geno Smith.
What's up?
Well,
I mean, that's with the G.
It's the J sound. Everybody always says that G's don't have, it's GIF. Like, I'm always like, it's GIF. And people are like, no. Look, they're the same.
Hey, you take up your personal fights on your own time,
It's
okay?
not Geno Smith.
Okay.
Or Giraffe. Or Gorge. Well, I mean, that is a word, but not George.
And
you
if
know?
your challenge is you can't find a G word that starts with a G, I think you just lost.
No,
that
I'm just
challenge.
saying there are lots
All
of
right.
G words that sound with J.
All right. So,
like GIF.
So, hey, if you're
I
wondering.
can't decide between Philadelphia and Green Bay.
Because how did we get to you saying G and J? The question was, who's number one in the power rankings? That's how we got here.
Did we answer it?
Yes, Alec is correct. It is Buffalo.
And I was going to change my answer to Green Bay just because.
Green Bay. Yeah, it's either Philadelphia or Green Bay.
One of those is correct. Well,
A sports. It's in the game. Eagles, I think, is going to be second.
The Eagles are, in fact, second. So it goes like this. Buffalo 1, Philly 2, Green Bay 3, Baltimore 4, and Detroit 5.
So, and take away your feelings about the team aside.
Yep.
Does beating Kansas City a big deal?
I still think it is. I do.
Because
you beat them in Arrowhead too.
Yeah, because I mean, I really do think the Chargers look like a legitimately good team.
Yes,
they really, their defense looks stout.
Yeah.
So they beat Kansas City. Now Philadelphia's beat Kansas City. It looks like Philadelphia is a true contender. At what record of losses do we look and go, maybe Kansas City isn't there anymore?
Yeah, that's a really
4?
good question. I don't think.
Or would you say, no, I still think they can turn it around?
Corey, you might think this is bananas. I think if you beat them at any point this year, that's still a big win. Like, even if you rolled up against them and they were 3-6, I still think it's a big
Fascinating.
win. Just at least for this year.
Okay, all right.
And by the way, Kansas City is 8 in the power rankings, if you wanted to know that.
I did.
Now, from the 972 fantasy question for y'all, would you trade Brandon Aubrey for a flex player? I have Aubrey, and I'm getting some wild offers for a kicker.
I need to know the offers.
Okay.
Because, like, it depends on where your team is, but that dude's probably going to score you 15 points a game.
Do you get bonus points for really long kicks? Okay.
Well, in some leagues, every league's different. But in our league, the longer the kick is, the further, like 50 plus gets you more points.
Okay.
No matter what. And he's one of the best ones to have around because he's kicking a lot of 50 plusers.
Now, there's a lot of sadness in our fan text about fantasy. So if you had some wins, please let me know, because there's just a plethora
Isn't that
of
sad?
destruction
It's
on our
called
fan text.
fantasy football.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like a fantasy.
Okay,
And
well,
sometimes these fantasies don't turn out
we'll
well.
have to pretend that they all won.
Okay.
Because from the 2-4 Dynasty League, and I lost because they changed Marion Hampton's fumble to Justin Herbert on the handoff, I guess. And from the 4-6-9, I needed 9 points from Ashton Genty last night to win, and he got a whopping 7. We're going to talk more about Ashton Genty
2 points short.
This feels like the most familiar text that we get. Some variation of this. I had the second highest point total this week and still lost. And that is in the head-to-head, the matchup style. I feel like we get a lot of, I had the second or the third most points, but unfortunately I played the first or second most points, and it sucks because I lost even though I was better than like all these other teams in my league.
Yeah. So, and that's another thing too is, Kevin, would you rather have a fantasy team that consistently scores, let's say, 140 points, or one that will score 190 points and then could score 95 points?
See, I think I would be at 140.
That's my team right now, is a very consistent. I love that consistency, and that's kind of what I'm hoping sticks around. There was a time, Kevin, that if a player scored 10 points, you were ecstatic.
Yes.
And now it's like, oh my gosh, these guys can go off or not. And it can be just really, like this week, Amon-Ra St. Brown, huge week for people out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we have a win and a loss by the closest of margins from the 4-3-2. Thanks be to the suckiness of Genty and Bowers, I won by 0.4 points. So I assume then your opponent had them. And then from the 2-1-4, I lost by 0.9. I needed one more catch by Ibuka, and he dropped a pass in the fourth. Those are the things that, like, in the run of regular football, that drop might not be relevant. Now, in that game, I know they were making a push to try to get back into it, but it might not be relevant. But to you, that innocuous drop in the fourth quarter meant everything, like in terms of your mood, your money, etc.
And that's interesting from the 972 hot take, Ibuka for offensive rookie of the year over Genty.
I mean,
interesting.
I you know what? I actually just think I saw some, you know what? Ibuka is now the new favorite for offensive rookie of the year. It's been a real struggle these first couple games for Genty. Maybe you think that's because of his size, maybe because you think the Raiders are just bad, or maybe it's because he's played 2 games and let's give him a minute. But he has gotten off to a really tough start to begin. From the 817, I have J.J. McCarthy and Joe Burrow as my quarterbacks.
How's that going for you?
Well, they changed the Joe to Toe Burrow.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I think
105.3 The Hand.
Yes. By the way, you know what? You asked this earlier, Alec. There was a time when our former programming director, who I like a lot.
I do too. He's a good guy.
And had a bunch of great ideas and is one of the 2 people that hired us.
Which was a genius idea,
Yes.
obviously, on his part.
Tony Romo hurt his hand going into the last game of the season, and we were going to put out a press release saying that for one day, we were changing the name of the station to 105.3 The Hand. And that is not some weird thing I'm making up. That is a real thing that was going to happen.
He wanted all the hosts to play the hits. And the hit that day was Don't Stop Talking About Tony Romo's Hand. And he was like, so maybe we even change the name of the station. And Kevin was like, what is this? And I was like, I don't know, man. Let's just do our show.
Corey's like, hey, we're really new. Why don't you shut up? From the 812, I'm in a 14-team league. Dominated the draft with an A+ grade, but now I'm 0-2 and projected to lose again. Do you ever get mad at the projections, even though it's just math-based and it didn't do that just to spite you? Did you ever look like, oh, screw you, Yahoo? That's not what it's going to happen in this game.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Okay, and I saw Alex shaking his head as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway, which will include a moral compass, NFL overreaction or reality, and your next opportunity to win the ultimate Cowboys fan giveaway. All of it in the Expressway next on The Fan.
It's a must listen on your lunch.
States has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
With DFW Security, protect your home or business with smarter cameras and better access control. DFW Security has secured Texans for 30 years with a 4.9-star rating on Google.
DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And they run 4. Herbert has all day in the pocket. Takes a shot downfield. Q wide open. Caught. Quentin Johnston. Touchdown. Chargers. 60-yard touchdown. Herbert to Q.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Between now and, well, it'll happen in the next 4 minutes. We're going to do the ultimate Cowboys fan hang giveaway. You know what? Hold on just 1 second, Corey.
Oh, my God.
I want you to ponder, but I just want to tell everyone and build up Yes. I want to build up the anticipation. You and a guest will get to watch the October 5th noon game in the Cowboys player meeting room at the Star. You're going to sit where the players sit. You're going to be joined by the Cowboys cheerleaders. A former player is going to hang out as well. You're going to get served free lunch from Whataburger and get some other goodies to take home. That is everything that is that's going to be going on whenever Corey decides it's time.
Kevin, I saw a cheerleader getting interviewed the other day, and during the interview on TV, she kept shaking her pom-poms, and I was like, how is she doing that? That is such coordination. Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
Now.
Right now will win a chance for a one-of-a-kind experience on a one-of-a-kind day. We'll get to that in a minute. 877-881-1053. Your next opportunity to win is going to be with the G-Bag Nation at 5:15 p.m. While we talk about a once-of-a-kind experience on a once-of-a-kind day, today is September 16th. But more importantly, it's 9/16/25. And that is the Pythagorean triple square day.
I don't understand that.
All right, so 9, square root of 9, 3, perfect square root. 16, square root, 4, perfect. 25, square root, 5, perfect square roots. Plus 9 plus 16 equals 25. This is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence for the specific date. So the Pythagorean theory triple square, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's happening today on September 16th, 2025.
It'll never happen again this century.
In our lifetime.
All right.
So I guess, what's the average lifetime? 80 years? We'll get to that at another point. All right, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. If you want to get involved on the Frankel and Frankel injury text line, it is also 877-881-1053, or the Twitch or the YouTube if you want to get involved in our questions. Overreaction or reality? You know how I feel about this going into the game. Brandon Aubrey saved the Cowboys season.
Overreaction. I know you think that if you went 0-2, you're done, but that doesn't necessarily mean that their season is saved. They are 1-1.
I don't think it's saved.
Yeah, but it's overreaction. It saved the Cowboys season. Overreaction because it's not saved. It's still in the balance. Now, what I am kind of curious: will we ever look back at this day or Sunday and go, never forget? You know, like what Brandon Aubrey did on that day, or will we be, or will this be forgotten if the season turns out positive for the Cowboys? They go on to win the Super Bowl. Will we all point back to week 2?
Yeah,
when Brandon Aubrey kicked a game-winning field goal twice, or a game tie and a game winner. I don't know. I think right now it's like we're celebrating it, we're enjoying it because the boss said this yesterday. The value of a win is important.
Sure.
You definitely, you celebrate the wins. You go, hey, thumbs up, good job. Then you look at, hey, we did stop the run. Congratulations. Good job, us. But we also need some pass rush because we could not stop the pass at all. So there were still some things wrong, but you definitely celebrate that win.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the concept that you're right. The season's not saved, but if you would have lost, I thought it would have been over. All right, overreaction or reality. This is the last season we will see the tush push.
I think it's an overreaction because I don't know why you take it away. Other than every team is going to feel it enough this year to be like, okay, fine, I don't want them to have it. I'm just baffled. Just absolutely befuddled. Absolutely bewildered. Dumbfounded, if you will. That nobody's been able to figure out how to stop it.
Right.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Right.
That nobody has an idea. And I wonder if the Eagles know. If do the Eagles know, hey, this is how you stop it? Or they're like, no, we know exactly how we win it.
Yeah. The way to stop it is don't line up in front of the center. Move off to the side. So as soon as they snap the ball and push forward, you can attack the quarterback.
Got to figure out how to get lower than them and stay higher at the same time.
Well, and I'm not saying it should or should not. It's just, Alec, they were 2 votes away from banning it last year. Now it feels like people are complaining about it more than ever. So overreaction or reality. This is the last season we will see the tush push.
It's a reality. Everybody that has any kind of ins to those decisions has been kind of hinting that, hey, it got that close for a reason. Next time they bring it to the table, it's going to go away, and for good reason. And Corey, I know the reason why nobody can stop it. Because the play is illegal. It doesn't follow the rules. Every offensive lineman, except for the center, is lining up off sides, for one. And two, they're false starting every single time. They're jumping the snap count because their helmets are in front of the ball, so the ref can't see when the ball is moving. So the whole play is illegal. It's not fair. It's not a real football play, for one. It's lame. But two, it's not a real legal football play. If you just enforce the rules that already exist and have existed for years and years and years, then this play wouldn't exist at all. So, reality.
And if 2 of the offensive linemen are false starting, you should definitely go ahead and call that. By the way, if we're doing the square roots, somebody also pointed out 2025, if you take the whole thing, their square root 45. So it's a magical math day
I don't
for
even
everybody.
know. I just would put the square root symbol into the calculator and move on.
You never had any interest in learning?
I wasn't trying to cosine.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality? You are worried about Ashton Genty. So it's only been 2 games, but he has 30 carries for a total of 81 yards. That is 2.7 yards per carry. Neither one of his games so far have been good whatsoever. That could be a reflection on the team, the offensive line, many other things. But overreaction or reality? You are worried about Ashton Genty.
Overreaction again. It's 2 games in. It's only 2 games in. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's only 2 games in this season. I don't think their offensive line is that great. According to a couple different places, they're ranked 18th and 22nd, so it's bad already. I think they thought he'll be a great piece to help solve that problem.
Right.
That was part of conversation as we were considering trading up to get him or having the conversation about potentially getting Ashton Genty was, will he solve the problem? And we all thought, no, offensive linemen will create better opportunities. But the case is he's not benefiting from a bad offensive line. And the other thing too is his quarterback and lack of threats as receivers doesn't help either. Who are you throwing the ball to? Amari Cooper retired. Brock Bowers, you can say, all right, we're taking him out, but there's no way to not have a stacked box. But they did play, like this last defense was a good defense. I'll give them credit on that. I'm not worried right now, but it could change. I could change my mind here soon.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You are worried about Ashton Genty.
Overreaction, Kevin. I tried to think of a way to put it, eloquently, That team sucks.
Wow, I like it.
That team's just not good right now. Like Corey said, that offensive line, not very good. Whenever a guy says, hey, I want to come back and do this retirement tour, and then he retired before the tour actually started, that kind of handcuffs you a little bit too. So I just think that offense is not where it needs to be for him to be productive. And like you said, it's just 2 games. I think as the season goes along, you'll start to see why he was such a high draft pick. But the situation around him, unfortunately, is not that good.
NFL overreaction or reality? So I already told you earlier, Baker Mayfield did something that no Bucs quarterback has done in 45 years since Doug Williams. We've seen Justin Herbert get off to a really strong start. Overreaction or reality? Baker Mayfield or Justin Herbert can win the MVP.
Reality.
This year.
Oh man, that changes everything.
That's it?
No. No, I think that's a reality. Both of those guys are capable. Their teams are going to be in position, because we discussed this a lot. They can't be on 4 and 13 teams.
Right.
That's just not going to be able, but their teams are going to be in position to win. They put their teams in position to win. This might be the year that Justin Herbert puts it all together. This might be
I could
one of those, because he's got a sound coaching staff, good defense. I don't always love his weapons, but they're better this year. And I think that he's looking better right now. Baker Mayfield, I've always had thoughts on personality, because I just didn't like, there was one moment in time that just really rubbed me the wrong way, even though I'm an OU fan. But that all kind of comes together here as now I'm watching him play at his best. He left Cleveland, a place of despair. And he is able to find himself as he's in the mix of it all, and he has really found himself in Tampa Bay, and he looks great.
All right, Alec, bonus.
God, he's a really good competitor, man.
He is, except in college. Alec, bonus overreaction reality. Cleveland is a place of despair.
It's so blunt, but so true. That's a reality, Kevin.
To the football question, Justin Herbert or Baker Mayfield could win the MVP this year.
Reality. Absolutely reality. I knew that the Chargers offense was going to look a little bit more well-rounded, even though I didn't think that they added too much. But I just thought year 2, everybody's kind of settled in. Hopefully Herbert plays every game. That offense is going to look A-okay, and then you add a really good running back into the mix. I think that helps him, but for Mayfield, I don't know what it is, man. He's just, like Corey said, he's found a home.
Yeah.
He's found a home.
Yeah.
Like, he just belongs there, and it's amazing. I was sitting there watching that game, and it was like, I don't think kickoff had even happened yet. I was just watching him warm up on the ESPN broadcast, and I was like, that guy just looks totally different from even 2 years ago. That's a different football player. He's confident. He's got some swagger to him, and that offense is made around him. And plus, if he wins the MVP, I can spam this a million times.
Fire the cannons! I love fire the cannons. I will add, though, they're all kind of second in the running right now to the legendary Indiana Jones. I think we all know that Daniel Jones is the front runner.
All right.
Clearly at this point.
You know what? That might have been from another maybe we're going to do it tomorrow. But you know what? Now's the time. Overreaction or reality, you have acknowledged and caught Daniel Jones fever.
No.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Jerry.
Check this out real quick. And I totally understand that. This is an amazing stat. Through 2 games, the Colts have scored on 14 of their 17 possessions, and they have not turned the ball over or punted.
I can't explain it. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of risk involved in the game. Just based on what I've seen so far, there hasn't been a lot of risk involved. But everything's been very balanced with that offense, and that's exactly what he needed. He needed Shane Steichen's, the balance that they're running the offense with. Jonathan Taylor's having a good season.
Yes.
That's a bonus to go along with it. He has good receivers. He has a talented group of receivers to work with, and they just have a very valid, and give them credit, they have a good offensive line too. And that matters so much more. I'm still interested to see big throws downfield. Those are things I'm looking forward to. But at the moment, he's 2-0, and they've looked dominant they almost lost to Denver, but they've been better than I expected by far.
Now, it seems like based on that drop, Alec, I'm going to lose this one, but I just want to throw this also out there. In the Super Bowl era, the Colts are the first team to not punt in either of their first 2 games. That's pretty crazy.
Fluke. No, I'll give him credit for what they have done. Shane Steichen, he did this exact same thing in Philly with Jalen Hurts.
Right.
When people had questions about him, how can he fit in the NFL? How can he look like an NFL pass thrower? He, in one season, completely changed everybody's perception, for the most part, about Jalen Hurts. But maybe the secret is Carly Gordon on the sidelines with her headset on because she needs to know if she can trust the people that she employs now that she's the Colts owner. And she's got the iced out Cuban link necklace on while she's on the sideline with the headset, which, I don't know, I think that's badass. Like, I think it's hilarious in all the best ways. So more power to them. They deserve the success that they have right now because they're clearly doing the right things.
NFL overreaction or reality. Tom Brady should absolutely not be allowed in the Raiders coaching box during a game.
I agree. I think that's a reality. I don't think it's an overreaction by any means. Because of access that he has to other things, information that he has to other things, he should absolutely not be allowed in that. Now, the other thing, though, is he has that access, and then he can go back and have conversations, in the building. He can still have those conversations or text somebody. I'm sure he'll destroy his phone when asked to see
precedent
it.
for that.
But I don't think that he should be. I know he loves the game. He wants to be part of it and everything, but I just don't think he should be allowed to do it if he's going to be doing the broadcast and be in those production meetings.
Alec, what say you?
It's a reality. I think it's absurd, and all it does is just raise more conversation about why this even happened in the first place. It's kind of like pick one. Do you want to be Tom Brady the broadcaster or Tom Brady the businessman? Either one is fine with me, but...
Or Tom Brady the father.
That's right. That
Probably
too. There's a few other great options out there that he clearly didn't choose, but I would be interested to see what some of the other, powers that be in the NFL think about it. Maybe Jerry. Ask him what he thinks about it because
that's a good question.
I don't think other owners are going to see that and take that lightly because like Corey said, they can take him out of that coach's box. But he's Tom Brady. If he wants to get that information, he can still get that information. So I understand if they're like, it's whatever. He's going to talk to people either way. But to me, I'm like, that seems a little unfair.
Hold on. Am I wrong about this? Is he prohibited from going to the team facilities and production meetings?
No, they changed that this year. That was last year he was prohibited, and then they lightened up with those this year. And then I just know for some people, like, that has rubbed them the wrong way.
Because Schefter just posted this, literally a few minutes ago, 12:09.
Do you think he heard the overreaction real?
NFL announced today that Tom Brady, a minority owner with the Raiders and broadcaster for Fox, quote, is prohibited from going to a team facility for practices or production meetings.
I thought they said he could do production meetings.
I thought that too, but then he said, but is allowed to sit in the coach's booth per the league. So the league has said that, and so if he's not allowed to go to those meetings, again, where you can get different information, you can watch practice, see plays they're running. And with a dude like that, you think those plays aren't getting ingrained in his mind as he's watching it? This is Adam Schefter, posted it 12:09 today. So I'm just going based off of that. That if he is actually prohibited from it, then I don't think he should be prohibited from going up into the booth, honestly.
Okay. I see how this is going. He is prohibited from going to the team facility for practice or a production meeting. That's not to say that a production meeting doesn't take place.
Like him on Zoom or something?
Yeah, that he is allowed in. He is just not allowed at the team facility. All right, that was the alteration that they made. And the addition of there's no policies that prohibit an owner from sitting in the coach's booth. And I get that. Like, I don't think that's the complaint, and so I don't love that quote, as that kind of feels like they're trying to go round
weird,
about
yeah.
that. They're like, yeah, but I bet no one in the owners league, no owner in the NFL is allowed in production meetings. He's just not allowed in the facility. But that's an easy workaround.
From the 214 Raiders aren't even good with Brady's access. No, I get that good point too.
Fair.
But it is very weird. They want Tom Brady involved with the league, no matter what.
Sure.
And they want him involved on TV and with the ownership. They're like, hey, Tom, just yes, please, whatever we can do to have you be part of it, we'll acquiesce to you in a lot of different ways. I don't have any problems with other owners being in the coaches' boxes either. So I wouldn't have a problem with him. But if he does have information that is
sure,
and he's a known cheater,
that is a fact. You can bitch all you want about it, but it's on his record.
So I am just kind of I do feel like he shouldn't be involved still.
Okay.
In a lot of respects, but he does love it. He wants to have the headphone. Why didn't he just coach? Why didn't he just say, you know what, Pete Carroll, I've had enough of this?
Because he ain't making $375 million coaching.
I would have never let Russell Wilson throw. I would have just handed it off to Marshawn.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we have a couple of different directions that we can go here. We can dive into the moral compass or kind of respond to a CBS Sports Minute, because I have a completely different take than our buddy Maggie Gray.
You do whatever you want, man.
Well, what do y'all want?
I want to hear the response first.
All right.
If that's a possibility.
So, Maggie Gray, who we've had on the Super Bowl, and she was awesome. She talked about what a big deal the viewership was for the Crawford-Canelo fight. And I agree that the 41.4 million viewership over the weekend is outstanding. It's a great thing for, I'm sure, Netflix, for Canelo, especially for Terrence Crawford, and for the boxing industry. Also, it made an insane amount of money. Like the live gate was $47 million, which is just mind-boggling. But here's something I wanted to dive into, and I guess this is where my question comes around. I realize that Terrence Crawford was moving up a couple of weight divisions. I still say 2. I know some people say 3, but I'm not going to get into that semantical debate right now. But this was a real fight between two great fighters to potentially determine, and this is how Netflix set it up, as like the fight to determine whose era this is. You know, is it the Crawford era? Is it the Canelo era? It drew 41.4 million viewers. The Jake Paul, Mike Tyson nonsense BS fight drew 65 million viewers.
And it paused every few minutes.
Yes, exactly. And so I guess that was going to be one of my minor questions is, are you concerned at all if you're boxing, or do you just see the overall numbers and you're like, who gives a crap? But are you concerned at all about the future of boxing promoters, boxing fans? If you see the real deal, big time, best against best fight drew 24 million fewer viewers than the weirdo fight.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
And because you said the line, that's why. Just the overall number is pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, and it's far more than pay-per-view would have been or anything.
I think if I'm the exec and we're all sitting in around the table, which I hope has a couple glasses of water because I'm a little thirsty, maybe a little bourbon bar card over here. Anyway, lunch is catered. But if we're sitting at that table and you're bringing that information to me, am I asking you this question back? It's Mike Tyson. And I feel like no matter what, and it's still maybe the greatest change of face we've ever seen.
That's probably true.
Mike Tyson is popular.
Sure.
Jake Paul has a gigantic following.
Right.
Like those two things are reality. That is a pop culture phenomenon thing that happened.
Jake Paul is very Dallas Cowboys-esque. Like a lot of people love him, but a lot of people watch him lose. But as long as you're paying the bills or buying the pay-per-view,
nobody cares.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is Mike Tyson too. So that is one of those things because you're like, dude, he's a wild card. He's super famous. he spans generations. This is not a dude that just like most people my age saw the tail end of it, a little bit of it, but I wasn't really even almost there in the investment of Mike Tyson. I just knew Mike Tyson was a gigantic name. So you got that group watching on Netflix now because they want to see Tyson. And then you got this younger generation that's there watching Jake Paul. And they're like, who is this old Mike Tyson man? I want to hear more about him. I have no clue. So I do think that was a very unique circumstance. I don't think it can be replicated. I don't think that specific one can be replicated. But I understand what you're saying about the sport itself. That's still a gigantic number, right?
Yeah, no, it is. And like I said, it's way bigger than if it would have been on pay-per-view. But another thing I want to study is because they got the estimated data from Video Amp. Because remember, you don't get like the static kind of ratings that you do for shows on regular TV or whatever. But it says Netflix says the fight drew 41.4 million viewers over the weekend. And so this also counts like the replays and stuff like that.
As it should.
Okay.
Except for that's weird. Because it should account not the live stuff, but hey, I wasn't able to watch it. I can watch streaming anytime.
And but
if I watch it twice, that shouldn't count.
No, and I don't think it is.
Okay.
But I think that's become really big in TV ratings. It's like the 3-day, 5-day, 7-day DVR. But that means 36.6 million people watched it live that same day. Remember, their claim was that with the 65 million concurrent streams, they had 108 million people watching the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight. And again, I just go back to, you're right. These are ridiculous numbers for boxing, and that's a great thing. I just wonder about the future of boxing if those numbers are accurate and you streamed live 1/3 the number of people for the real fight as the bit fight.
Okay. I would also add some of the greatest fighters ever were also great showmen.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And it was not always about,
I agree,
just being a pure fighter.
I agree with that 1,000,000%.
Ali was as much of a showman as he was an elite fighter. Sugar Ray Leonard he had showmanship to go along with it.
Mike Tyson, since we were just talking about.
Roy Jones Jr. when at his peak. Wasn't it the part of the show to watch him put his hands behind his back and taunt you? So I would say that as much of it is about the sport itself, you got to have that next level to draw the eyes.
Yeah,
and it's always like that's why Don King was always so great for the sport, because he knew how to draw eyes by just going out there and start talking.
Look, yeah, I think you could vary.
Is that Paul Heyman? Would that he be
Paul Heyman is great at that.
He's your guy that if this boxer can't talk, go get Don King and let him promote the fight then.
I think you could obviously very easily make the case that Lennox Lewis is a superior all-time fighter to Mike Tyson. When is the last time you thought about or talked about Lennox Lewis?
The last time he fought Tyson.
Yeah, and so to your point, all right, so let's stop with the nonsense and just put together the most logical fight in the universe. Terrence Crawford against Jake Paul. Like, look, man, if we're going to do this,
then let's get the 2 billion viewers.
And that's what people want. That'll keep Terrence Crawford from retiring. I guarantee you that. I know Terrence Crawford.
There's no way that Paul would do that.
Oh, I think he would. You know why? And I do not, by any stretch of the imagination, think he would win. But then it would take one fight to make everybody shut up about his boxing credentials. Again, I don't think...
If he's close in that fight, which I don't think he would be.
I agree.
Because it's just... I personally think the two fighters are in completely different categories. But if he was close... First thing he would do, and if I would do the same thing, I want a rematch.
Yeah, look, and
Crawford might look at it, or Crawford's camp might look at it and go, the money was so big.
Yeah.
We absolutely will take that rematch.
And I say the same thing about all three parties involved. Netflix would want to do it because they're like, I saw what these two did individually. Let's put them together. Terrence Crawford might want to do it because both him and Canelo, though I think Canelo said he's going to continue to fight, both were like, yeah, we'll see what the future holds and everything. This would be the biggest payday of his career following the previous biggest payday of his career against Canelo. And Jake Paul would be like, what an amazing shortcut opportunity I've been given to shut everybody up.
Yeah, from the 817, Jake Paul is a heavyweight. It's not fair. But Crawford would
Terrence Crawford just moved up 2 to 3 weight classes to fight a legitimate, awesome fighter. I'm telling you, I don't think Terrence Crawford would have any issue being like, I'm scared of Jake Paul. Like, I don't think that would happen at all.
From the 682, Crawford would have to fight with one hand. And then from the 682, would you give Jake Paul his roses if he beat Canelo, even though Canelo just lost?
100%.
Legitimate fighter.
Because Canelo is still a very good fighter. Now, is he slowed down a little bit? Sure. But he's still a very good fighter. That would be amazing if that happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll moral compass it up another day. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, it's the level of concern. Thanks to Jerry Jones next on The Fan.
The Rangers and Astros play game 2 of their 3-game series tonight at Daikin Park in...
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
The C Block today, we have two options here.
Oh.
Would you like the level of concern?
Oh.
Or a problem I have with my wife? We'll get to the level of concern first.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
But if there's time left over at the end of the level of concern, there is a problem.
Well, guess how I'm going to be reacting to these? Oh, yeah, a lot. Next. That's your own fault, Alec. Right? That's his own fault. He set it up. So I'm like, I want to make sure we got time.
Yeah, let's just mow through this, Corey. Come on.
Kevin and Alec are like two kids that are just like, yeah, I'm eating these peas, but I really want that cake.
Exactly.
I really want the cake. All right. It is time then for the level of concern.
Are those first two noises concerning?
Man, I feel, if you hear it.
Okay.
Hold on, play that one more time.
Okay. I mean, they get more menacing. Just the beginning is not the most menacing.
Oh, I mean, but think about it.
All right.
That bong sound right there, that's like one of you getting it would be like if Bugs Bunny got hit in the head with anvil, right?
Yep. Ooh. This has come up in the fan text. Can I just ask you one quick question? Did you poke your wife's other eye out?
No.
Okay.
I didn't poke her other eye out. I didn't poke the original. I didn't poke an eye out. I never did. I just stabbed her eye on accident. She went to the doctor yesterday.
And what did the doctor
The doctor's
say?
making it worse. She's like, oh, it's a big scratch. Whatever.
Man, that's a bold assertion.
3 millimeters by 3 millimeters. If that's big. All right. Jerry Jones was on this morning with Sean and RJ. And he was asked about the defense and how rough of a start things were. And the last couple of years, they've changed defensive coordinators. Why have they had rough starts, you think, Jerry?
Oh, I think it's a buying into, as much as anything, it's buying into the scheme. You've got to handle your responsibilities, and you got to really do that all over the defense, whether it's in the back end or whether it's up on the front. You've got to do your responsibility. That's first and foremost, and then make that play if it's there. But the main thing is you can't just be there trying to make a play. You've got to have your responsibilities. Make sure that's covered before you abandon that area and try to go out and make a play. A lot of times just coming right in your hole, and that'll solve everything. But you can't be a lone ranger out there. You got to be a part of the team.
Kevin,
Jerry Jones.
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, man, I'm so sorry, Alec. I don't know which cut this is, and I didn't timestamp it. There was a moment this morning when they made a joke, and Jerry laughed at it, and then his laugh was over. And I don't think they expected his last laugh to be over so quickly. Mm-hmm. And then they all just kind of sat there for a minute, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
I remember that one too, and it was pretty funny.
Yeah,
I can't remember which question it was though. Maybe it was the glory. Oh, it was the glory hole one. It was a glory hole because he was like, I'm not going there too early, and they all were like, all right, I'll wait. And he was like, I'm waiting for y'all.
Yeah.
What is your level of concern for the communication about this defense? Because Jerry made it sound like, look, this was a problem last year.
Yeah.
Sometimes guys would go outside of what their defense was asked for, and Mike Zimmer's defense was, you just need to be in the right place. I put you in the right place. You make the play when it gets to you. Don't try and be a hero. And now he's saying the same thing about Eberflus's defense. What is your level of concern regarding the total defense right now?
It's really high because, like you were just talking about, I mean, they've run like 95% zone, and so much of that is off of communication. And we're already talking about 2 weeks in. Like, they just don't have that communication down just yet. And I get it. Like, hopefully you'll progress and get better. But on the flip side, I'm thinking, well, how long is that going to take? Because the more you see of this defense, it's not a guaranteed loss. But if you see the same defense against against the Bears, well, maybe it won't matter against the Bears, but against the Packers,
We were saying that about the Giants, Kevin.
yeah, you're gonna lose.
I did see some video this week, kind of watching Diggs trying to communicate with Donovan Wilson. Donovan Wilson did not have the same. They weren't on the same page. And what was the outcome? Deep ball that embarrasses Diggs.
Right.
And that's got to be a thing where I think maybe that's partially communication. But shouldn't the guys that are out on the field know what their role is?
Yes.
And their roles are.
Yes.
They should know what their responsibilities are before they hit the field.
This is one thing in particular that I do wish came up more in preseason games. I know you don't want to get players hurt and everything like that, but
or give anything away. You got to play with your 7 on.
That's great. I would have liked to see them go out there and try some of this.
And I'm not saying also that communication on the field isn't important. Like, you should know your role, and then whenever you get on the field, you should be able to communicate and know, okay, you got this guy, I got this guy, or I got the leverage here, whatever that is. Jadeveon Clowney is a new Cowboy.
Yes.
And Jerry was asked, do you think Clowney can make an immediate impact for your team?
Well, yes, and that's what it's. That's the purpose, and what we're going to ask him to do won't be foreign to him at all, and he's really appears to be in real good shape, and so he's got that experience, and we'll start benefiting from him immediately.
What is your level of concern about the Cowboys' pass rush right now? Scale of 1 to 10.
I'd say 5.5.
1 being the best.
No, I'd say 5.5 because I think you've seen some flashes with the pressure and everybody.
James Houston.
Yeah, actually, if you come back with what about with Micah Parsons? I mean, like that was never going to be the case. You made the trade, and we are moving on with the assets that you have. You're not going to have the same pass rush as you have with Micah Parsons. Like where I'm concerned about the communication on the defense, the pass rush. I've seen flashes to be like, I'm only kind of concerned.
I told you earlier this morning while we were talking with Mickey that I wanted to talk to you more about Clowney in a situation.
Yeah,
because you took the line from Steven yesterday. It allows us to be more aggressive. And you said, you know what, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I feel like you've felt they've made sense regarding the conversation of how they pursue things.
That is fair to say, and that's one of the reasons why I asked Steven yesterday, is it not fair to say you could have signed all of these same deals with Mike?
Right. And what I think that's obviously you two have different philosophies.
And he said that, and
yes.
That's fair. I appreciate one of the things he said last year. I said, Jerry keeps saying you couldn't afford it, but is it not fair to say that you absolutely could have afforded it? You just might not have valued the running back position at that same point. And he was like, that's fair to say.
And I heard Bobby say this morning. When Jerry says we couldn't afford it, a lot of times it's the people told him he can't afford it.
Yeah.
And so he just goes, well, we can't.
Right.
So
right.
I wanted to kind of discuss difference in philosophy with you real quick regarding this. I asked Jerry this. I kind of set him up, and he was like, you nailed it. You've hit the nail on the head with this. I kind of gave him the answer, I think, and that's unfortunate on my part. But I feel like they told themselves, we can't even entertain the thought of discussing with a Jadeveon Clowney because we can't afford it.
Right.
And it might also be, we can't even entertain a thought of it because if we bring him in, Jerry's going to want to sign him because Jerry loves closing deals and Jerry wants this stuff to happen. So we just have to act like we can't even do it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they have kind of built in. Like in my mind, Kevin, you spend your money differently than I do.
Sure.
A lot of times I will go, I can't have that thing. So I'm not even going to think about or dream about having that thing.
That makes sense.
Because I can't have it right now. And you're like, well, hold on, I can move this money here and move this money here, and you play the game with it, and you're like, okay, I think that's what the Cowboys, it might be because of Jerry a little bit, because he would want to go buy all the things.
Sure.
And B, I think sometimes they look at their structure and they're like, the only way we can be disciplined is by saying we can't even entertain the thought of it, and that's kept them from doing a lot of things that I think they could do.
All right.
Does that make sense?
No, it does.
Yeah.
I get that. Here is the issue at the crux of all of that. Then why have they never shown that level of financial stones or whatever you want to say to move up the money for Dak Prescott? And here's the thing. And I don't mean like, why did they sign that contract? Like we talked about
because
that
that's my truck at Platinum Chevy.
Okay, but we talked about that years ago. So here's what I want to point out, because people are like, oh, Dak Prescott's making $60 million a year. All right, great. You know what his cap hit is total for after this season, for the next 3 years?
39.
$220 million.
Okay.
That is his cap hit for the next 3 years. So if it bothered you that it was $60 million a year, keep in mind his cap hit over the next 3 years is an average of $73.5 million per year. And why? Because the Cowboys keep creating this faux salary cap money that is not real. So right now, everyone's going to be like, they got $38.5 million. Yes, if they use it, but you know where a big chunk of that money came from? They pushed $39 million from Dak's cap hit into next year by flipping the switch. And I know Jerry's like, that's how the contract's built. That's great.
So how much will they have next year? Will they have 38 or will they have 12?
No, they'll have 38 because you can carry it over.
Right.
But
you can't carry that over the next year.
No, I mean,
right?
But you can. You just keep building it up and building it up.
I thought you could only carry it over for 2 years.
Well, that's true. But what you're going to say is, no, I use that space on these players. This is new extra space. That's what teams do.
Smart, yeah.
But think about it. Dak Prescott's salary cap hit next year is $74 million. And so that's where, and it was supposed to be $89 million this year. Now it's 50. Let's do some quick math. That's $39 million. How much salary cap space did the Cowboys have? About $39 million. So the biggest sin on the Cowboys salary cap, they're still paying for the contract before with Dak. They're not even just focused on this contract. It's that they had $40 or $50 million left over, that instead of biting the bullet and being like, well, we're going to take a hit this year, they were like, no, let's just spread it out. And that's the issue that I continue to have.
And so then whenever you say, when Jerry says, we can't have, if I spend $1 here, that means that this dude doesn't get that dollar. And that means what he's saying is, hey, Dak, we've given you this money. We're not going to give you a perfect offensive line, and you're going to have to deal with that. And Dak's like, dang it. And all right, I got to go out there and I got to be a hero then.
And I just he continues to say the same thing. And it is factually inaccurate when he talks about it, when Jerry talks about, and we've talked about this with him before, when he says we're going to have 50% of our salary cap tied up in 3 players. False. Take a look at this year, for example. If you give Micah the extension, it would have been like $12 million. Your salary cap for CeeDee Lamb this year is like 15. And for Dak, it's 50 million. All right. So guess what? That's 77 million. Not even close. One of the reasons that number gets so high is because the Cowboys just keep pushing money later for Dak and pushing him money later for Dak.
Well, Kevin, it looks like we're out of time,
Sorry.
and we won't be able to discuss my problem with my wife.
Can we discuss that those cuts were brought to you by Window Nation?
Oh, we absolutely can.
I love it.
Love it.
Man, I'm gonna see if I can convince Carter to listen to your problem with your wife. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Maybe I'll get to it tomorrow. How about that?
Okay.
1 o'clock segment tomorrow. My problem with my wife.
Okay, and that just, I'm sorry that went on for a little while, but that just bothers me that the Cowboys, and they're going to spin it as we have $38 million that we can carry over in cap room for next year. Yeah, because you moved $39 million of Dak's money over. So good job. Like you really, that'd be like if I was broke and I took out a $10,000 loan and I was like, you know what? Talking to Jess, I'm going to take you somewhere really nice.
That actually sounds like a great idea.
I got $10,000 and they'll completely ignore that I have no way of paying the money back.
What are they going to do if I'm dead? How are they going to collect it?
Huh.
You know?
That is a take. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday Tailgate, where we got bonkers endings, a couple firings, and total domination for UNT. Next on The Fan.
Our goal.
Colgate's has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fourth in the game. Reed, rush comes. Reed pumps, fires. It is caught. Nate Borkicher brings it in and ties the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring in our college football ace, Carter Freeman, because it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. Carter, welcome.
What's up, guys? I hear I sound like I'm in the 21st century now.
You do. Last week, it was weird. Now, I realize lots of people have lots of thoughts about that last play for Texas A&M. I was watching the Notre Dame game on press row, had to try to contain my emotions, but for an A&M team that had not beat a ranked team on the road, I think in 10 years, and not a ranked team on the road that was in the top 10 in 11 years, this feels like a hell of a victory.
Yeah, it feels like a breakthrough for Mike Elko and Texas A&M. Like, this is the kind of win that can launch you somewhere, and especially because people still think Notre Dame's good, right? Like, they start out 0-2, but their losses are by 3 and 1.
Do you think they're good?
Notre Dame stays ranked. I do think they're good.
Okay.
I think they could run the table and still make the college football playoff. But for A&M, I said on my show on Saturday's Fan University, A&M has to win this game off of Marcel Reed's arm. And that's exactly what they did, especially on that final drive.
Yes.
That's the kind of quarterback that I think Marcel Reed can be. And I have to say, that game, top to bottom, when we look back on this season, it's going to be a top 3 most exciting game, right? Like, the amount of huge plays and that final drive that was originally a punt return touch or a kickoff return touchdown that got taken away. And then you got to see Marcel Reed drive the team down. And then there were so many penalties for A&M once they were in Notre Dame's red zone. And for that to come down to a 4th down play and for them to win, I mean, that was an epic game.
You know what? And it's funny that you say that, because there was actually a few different candidates for already epic game of the year, because I think Georgia and Tennessee will throw it in there. We'll get to that in just a second. But I'm with you. I was super excited that A&M won. We have not had a great deal of football success as of late, so I hope you're right, and this is a springboard. Now, teams that are not having success that both fired their head coaches, UCLA and Virginia Tech. Any particular surprises on either one of those?
No, not at all. I know both of these came into the season hot, and I think UCLA is more surprising just because they invested in the portal this offseason. They bring in Nico Iamaleava, they bring in some other players, but
good call on that quarterback trade for them, huh?
For 100%. And like you said, we'll talk about Tennessee in a bit, but there are 12 Mountain West teams. None of them have lost to 2 Mountain West teams so far this season. UCLA has lost to 2 Mountain West teams, and they got blown out by the second one at home. I mean, that was everything that was coming to UCLA, it all just melted down that one game. And we were talking about Stanford early this season. Are they going to win a game? They did on one of the weirdest offsides penalties you'll ever see. Now it's, will UCLA win a game this year? I don't know. I think Virginia Tech could sneak in, get a win. The way UCLA's looked, Nico Iamaleava is a shell of even a quarterback who I didn't have the highest hopes for last year, but he looks like he just looks washed. So UCLA is just, they are in as bad of a spot as you could possibly be.
Do you feel like the college football world is rooting against Nico because of I'm going to renegotiate my NIL and all of that
and
stuff?
And the Luka trade.
Not the other Nico. Yes,
Yep.
that's fair.
That definitely goes into it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think that it's just proof of you F around and find out, right? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Right.
That's exactly what this is. And it's prime example of just because you leave for more money, you're not always going to find somewhere better.
It was a Taylor Swift reference, I believe.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay.
I'm going to say it
definitely
was.
is.
Yes.
Okay.
Americana and the Heartbreak Prince.
Yes, there you
My
go.
Taylor Swift records are somewhere down here.
All right. Can you go ahead, Alec, and give me cut number 13? Because we've already made a couple allusions to this. I was watching it at the sportsbook at the Fountain Blue, and I really felt bad for RJ.
Come on, big man. Right up the gut. Hand it to McCray. There he goes. He drives in. They grab him from behind. Did he get the ball over? Close to the goal line. No signal yet.
After further review, it is a touchdown.
Oh, yeah! Steve Marlowe with the winning call. Rocky Top crumbles. Dogs are winners. 44-41 in overtime.
Just real quick, I always think it's weird when you win or lose on a review, and you just have to kind of stand there and be like, oh.
And when the Nacho Man Randy Travis is doing the play-by-play.
That does actually.
Hey, here we go, brother.
I hate the way you
Come on, big man.
That man, what a way to start that call. But this game was crazy as well, and Joey Aguilar, I know that they did not end up winning, but man, what an early revelation he has been for Tennessee.
He's put himself on the national stage, right?
Yes.
And there were rumors when he was at UCLA that he wasn't picking up their offense well. And now you look at him at Tennessee through 3 games, he looks like a Heisman contender. And this is kind of something we've seen with Josh Heupel since he's been at Tennessee. The quarterbacks have a really easy time adjusting to that offense. You saw it with Hendon Hooker. Joe Milton had good moments there.
Yes.
So he stepped in and been awesome. So they've clearly won the trade between them and UCLA, between the quarterbacks. But did you know Josh Heupel at Tennessee had never scored more than 17 points against Georgia?
What?
He did that in the first quarter of this game.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
so
had
the other
heard.
fun stat.
I'd heard you had a crazy stats. That is amazing.
There are so many fun stats from this game, and 2 I'll give you are after the second quarter for Josh Heupel against Georgia since he's been at Tennessee, they were being outscored 120 to 20. That's how much Georgia had dominated this game after the first quarter since Heupel's been at Tennessee. And then Georgia wins their 9th game against Tennessee in a row. Heupel is 23-3 in his last 26 home games at Tennessee. Those 3 losses are all to Georgia. So that is just the bugaboo he cannot figure out. He has 2 wins over Alabama, wins over A&M, wins over other, SEC contenders. Can't beat Georgia.
Did you call or text RJ to commiserate with him, or did you think it was best to just leave him be?
Well, I picked Georgia in my pick'em with my friends, and I got that one right. So I just kind of reveled in my own success.
Now, also, does it look like the Tennessee kicker is 6 years old? You saw that, right? He looks like a little kid.
Yeah, and I guess Josh Heupel's kind of a bad parent because he set him up in a bad spot, especially post-game. Late in the fourth quarter, Tennessee's on the Georgia side of the field. They run 3 straight times, get nothing, and decide to just go up 8 instead of just going for the kill shot.
Yeah.
It comes back to bite him, and then he misses a field goal and to win the game. And then I know he hits the one in overtime, but I don't think Josh Heupel put him in a very good spot there.
Speaking of little kids and old men, I'm bringing old men into the conversation.
Bill Belichick?
No, the Diego Pavia. We just saw that he is now, his lawyers are challenging for the 7th year of eligibility. Why does Diego Pavia not want other people to have a chance to be the quarterback at Vanderbilt?
Because he's the ultimate case of like, just root against me and I will make you regret it. Right? Like everywhere he's gone, he just beats teams that his team shouldn't beat, but he just has that moxie that like has just pushed Vanderbilt to levels they haven't seen in a decade. So yeah, you know what? Every offseason, it's a headache, trying to figure out eligibility concerns. But like, you know what? If they keep doing these injunctions in courts and letting you have extra years, why not? Diego Pavia is fun to watch.
I agree with that. I am kind of the 7 years.
That's amazing.
It seems like it just like go to the next level. I understand like there's differences, but it does feel like that window is growing too much, and I don't know if it's ever going to change.
And you know what? Every year, I think we're done with the 5th and 6th year COVID seniors, and every year we find more and more of them find more ways to play.
Now, I heard this morning, Sean and especially I feel like Bobby Belt was talking about how much of a jerk Brian Kelly is. Did you think Brian Kelly got asked a jerk question, or do you think he was always going to look for a way to be a jerk in that press conference?
Oh, he wants to be a jerk, and he probably knows that reporter, and he was just in a bad mood because his team should have won that game by more, and their offense did look like crap. Through 3 games, LSU is the only team in the SEC that hasn't scored more than 24 points.
Oh.
Yeah, they're through 3 games. And I know they have the tough game at Clemson, which maybe doesn't look as good of a win anymore, given how Clemson's played since they lost to LSU. But their offense is all out of sorts. And Garrett Nussmeier was making some boneheaded plays that allowed Florida to stay in that game.
Which surprising.
Then when your defense picks their DJ Lagway off 5 times, you can get away with it. But not everyone's going to be Florida and just how out of sorts they are right now.
I think the most important conversation at this moment, though.
Give me cut number 14, Alec. I'm going to guess if this is where we're going.
McGill in the backfield. Throwing that direction, and that is an easy touchdown for North Texas. Brandon Young. They had 3 tight ends on that side of the field. It is Young who gets the touchdown.
Would like to say thank you to Jackson Potter from Washington State for throwing 3 interceptions, giving Drew Mestmaker plenty of good field position for his 4 passing touchdowns this weekend. That was nice to see UNT 59-10. They are the most dominant team in all of college football at 3-0 right now and unranked, and I don't get it.
And they were ahead 42-3 at half. How bad is Washington State, or as Corey said, how dominant are the Mean Green?
I think it's both. I do think UNT is good, and I think Washington State might stink. But this is what good teams do to bad teams, right? Is they just beat the crap out of them.
Yes.
And Skylar Cassidy is UNT's defensive coordinator. This is his first season there. The UNT that I've watched my entire life does not force 5 turnovers in a half. They've maybe forced 5 turnovers in half a season,
but
not one half of football. So the defense and seeing how good they played, in addition to Drew Mestmaker looking like one of the best group of 5 quarterbacks in the country, like I'm all in on UNT. Absolutely. And in a couple weeks, they host South Florida, who is one of the group of 5 playoff contenders. And if both teams take care of business, that's a Friday night game that could be a ton of fun. And I don't know if anyone can see my Zoom username right now, but it says rank UNT, you cowards. They didn't even get a vote. Not one single vote in the AP poll.
Do you still think South Florida are they in fact still in the mix, like you just said? Because they got dusted pretty good by Miami.
Yes, I do think South Florida is still good. I just think Miami is so much better than I thought they'd be. That Carson Beck has receivers that can catch the ball now, and he's not turning the ball over at the rate that he did at Georgia last year. And their line of scrimmage, both offense and defense, for Miami is just unstoppable. It is amazing how much they shut them down.
Is Carson Beck looking closer to the quarterback I think a lot of people thought we were going to see at Georgia last year?
Yes, because I think people are actually helping him now. His teammates are helping him, and he's a veteran. So I think, he's definitely learned from last year where he threw a ton of incompletions, turned the ball over a ton, and he's with the playmakers he has and then the talent around him. Like, I still don't think he's going to be a first-round quarterback. I don't think he'll ever be that. but 100% watching his growth has been surprising, at least to me.
What do you think about this bold quote from both of y'all from the Arkansas athletic director? We know we're set up to win a national championship in baseball moving forward. We're set up to win a national championship in other sports. Football, where we are right now, we're not set up to win a national championship. I'm going to be brutally honest with that.
And it's being real about where you are at the moment. And you're basically telling all the alums out there it's time to fork over some more cash.
Oh, like Jerry.
Totally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's absolutely what he's saying. But it's almost like he's the guy that put Sam Pittman there, and it's his fault that they're not in championship mode in football. I mean, that's kind of on you, dude.
Any other names, scores, games that you want to go over?
Gosh, I mean, we didn't even mention Arch Manning.
Oh my gosh.
I don't.
So sorry, Carter.
Is he hurt? Do you think he's hurt?
I don't. I mean, I guess that's the hope for people in the Texas program, because we mentioned him yesterday. 10 straight incompletions, not against a top tier team. First Texas quarterback to do that in 20 years. What the hell is going on with him? Is he hurt, like Corey said, or is it just hype meeting reality to any extent?
If he's not hurt, is there a bigger disappointment in the sport right now?
No.
Like, with how much hype there was in the offseason and everything that was he was the Heisman favorite before he played started the season. And it's one thing to struggle at Ohio State against a very good defense with a ton of talent to not barely, they win by double digits against UTEP this weekend, but to struggle to pull away from them, that is shocking. And Arch has not looked good. His receivers refuse to block downfield, which I think is a big thing. And the offensive line for Texas in this game specifically, they were getting pushed around by UTEP defenders that were about 70 pounds lighter than them. It was shocking to me to watch some of the highlights and just see the Texas offensive line just get shoved backwards. And there's a lot of things more than just Arch, but just the level of struggles that Arch has shown, even against Florida, who's their first SEC road game, how can I trust them to go in and win a game like that? Florida still has a good defense.
Well, excellent stuff as always, Carter. We appreciate having you on the Tuesday tailgate.
Thank you guys for having me on. And then everyone listen to Fan University 9 to 1 this Saturday. You can read my articles on 105throughthefan.com. And Zach Rowe, I see you texting me right now. Arch has looked like crap. That's not just me that's saying that.
Oh, deal with it. And by the way, shout out to the Tarleton State Texans. They are 4-0. And by the way, they have been whomping folks. We talked about them 2 weeks ago.
Like the word whomping.
When they beat Army. But they have continued, and they've looked pretty dominant getting to 4-0.
Yeah, they have.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
High School Football Coach of the Week, brought to you by Whataburger. Congratulations to Coach Brent Nickerson with Irving High School for his big W over South Garland. Got you down.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
A look back to Pena at second, and now the 1-1, and that ball is lined over Freeman out into right, a base hit, scooped up by Adolis, rounding third. Pena, here's the throw home, it's high, Pine throws to second, and Cole is safe at second.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Tough result for the Rangers last night. Good result for golf fans as they are expanding Masters coverage even further with Amazon Prime Video joining in, ESPN and Paramount Plus and CBS to give you more Masters coverage. It's up to 27 hours for next year, which is 50% more than just 2 years ago. And then, as we said earlier in the show, congrats to Paige Beckers for winning WNBA Rookie of the Year. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty good, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent, and I'm excited because it sounds like it's time for a special edition of You Make the Call.
Yeah, You Make the Call, crosstalk version. Was Brian Broaddus correct in this one? Let me set the scene. Neighbor at the complex I live in, I live above somebody, a lady in this complex. She sent me a text last night during the Astros game.
Okay.
So I'm watching. I'm already mad at what's going on.
Right.
You know. So she sends me this text and is basically saying that while I'm walking on my floor, it's creating too much noise in her room, in her downstairs. So,
is this because you were stomping around after Tony Beasley sent Heim to the?
Yeah, I was a little upset by that.
Fair.
I was upset by that. But she made a point of it by saying a week ago Sunday night around 4:30 a.m. I was awakened because somebody upstairs was walking around as I'm home for 8 days recuperating from surgery. It seems the right time to ask for help in this. Please know I greatly appreciate your consideration. So, you know, I've tried to have, like, you know, with rugs and stuff like that and all that. So this was my response. I work very early in the morning. I will do my best. All I ask is that you and your house guests decide to do things in your bedroom. Please try and keep that quiet too. Don't need to hear you through these same thin floors.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, you've heard the
get her a body bag.
You've heard the sexy time.
Oh my! How old is this lady?
She's younger than me, and
still spry.
I will be. I was sitting in my area and I hear noise. Like a lot of noise.
Voice noise?
Voice noise. I just wonder, You Make the Call was my text message. Did it get to the point, and do you think it was effective?
That's like an ending of a Twilight Zone episode where it went in a direction I did not see coming.
Wow.
It was definitely to the point. I think we can all
Probably
agree.
didn't get a reply, I would guess.
I didn't get a reply. I did not get a reply at all. But I just wanted to remind her, like I say, hey, I do my very best. I'm not doing jumping jacks up there and doing all this crazy stuff. I'm walking around. It's an older home that we live in. I live in the upstairs part, you know, and the floors are wood and they do squeak a little bit. And I'm not jumping up and down, but she wanted to send me this text. And so I just wanted to make sure that she, you know, and she's honestly not one of my faves.
Isn't that
not one of my faves?
I sense that.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of a trade-off for like the convenience of being on the first floor when you move or run errands or whatever? But the flip side is you're probably going to hear people above you. Like, I thought that was part of our social contract.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. You get the convenience of not having to go upstairs in times where it is annoying, but at the same time, you are going to have to deal with some level of, and I think we can all understand when a line gets crossed.
Yeah,
from a sound standpoint. You got people jumping around.
Yeah.
Broaddus obviously a bit heavy-footed, but you stopped doing the burpees a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't do the squat thrusts up there. She's obviously doing squat thrusts, but I'm not.
A lot of squat thrusts.
Yeah, but no, she said
swinging.
She said this. She's like, you know, she's calling me disruptive.
Right.
Like I'm doing it on purpose. You know, like you know, and she's saying, oh, I have house guests that mentioned being awakened by loud footsteps a week ago.
Oh, that person didn't even live there. man.
That's why I said I wanted to remind her that when house guest is over there, I don't need to hear from her and the house guest.
About roughly what time do you usually hear her?
It could vary.
Yeah.
It could vary.
Good for her.
But I've never
Heck yeah.
never one time ever said like she will bang on the wall or
You tell.
not during that activity, but she we'll be walking.
As far as you know.
Yeah. She'll be walking and I'm just trying
Oh,
to.
she'll bang in a response to like your noise?
Yes.
Ew.
So we got some Karen activity going on here.
Very combative.
I know PJ Washington.
I think it was more than effective. I don't think you're ever going to hear from this woman again.
Oh, she'll have to, I mean,
She'll let it blow over maybe a
Yeah.
week or two, and then she'll get back after it. I think you might have a nightmare neighbor situation on your hands.
I think
Brian. This could become chronic.
She's part of the homeowners association thing of the deal.
Well, then
she's
Gabby's 100% right.
She's giving off that.
You know what? I'm like so ready to move to the lake.
You probably should just move, yeah.
But that's the thing about it is like, listen, I do my best. I put down a bunch of rugs and stuff to try and combat any kind of squeaking noise or anything like that. I'm trying. I mean, I understand. I'm walking around upstairs. I get it.
Houses make noise when you walk.
That's what I was saying. But
Yes.
but was I in the wrong though? Was I way wrong on this one?
You were upset and frustrated.
Like I say, the Astros were winning at the time, and I just really didn't
get it.
If it was 8-0 Rangers, do you think you would have taken like an easier response?
No.
Okay. I just was checking on that.
I just wanted to let her know that, like, listen, hey, I'm going to do my best, which I've been trying to do my best. But listen, I also don't appreciate you kind of calling me out for that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to, and she tried to get me with hey, it's football season. It's, because she knows what I do for a living. Kind of
yeah.
thing. So I get up early in the morning. I go watch tape. I go do other. I got a busy.
You should gift her, maybe sneak to the little mailbox spot and deliver her like some earplugs and maybe a ball gag.
Yeah.
Keep the volume down. She might need a new one.
Good night,
Some
man.
toys.
Once again, I did not see that about to happen.
Swing set.
I'm talking. This is a loud situation now. Loud.
I think you made the right call. I think you're fine.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because she's obviously making noise as well.
I'm
this isn't
trying.
just like
I think I'm trying harder to not make noise, and I don't think she gives a damn. I don't think so.
in the throes of
I would
passion.
like to share a story if that's possible.
Oh.
Adrian and I were living in a duplex for a while over in the M streets. And she would get up in the morning and she'd walk around. We had wood floors. We didn't have rugs at the time because we were 20s, poor. And she would walk around in her high heels. And our neighbor came up one day, knocked on the door, and he's like, "Every time I hear your high heels walking around, I want to stab myself in the ear." And she told me what happened. I was like, "That is effed up. I'm going to talk to him." And she goes, "I think I'm going to go call the cops, and I think he needs to stop smoking weed down there." And I was like, "Let's not be hasty, all right? Let's hold on for a second here and see if we can kind of come to an agreement on something here." And we ultimately did, and he moved out. So,
oh man,
way to diffuse that situation.
Thank you.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? I'm hoping it's stories from all three of y'all about neighbors. Now we've gone around the table.
I think I've usually been the problem neighbor, so we'd have to flip through the Rolodex and find some people that could testify on that regard. But we do have the Rangers Player Show coming up at 3:20. Cole Wynn is going to join us, and Mark Schlereth at 4:40.
I like
Pure Gold
it.
as always. Thanks for asking.
I like it. Roll home with the show of neighbors who get to the point. It is the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is Andrew Pearl.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan here on a Toxic Tuesday. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running here. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Proud of his, 2-0? 3-0 LSU Tigers?
3-0 right
3-0.
now. Yes, sir.
Sitting there at 3-0 after
third ranked team in the country right now.
Spoiled!
You hear the quarterback's banged up?
Yeah.
That's the latest excuse from Coach Kelly. Now, maybe it's not an excuse because I love me some Nuss. Apparently he's hurt.
Coach Kelly did apologize to that reporter, by the way, that was featured in G-Bag of the Day yesterday.
You know what? And that's the unfortunate thing. You know, you have to come back the next day and apologize when you should have thought about that the first time.
Yeah.
He was, I think Molly McGrath interviewed him going in after the game, and that's where this whole thing started. That's where this whole thing, Molly asked him a question, and he was like, "It's tough winning the SEC. We did what we had to do." And so he had that energy as he's walking in, and the offense is not playing well. It really is. They created 5 turns. The defense is finally playing like a championship type defense, but the offense is for having the quarterback that has that veteran leadership came back.
Yeah.
Came back to have a chance to be like a Joe Burrow or Daniels and maybe win a Heisman Trophy for the program. It hadn't been playing great. Receivers haven't been playing great. They haven't run the ball. The offensive line's been poor, but the defense is playing at a championship level. And I don't know how you can sit there and not address what was wrong offensively. It's like, they scored 20 points the other day, and 7 of those points were off a pick 6. And they had five intercept. They had 5 opportunities.
Sounds like you appreciated the question from that young reporter.
You know what? I appreciate the question, legitimately, yes, Coach, there's something wrong with your offense. And he goes, and you should just answer it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you don't expect that when you have a good quarterback.
It's like, listen, hey, tip of the cap to our defense tonight. Really played well. Florida, be able to create the turnovers. We got to do a better job of cashing those in.
You got to be ready for it. It's so much pressure. I mean, in college football in general, but in the SEC.
He makes $9 million a year not to yell at reporters.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's part of it. And we get it, Coach. You're winning, hey, you're 17-1 at night. Really appreciate you doing that. But the thing about it is you got to find a way, though, to, you're going to have some games down the road here where you're going to have to score some points. And I thought it was a fair question. I thought it was a really fair question. And listen, the question was asked with, I felt like that as an LSU alum, and I don't mean to get off on this here, but that's what it is. As an alum, I'm wondering what's wrong with the offense too. I appreciate the question was asked.
I mean, you guys throw a lot of money into that, and
we do a lot of money.
You deserve answers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, these coaches, they get in these situations where it's high pressure and their patience runs thin, and all of a sudden they have a blow up, and you do wonder, does the guy have what it takes to lead a program in the SEC under this amount of pressure? Because you can't have many more of those before you'll start to look weak and
it looks bad the next
unqualified.
day when you have to put on a coat and stand up in front of the media and apologize to a guy on the ABC affiliate.
We have Jacob Ray in for Lucius Alexander. Apparently the travel, the weekend in Vegas, the jet got the best of him, and he succumbed to some sort of a virus or another. A lot of stuff going around these days. We're not even that far into the fall or the winter yet, but I guess the 6th season is here. Woolchuck and Chiafalo in the house. Good afternoon to you, gentlemen, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How you guys doing today? Fantastic, dude.
Good.
Really doing well.
We're rolling, dude. It's a TD Tuesday. Very, very excited. And, that Rangers game, I was with you, Brian. Watching that, it was incredibly frustrating, the way that they lost that. But Merrill Kelly on the bump today. I'm feeling better about evening this thing up, and then we'll get a rubber match tomorrow.
Rangers are now 6-5 against Houston. 3 games behind them for third in the wild card situation. Must win. Really both to keep this thing going.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
you can say win one to have the tiebreaker, but what's the tiebreaker going to do for you if you're that many games back? Up and down game for Leiter. He had multiple mistakes in the first, including a hit batter and a walk and a throwing error, but then he settled down and retired 11 in a row.
He was on a run. Yeah,
He's been doing that in a lot of his starts where he won't give up anything for 3-4 innings. He was replaced by Webb in the 7th. Josh Jung tied it in the 5th with a 2-run shot. But in the 7th, you had a chance. Beasley sends Heim, one of the slowest runners in all of baseball. You end the inning at home plate. That's tough.
Yeah, it is tough. And you wonder because the ball was hit. Sanchez, I mean, it was so it just all you do is field it and come up throwing, and you're going to probably nail Jonah. I know Jonah scored the other night on a crazy run.
He does not have the wheels
a
for
crazy,
that.
A crazy dash from first base, but boy, that one just seems so ill-timed the way it played out.
Well, and it was unfortunate because, Bees admits afterwards, that was on him, and he was thinking about, well, Jock's coming up next, and Jock had a poor at bat, but what he didn't know was Boch was going to pinch hit Jock for Higgy. And so a miscommunication on the staff, a bad send from Bees, just that certainly was, if you're looking for the turning point, that was the turning point in the game. And I don't know, like Jonah certainly isn't going to make that play. I don't know that anybody, as Boch said postgame, was going to be able to make it home because of exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
Like where that play is based on how that field is constructed, that's an easy play for him to make on the throw out.
Come up throwing, and you could see it that by the time he had got to the bag, was around in the bag, the ball is, the fielder's coming up with the ball and throwing, and you just knew that was going to be a problem.
Jerry Jones on the Fan this morning updated a number of Cowboy topics. I really think it's time to stop asking about Stephon Gilmore. He was asked again today, and maybe that'll be the last time. But he mentioned Deron Bland and Savone Revel getting healthy, and he's just more excited about getting players back than looking to the outside. I think the NFL has kind of told the truth here on Gilmore. They just think he's washed.
Yeah, I think people kind of remember him for what he was maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and when he came in here and you traded, you got the contract right where you needed it. He gave you a good year, and then all of a sudden, towards the latter part of the year, he didn't look like he was very quick. Didn't look like he could really run with anybody anymore, and that's what they'll tell you. I mean, that's the one thing when you ask people in the organization about what about Gilmore, it's like he just can't run like he once did. He doesn't have the quickness, and I think the biggest issue is not so much the personnel; it's maybe what Matt Eberflus and those guys are doing. Maybe you're asking some guys to do some things. I'd love to see them do something different with Diggs. I know on the break this afternoon or this morning with Derek Eagleton, Vach, and Ambar and I were talking, and the question came up about, do you expect them, are you more worried about Diggs or, his situation? I go, I don't think Diggs is the problem here. I think Diggs is being asked to do things that probably he's not the most comfortable doing. And maybe coming off the knee injury has been a little bit of a slower adjustment for him, and then you're asking Wilson and guys to do things. It's, that's coaching, man. I mean, and I'm usually the guy that's kind of, well, the player's got to do this, player's got to do that. I don't know in this situation if that's the case. Yeah. You watch some things. If you don't change up some of the scheme stuff you do, there's going to be more 450-yard passing games in this future.
It's really hard to know when I need to move forward and when I need to drop, as far as a safety. But to your point, watching the All-22 last night on the second to last touchdown, it was 4th and 4. Yeah. So I think Diggs thought they're probably throwing at the sticks. I'm going to play. And I think Donovan Wilson was thinking the same thing and didn't react until Robinson was even with him.
Yeah.
So Robinson's on a dead sprint.
And if you're even,
and Wilson's like, I guess it's time to turn and go. Yeah. And then on the next one was really crazy because you're basically at midfield. They need a touchdown. You're up 4, and Wilson again gets run by. Like
that's disgusting,
nothing.
and that's situational awareness too. Like Dono's got to know that. To your point exactly, they have to score.
It just happened.
You've got to keep it in front of you. Yes, you've got to make sure you're playing with enough depth to where you're not allowing somebody to go behind you there. I mean, it is. It's frustrating. It's weird because week one, they were really good. And I do think, to your point, a lot of that is the quarterback in which you're playing. We've seen Hurts have some decent games against the Cowboys, but this is going to be interesting against Caleb Williams and a Bears offense that has been struggling. I think I'm going to be feeling like maybe this is it's probably both. It's probably coaching and a personnel problem if they get torched against the Bears on Sunday.
Yeah, this is the big problem. And Vach and I we broke down some Bears tape this morning. It was that, to me, you're talking about Caleb Williams he's just as mobile as Jalen Hurts and maybe throws the ball better than Jalen Hurts on the move.
Both are true.
Yeah, so he's willing. Like, he throws a ball to Rome Odunze that is
my God,
that is on the rope. I mean, it's like Williams is running to the sidelines to his right, and he's literally just lunges. I mean, he just goes sideways, and that ball, and he throws it on a line, and Rome Odunze just puts his hands up, coming across the field, and it's right there, and now he's out of bounds.
And it's a crowd of Lions defenders. It's one of those plays where you're like, oh my gosh, that was amazing.
That's why you were the number one overall pick.
But also, I don't know that I ever want you to do it again.
No, you don't. But I'm saying, though, if you get into a game
yes.
Yeah, you get into a game where all of a sudden it's close like the Giants game was, it's plays like that where you like it's the they lose contain, the Lions lose contain, and now he's running. And you're like going, oh no! You're thinking he's going to get the edge. He just basically says, "I'm throwing the ball," and it is. It's a no. It turns into a, oh my God, what a throw! And that's what you're going to deal with this weekend. With it, they've got nothing really. I mean, this is the old desperate team theory game, is what this one is. This you're going to get probably some crazy football.
You're going to get Ben Johnson trick plays.
Yeah, you're going to get ready for this. Yeah.
Might have another 78 points combined or whatever it was.
Well, you sit in cover 2, don't jam at the line of scrimmage, and let them have free release running up the field.
And get no pressure.
But get ready. I hope Dak has another MVP-type game.
He's 2 for 2 so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the pressure needs to get better, but I don't know how much Clowney fixes that. He's just another guy.
Yeah, the thing is that, and I'll admit this myself, I went into the season feeling like the defensive ends were going to be able to manufacture some pressure. I felt like that they were naturally going to be able to create, maybe not Micah Parsons-like pressure, but as a group, they were going to come up with pressures. They were going to come up with, okay, you have 3 sacks, you have 5 sacks, you have, the fact that, that Kenny Clark and the inside and what they've been able to get from him has been great. But the fact that you can't get consistent pressure and people will say, and they're like, whoa, well, hey, they got some pressure on. Well, not nearly enough. Not like your quarterback faced. Your quarterback faced like each one of the offensive linemen with the exception of the left guard. Every guy had either 4 or 5 pressures.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
And not every pressure is created equally.
Right.
Like
you got one really good pressure and it won you the game. That just shows you right there if you could get one really good pressure, and it was the Sam Williams pressure that caused the interception. That won you the game. But those kinds were few and far between.
Yeah, okay. Jerry Jones said as much as anything, it's buying into the scheme. You've got to handle your responsibilities. You can't just be out there trying to make a play, make sure your responsibilities are covered first. You can't be a lone ranger out there. That's discouraging because that makes me think that Flus told him, we just got to execute this better.
That's coach speak for they told him we'll get better. We just had we had some communication problems. We'll get better. Don't worry about it there, GM. No, bro. If I'm the GM, I'm like, listen, hey, how do we make Diggs better? How do you tell me how we make Diggs better out there? How do we, Elam? How come Elam was making plays in training camp and OTAs and now he's not even near the ball? What are we doing? Are we doing something different over there?
Well,
these are the questions you need to ask.
You need to probably play your best pass rusher more. And I just saw Nick Harris put out James Houston is leading all D linemen for the Cowboys with 16.7% quarterback pressure rate, according to NFL Pro, and he's playing the least amount of snaps.
Come on now. Yeah, let's get this figured out.
So, you brought up a good point that they might be conservative
It's the only thing I could think of.
I don't know. Like I said,
Wait, what was it?
Conservatively,
because he played in the.
I thought you were
spring.
making me pronounce the word again.
Oh,
is that
what you
the
wanted?
first time?
No.
Yeah.
No, so like I was just spitballing. Why aren't they playing James Houston more? And so one of the things that I was just thinking driving over yesterday, could it be that they're worried about the amount of football that he played in the spring, just went straight from that into training camp, and they're trying to conserve his longevity to make it through a 17-game season, which I think is logical. Like, I could understand the thinking there. Otherwise, there's like Sam Williams has not been good. He hasn't. Dante Fowler has been underwhelming for what our expectations were. I still am not. I'm a believer in Donovan Ezeraku, but he looks like a shell of himself right now. James Houston's the one guy, when he steps onto the field, it's instant productivity. You've got to play him.
I'll tell you this. Don't ask me about these edges because I've got every one of them wrong so far. Through like training camp, and now I feel like as an evaluator, I feel like I've gotten this group wrong more than I have right.
Through the lens of having Micah, they're all really solid pieces to pair with an ace pass rusher. But they're all they're like fourth in the rotation pitchers. You still got to have a dog that's leading this thing. Yeah. And they just don't have that right now. And they don't really have a defensive coordinator that's willing to get super exotic with the way that he approaches the manufacturing pressure.
And I don't know why they're taking Malik Hooker off the field on the back end. Like, if you got a single high look, how is that possibly Wilson? Like, Hooker's been one of their best run stoppers.
Yeah, they played him down in that cover 3. Some of that stuff. Which in my view is you need to flip the two. You need to put Wilson as long as Wilson can keep things in front of him. Really good player. I mean, he's a really good player. But when you ask him, like you said, Doss, I think your eye was right on. He's scared. He's staring in the backfield, and all of a sudden now he doesn't have a feel for the route coming at him.
Yeah,
and there's no, oh wow, I've got to turn and react. But that's just not. That's to me. That's the coaches not knowing that Donovan Wilson traditionally you have to play him in a position where he could be that forward player.
We got the champ coming up here in just a second. Jacob Ray in for Lucius today.
The Razor.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, good company to be in, I suppose. Woolchuck, you got your top 10 coming up, though. Where are you taking it?
Let's do it. We just celebrated National Video Game Day. What is the best sports video game of all time? 877-881-1053. What's your favorite growing up? And maybe currently. That's next in the nation. But I know my favorite spot. That's RS Diamond Broker. I love to just go in there and hang out sometimes. Maybe it's a little bit different for me because, it is my family store. So I'm getting to go in there and be like, hey, what up, Dad? The R, that's my dad, Robert. And the S, that's my Uncle Seymour. And if you've been in DFW, you've probably done business with the Diamond Broker at some point. They've been in
Cinnamon Sisters?
Database.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg
I
Maidens?
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Star, you can do both. Get a new AC system for as low as $89 a month and enjoy a 5-day, 4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on the Fan segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Stay tuned for your chance to win your spot in the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. It's coming up before the end of today's show. We're going all the way till 6:30 Rangers pregame. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a second. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Jacob's filling in for Lucius, and he asked the champ.
All right, let's jump right into this. So it is my understanding that it is Teddy Atlas.
Yes.
One-day champ, going for 2, correct?
That's him.
All right, we got the Crawford versus Canelo Teddy Atlas post-fight reaction.
Bud Crawford came into Las Vegas, went up 2 weight classes to challenge Canelo Alvarez for the undisputed super middleweight championship, and he won it running away. Teddy, how impressed were you by his performance tonight?
Are you kidding me? A beautiful display. That's the sweet science. That's what it is. That's what we talk about when we talk about the sweet science. All night long, Crawford made Canelo a day late, $1 short. All night. Talking about the bigger man, the advantage of the bigger guy. How about the faster guy? How about the smarter guy? How about the quicker guy? How about the guy not only won on the outside, but even beat him at his own game on the inside? Please, Timmy, I don't want to say no more.
Look, you can't stop God's plan. I told everybody at home that would listen. Anybody that was out there, I told you. I've been in the ring with Bud Crawford. He's a phenomenal fighter. He was something different years ago. He's a lot better fighter now. What a damn performance he put on tonight. What a clinic. He beat Canelo in every avenue. Inside, we was talking about strength. He was stronger than Canelo. We talking about power. He took his power well. Canelo was very timid when he was approaching Crawford.
Damn right he was timid. He was every time he went to get in. I mean, after words, like, the best thing I could do is not throw. Put my hands in my pocket.
Dang, it's just there's nobody like him. You know,
he is. He loves the sport, though, man. God, he loves that.
If it wasn't Teddy Atlas, I would assume he's drunk or he's on meth. You know, one of the two. But he's not. He's just on boxing. And congrats to him. He'll look for 2 tonight, 5:30. The champ faces the challengers, and then we'll vote it up again before we get to L.A. Live. By the way, send L.A. some well wishes. He is under the weather. Let him know he's missed here in the G-Bag Nation. Time to get Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We'll get to the top 10 best sports video games of all time. Friday, I believe it was National Video Game Day. Put out a poll, and this was runner-up for the list of the Tolos wanted, so I figured I'll just use it sometime next week. Waiting on the lineups to be announced. I'd be stunned if Jordan Alvarez is in the lineup. He was on crutches and in a walking boot after the game yesterday. Once he rolled his ankle, had to leave the game. So I doubt you're going to have Jordan Alvarez, which is pretty huge for the next 2 games of this series, and also just for Houston, period. If that's going to be a lengthy injury at all, if he's got to have an IL stint here with just 11 games left to go in the season. But that's one to monitor whenever the lineups come out here for Yankees or for Rangers and Astros, excuse me. And then I just saw highest in-demand ticket this week for the NFL.
Cowboys and the Bears.
Cowboys and the Bears. The average ticket price, $597.
They're saying it's pretty close to 50-50 split of Cowboy fans and Bears fans.
Yeah, Vivid Seats has 53-47, just slightly in favor of the Bears.
Yeah.
So a lot of Cowboy fans. And Chicago, I've heard nothing but great things about. It's a home game for Tommy Arish. I'm sure he's pumped to be going back where he grew up there in Chicago. I think he's taking Bobby out for deep dish pizza on Saturday night. Oh. I wonder what the Bobby Belt review will be.
Nah, it's not chicken fingers or something. They got on us this morning, by the way, at 7 o'clock.
Oh yeah. I missed that part.
Bobby told he had a G-Bag Nation cup in the back of his trunk. He asked his buddy, "Hey, you want this?" The guy said no.
Damn, he said no.
Said no.
That's like a good
I actually
story
thought
for
it was
the
pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny.
Turned down a free cup. I mean, man, that's stunning.
Yeah.
That's because that was Bobby's pea cup.
That's fair. Yeah,
Forget about that.
That's he leaves out conveniently.
Why does he hoard his urine like that?
I don't know.
So weird.
I think he's like scared that just in case it ends up being one of those situations where he needs something to stay hydrated.
Real quick,
Yeah.
Eric, how sweaty was Bobby at the pregame show wearing that hoodie outside?
I'll never understand how
We put him right in the sun.
A bright, sunny morning will have Bobby Belt wearing the thickest hoodie you've ever seen in your life.
Man, you got to go with the thin hoodie. They got these fishing hoodies now.
He sat there the whole segment, and I'm thinking, man, he's gonna pass out. He's just gonna fall
Sweat
over.
just dripping.
I was impressed with the neck sweat.
Yeah,
he was.
Well, Tim, he was
perspirating at a rapid rate. I was like, get this man a Gatorade.
He had Tim Collins had his headphones on, and Tim put them back on. He goes, "Oh my gosh, what just happened?"
It's the sweatiest ears.
Sweatiest ears known to man.
The ear sweat headphone. The greatest enemy of the outdoor remote in Texas.
It's cutting season.
Love you, Bobby.
For Bobby.
It is. No doubt. Shout out to you, Bobby. We love you. All right, let's get to the top 10 best sports video games of all time.
Yeah, Sean, I texted him. Sean, I go, I heard that. And Sean goes, "Hey, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't say that. I didn't say that
He
about
was just
you
happy
guys.
you were listening.
That's Bobby and RJ. Get on them about
The
that."
Tolos love it. The Tolos love the
they're
drama.
like the back and forth.
Keep stirring it up.
Just
It's
having
fun.
fun. Just a couple
Listen,
of guys.
that's what I told
being
Sean,
guys.
man. We're just having fun.
Yeah, just dudes being dudes. Honorable mentions here. We got a lot of text flowing in. Jacob, did you have anything you wanted to throw out in terms of best video game?
You know, we talked about this on Friday. I went with Wii Sports Golf. It's
Okay.
a college staple in my apartment. So
wow.
It's a good game.
And Wii Sports
The
is an
bowling-
honorable mention.
The bowling was cool, too. I kind of like
The bowling, the home run derby, the tennis. There are a lot
Home
of
run
good.
derby's great.
That Wii was a lot of
So
fun
much
there
fun.
about 20 years ago.
Oh, yes. Mario Golf is on here as an honorable mention. Did you get big into Rocket League, Jacob, Eric?
No.
No?
yeah, my dorm roommate, he introduced me to the game, and yeah, it was on from there. I started grinding the game and got really good. So.
Rocket League is fun.
I never played it. I know Shippy was big into it. He was trying to get me to play it, and I kept meaning to, but I just couldn't get around to it.
Rocket League was good. We got a lot of texts in for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and that is on this list as well.
Dude.
Oh, that's definitely in my top 10.
It's incredible.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, so it is. It's
And the
an
soundtrack.
Was it like real
awesome.
Tony Hawk, or did you have to kind of use characters to get to Tony Hawk?
No, you could
Tony.
choose. You could use Tony.
Yeah.
You could use, I mean, whoever you
There's
wanted.
always some guy in a like bucket hat. They had like, because Tiger Woods golf was that way. You could play with certain golfers.
Mhm. Oh,
was
yeah.
the Tony Hawk that way? I mean, was
Yeah, the different guys around the world that were good.
Yeah.
But, you really didn't know any of their names unless you were really into
So they're
skating.
real
Rune
dudes.
Glilfberg and Eric Costin, guys like
Eric
that.
Costin.
Okay, all right.
NFL Street on here.
Rodney Mullen.
Sounds familiar.
Think he
I
could
didn't
really-
play Tony Hawk Pro Skater as much as you probably did. I was big into NFL 2K when I first got my Sega Dreamcast.
yeah, dude, 2K.
I was just and with Randy Moss on the cover. That was like
Okay.
the first game that I really got heavy into.
1998?
I think it was 2K4. I want to say it was 2004.
Oh wow.
Somewhere around there. Yeah, NFL Street was also a blast to play. Some of the other honorable mentions, you got Fight Night on here. NFL Blitz. NFL Blitz was also just an incredible game. Tecmo Bowl.
Tecmo Bowl was the first good football game. It was such a breakthrough because everything up to that point was just slow and weird, and it was gimmicky, and it felt like computer nerds had tried to make a football game instead of being a good football game. But Tecmo Bowl broke through. As long as we're on the original Nintendo Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, there's never been a game where I've gotten more fun out of that, beating Tyson more than a few times. And then an overlooked one would be Little League Baseball on the original Nintendo.
Oh, yeah.
There was just something about the mechanics of how they made that game work that it was better than all the MLB games. But you're playing with Little League teams and Canada.
Which is fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
It is fun. Fight Night for sure. MLB The Show getting texted in. NBA Jam at the arcade from the 254.
Oh, yeah, it was good.
Rodney Mullen is a skateboarding legend. He invented the kickflip from the 972.
Oh.
Yeah, Kareem Campbell as well. Bob Burnquist. You had Bucky Lassick.
Oh, yeah, I love
Okay,
playing with Bucky.
Bucky Lassick sounds like a really good skateboarder.
Yeah,
name.
Bucky Lassick is a badass name.
Yeah.
All those guys were awesome. I do want to show love to the game SSX. The snowboarding game.
Yes, that was killer.
Yeah,
That
you
was
did like.
freaking awesome, dude.
I forgot all about that game.
I used to love that. Our local friend comedian John Brown texting in Double Dribble on Nintendo.
Dude, John, I did not play Double Dribble. That sounds like a blast.
That was maybe the breakthrough basketball game, but it was still kind of trash until
Double
NBA Live
Dribble.
95.
Number 10, top 10 video games of all time, NBA Street Volume 2.
Yeah, it was great.
NBA Street and NFL Street.
NFL Street was
So you need street, like not real players, like
No, it's real players, but
Street
you're
ball?
but it is street ball style.
You don't
You're
have
front
shoulder
yard
pads
football?
on. Yeah, you could like pick these different random
wow.
locations
It was like
to play.
you could do 3-on-3 formats. Yeah, it was a blast.
It was great.
Number 9 is MVP Baseball, which came out in 2005. You could play it on GameCube, PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. 8 is EA Sports College Football 25. Game
Wow.
that brought it all back.
That's recent.
Debuting
right?
in the top 10.
People loved it. And I think some people are still playing it over this year's version. Like College Football 25 was better than 26 even was. 7, here we go. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out coming in at number 7. Thought it'd be a little bit higher, but one of the star games from the 80s that's making it here in the top 10.
I mean, when Punch-Out came out in the grocery store, it was amazing, but you'd have to bring like $8 in quarters, and good luck getting that off your mom and flip in 1986. So you could only get to like a bald bowl before you'd lose, and then you just didn't have enough money to stay in the game. But once it came out on Nintendo, you could sit there for hours and learn all of the gimmicks of each fighter that you had to figure out to beat. It was really just all pattern recognition,
Yeah.
simple. But the way that they layered it and leveled it, and just the way that they presented it, it was an incredible experience.
6 is backyard.
And this was a different time because growing up in the 80s when video games first hit, you didn't have games on your phone.
Yeah, you didn't have as much
Your
variety.
friends didn't have consoles, There was like, if you would have to like consider yourself blessed if you had one single friend with a Sega Genesis or a Nintendo.
And we're all trying to make it over there to play.
So you were getting a ticket into an entirely new world of entertainment, really.
Those were the days. 6, Backyard Baseball. which is now made a return. You can play it on your phone. Bobby actually texted me and said, I think him and pastry chef Eric were trying to get a league going. It's like, hey, did you download Backyard Baseball? I was like, no, I have not. And he was not happy with me for not having downloaded it. I don't play games anymore. I just don't do it. I don't have time for it.
I know.
I'd love to. I'd love to get into EA
big time
College Football
nostalgia.
26 and get into leagues with some of my old buddies. I'm like, my brother-in-law, yeah, he's going to be in for a rude awakening here in a few months.
Oh, because he's about to have the baby
sometime soon here. Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit farther along than I. They probably have another 6 months or so, maybe. NBA Jam at number 5. I did love NBA Jam. NBA Jam and NBA Live, I liked a little bit more than NBA 2K.
Yeah,
now
2K,
you can't even play NBA Live anymore.
Right. 2K took over.
4, FIFA 13. FIFA 13 might be the best FIFA.
FIFA shots.
Is that just because the teams were good around the world?
Yeah, but the play style of the game, and they change it like every year. Now it's not even FIFA. I think it's like 2K's taken over FIFA as well. But the way that you could, like Didier Drogba was an absolute cheat code in FIFA 13. Of course, Messi and Ronaldo were awesome. Zlatan Ibrahimovic with the headers was just dynamite. But this was also, yes, the prime period in college of FIFA shots with the boys.
I played a lot of FIFA 13. I think every year's game is the best game that I could play. As far as the sports perspective, I think soccer just lends itself incredibly well to video games.
3 is Madden NFL 2005.
Is that Ray Lewis?
That's the Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
I think that is the best one. Michael Vick was in his prime.
The mini games, too.
Yeah.
You know, the mini games where you have the blocking pads that move, and then it's just like kind of 2-on-2, 3-on-3, whatever, like running back drills.
Linebacker.
Yes,
those were fun.
Oh, man, that's the best.
And I don't know if they still do the franchise mode in Madden.
Yeah. Oh, if it's the same, I don't know.
You used to be able to fantasy draft. They would even have like newsletters that are coming out every week. You had like Bob Cousy, who's like narrating some of this stuff. I mean, if Madden NFL 2005 was just incredible. 2, we've got NBA 2K11 on the list. I don't know that I dabbled a ton in 2K11, but I'm sure that it's a goated game if it's this high.
I don't remember specifically, but that was prime 2K years.
But number 1, best sports video game of all time, according to Complex Sports. ESPN NFL 2K5, which debuted in 2004.
Is that Terrell Owens?
That was T.O.
Yeah.
And that was a great game. The first one I played was 2K4, but 2K5, the follow-up, was incredible, and it was only $20. You look now, what are these games, like $60, $70? I don't even know what the price of these games are anymore.
Yeah, it's no joke.
It's unbelievable.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Always a fun stroll down memory lane, get some good video game talk going. Okay, what are we doing next, Chief?
College football Tuesday, Darty, a tale of two cities. Let's check the pulse of Austin and College Station.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers get...
and me. Broadcast time 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shoot, yeah, thank you, Jacob Ray, in for Lucius today. Cole Wynn's going to join you coming up at 3:20 here on your home of the Rangers. Here's the chief at the college football, Darty.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We start with a little college football pop quiz for you boys. Who do you believe to be the Heisman favorite as it stands right now? It's kind of tough.
Arch Manning.
It's definitely
that is tough.
Not Arch Manning.
Could it be the Oklahoma?
It could be the Oklahoma
Mateer.
quarterback.
John Mateer would be up there.
He is definitely on the board. You get points because he is second right now.
Okay.
Dante Moore at Oregon?
Dante Moore at Oregon is fifth in the Heisman odds. There is one non-quarterback ahead of him, but it is a quarterback who right now is the favorite.
The wide receiver from Ohio State hasn't done anything yet, has he?
Jeremiah Smith.
It would be Jeremiah Smith, who's sitting fourth right now in the Heisman odds.
Okay.
I need to look at some of the numbers that he's put up here. I know it was
20
quiet.
catches, 315, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, that'll get it done.
Not Penn State.
No, it's not the Penn State quarterback.
I'm trying to think of.
It's the guy that we all
Tennessee
doubted.
Quarterback.
No,
Aguilar?
but Aguilar
He's
is
been pretty damn good.
Aguilar's in the mix there. He's in the top 10 for sure.
Tennessee, right?
Marcel Reed at A&M.
Marcel Reed, we will definitely get to him. He's sixth, but right now your Heisman favorite is the man that we all counted out, Mr. Carson Beck.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's going to change.
Yeah.
Now, is your dad a
But
big
he
fan
actually
of the
has been
Canes
playing
as
well. He has been good.
The Hurricanes have surprised me
Yeah.
because they're playing legit defense. I mean, last year their defense was so bad, and that's the thing about the portal now is you can
fix it.
You can change every freaking face on either side of the ball if you want to.
And let's face it, if you're a college kid, you're a college star, and a couple of your buddies from around the country call and say, hey, we're all going to Miami, I'm in.
Yes.
I don't need to hear anything else.
Especially with the way they're paying these dudes. I mean, Carson Beck's making a bag right now. And they got some serious players defensively. There were questions about the playmakers because they lost some guys, but those guys have stepped up in a big way, and the Miami offensive line's legit. So Carson Beck right now, the Miami Hurricanes, that is your leader for the Heisman voting, and then it is John Mateer, and then Gunnar Stockton, the Georgia quarterback. That's your top three right now.
Won't be too long before we have a Heisman winner from who won it twice at different schools. Take that, Archie Griffin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's an interesting.
That would be wild.
That would
but
be crazy.
You're probably right. With this portal, man, I could totally see this.
Yeah, that's a real deal.
Can you imagine being a Heisman Trophy winner and leaving like Joe Burrow leaving, like if he didn't go in the draft, but Joe Burrow leaving LSU and then going to Alabama?
Any of those quarterbacks. Could you imagine Tim Tebow leaving Florida? No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
The money's going to get huge. You'll be drawn for $20 million to go across the country. It'll be more than you could get at the NFL level.
I ain't letting you take my quarterback, man. I'm coming up with money.
I do agree. I think Drew Mestemaker should be the favorite, though. He's been the best quarterback in the
country.
country.
North Texas, right?
Absolutely.
That's right. Come on, baby. They're like
about to go spoil this college football playoff. Get that at large.
Are we ranked yet?
I don't think that we're going to be ranked, but
we're just gonna win Conference USA. Is that
we're
what
going to need to be undefeated throughout the entire season, going into the final week to finally get ranked.
Okay.
I look forward to that moment.
I do too.
They're rocking right now.
We're Conference USA, right?
No, we've moved up to the American.
My bad.
Doing it for our country.
Yep. My bad.
Okay, so of
Give us
course
some credit here.
we noted
Know your football, Brian.
Arch Manning is not in that particular Heisman conversation at the moment, and things are not great right now. When you look at Texas in the SEC, points scored per possession, only the Gamecocks, the Gators, and Broadus's LSU Tigers are worse.
We're bad.
Now the
Let's ask the coach what the problem is.
in the same category, points allowed per possession.
Stop.
Texas is number one, followed by OU and then LSU. So your best defenses are Texas, OU, and LSU right now in the SEC. But Texas, LSU, Florida, and South Carolina are your worst offenses. Now,
Coach, Brian brought us LSU alum class of '88. Why is our offense so bad? I wonder if it's an alum.
You're spoiled.
If I were to interview him, could I get away with that being an alum, asking him a question like that?
Maybe. If you flash
Former
your
player?
Super Bowl ring,
Former
and
player?
have
He's
your
probably gonna be
Letterman
nice
jacket,
to you because he thinks maybe you can help him out with some donorship.
Yeah.
Like you're going to give him some money.
We've given him money to like our quarterback's well paid. They're just not doing anything right now.
So I think it is time to start talking about the next in line in the Manning family. That's Marshall, 8th grade.
Peyton's son, right?
In Tennessee.
Yeah.
Oh, Peyton's kid.
Move along here.
Maybe he's the real deal.
We don't need to dwell in Arch's mediocrity.
Friend of the program, Danny Cannell.
Yeah.
Listen to this as his pro comps right now.
Oh,
you'll never guess the pro comps that he has for Arch Manning. You simply couldn't guess it if I gave you the rest of time. And it might be the worst comps that you've ever heard. If you're a Texas fan, take
Is
it
he
away.
going to say O'Connell for like Purdue and stuff?
I'm telling you, I could give you the rest of time and you would not.
Spencer Rattler.
I could give you the rest of time. Here he is, Danny Cannell on Arch.
There's almost like a Markelle Fultz, Ben Simmons something going on.
Oh, he's got the
where
yips.
those guys were all everything. They were supposed to be incredible, and then something happened, and it's mostly mental. Where I was wondering how Arch Manning would handle the hysteria that was around him, and he downplayed everything. But to me, this is very much a quarterback, which his confidence is completely shot. And I feel like it's impacting his mechanics, which is the similarity I would compare to both of those guys, because at one time their mechanics looked good. At one time they could make the shots. We've seen Arch make all the throws. And even there were times in that game when he had a couple of nice throws, but there are way too many stretches where it is as in Sark was trying to get his confidence up by calling easy routes, quick hitches, crossing routes, and he was missing them. There is something, this is a greater problem that Sark has 1 week to figure out, and I don't know if you can solve it in 1 week. He has got to get Arch to play more free, to get him to go out there and play with confidence, but the only way to do that is to play your way out of it, and he's got to do that, or else when they get to the meat of their SEC schedule, this is going to be a major problem for Texas.
And right now, Texas is probably scared of that meat. You have Arch Manning being transparent about this too. He says when asked if his struggles are more mental or physical, he says probably mental, to be honest. I think I just need to go out there and play my game. So there is a yips factor, and it is tough. It is very tough to deal with the amount of hoopla that he's had building for years now. And so I do want to lend him some grace for that. But when you do see a couple of moments where he does make good throws, you can kind of start to rule out the idea that we all thought maybe he was hurt. But if you are hurt, you can't make a couple of the awesome throws that he has made. And so there is kind of a mental confidence issue right now with him. And like Danny was saying, that's something that's got to get figured out quick here.
Well, the mental stuff has led to the bad mechanics, and the sidearm stuff is not him. I don't know where, like, all of a sudden against Ohio State, he's coming out and he's sidearming this.
He's
thing.
Uncle Rico in the
trying
ball.
to fill up River. Yeah, and that's led to a bunch of inaccuracy. The skips, you're throwing high, you're wide. You also do have a lot of new at Texas, and it's a new offensive line, it's new running backs, it's new skill players all starting.
And that O-line is not getting any push when it comes to needing to run the football.
So he's 100% thinking too much, 2-on-4. And yeah, I'm sure the pressure, he's a human being, and he did say all the right things in the offseason. But I absolutely, I'm sure he's heard all of it. I know Charlie Ward came out in support of him and was saying, hey, I got booed too in that 92 season. Other athletes have come out in support of him, but it has been bad. My Arch panic meter is not going off. I think Arch is going to be okay.
Right.
I think next
Big
year
picture.
is going to be the big picture year for Arch Manning. I think this is going to be, you're going to take your lumps. People are going to start to doubt you, and then you can go and be the guy that we expected you to be next year. But he needs to play. And
yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think this is something that you fix. I think this is a long-term. He needs to get better. You know, they talk about preparation breeds confidence, but if you prepare like hell and you're confident and then you go into a game and you struggle, it doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, you get confidence from having success in actual competitions. That's where real confidence comes from, and I don't think he can get there this season.
No. I think, as Danny said, he's going to have to play his way out of it.
They got to run him a lot more.
Sure.
Yeah.
His first 2 touchdowns were with the legs last year. Use that.
And I just want to show love to the Aggies right now. This could be a real team to be reckoned with in the SEC. I mean, the way Marcel Reed has grown at the quarterback position and the completion percentage, 17 of 37, doesn't reflect that, but it's just huge chunk gains 360 yards. And that Mario Craver, goodness gracious, that receiver. He wears number 1 for the Aggies. And anytime they're playing on a screen near you, just watch him because he is electric, dude. 7 catches for 207 yards and a touchdown. 86-yard reception. Dude's an absolute monster. The Aggies, they might be the real deal.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
There it is, a college football darty for you. Timothy Weah, a Yank, playing abroad, opens up the scoring. Marseille at Real Madrid Champions League. Mbappe equalized a few minutes later, but it's 1-1, and Timmy scores 31 years after his father George did the same for PSG at the Bernabeu. Pretty big deal there whenever an American tallies big time against Real Madrid Champions League action. Okay, we'll look at the top stories of the day coming up next, some of the Monday Night Football highlights, and what we have to look forward to tonight. Game 2, Rangers-Astros coming up at 6:30. Then Cole Winn is going to join us coming up for the Rangers Player Show at 3:20 here on The Fan.
Let's chat Trajan wealth, though.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron's what?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd.
No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's the saffron's called?
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to
Hour 2 of the Nation, welcome into the program. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're going to chat with Cole Winn here coming up in about 20 minutes, Rangers fans. Had an incredible 2025 so far. ERA about 1.5, and his whip is just over 1. He's been one of the several productive, quality bullpen pieces that they've assembled this year, and we're excited to talk about him. It's 7 seasons since he was drafted. I heard a lot about Cole Winn over the years, and now he is making the most of it here in this 2025 season. We look forward to getting more of his story and his outlook on things coming up here in about 20 minutes. But guys, we are at the actual make or break point of the season, aren't we? You got to win these next two, like 3 down with 9 to go. Mm-hmm. Broadus, you're not holding the line there, are you? I mean, you wouldn't be mathematically eliminated, but if you don't win these next 2 against Houston, this thing's over. It's safe to say that now.
No. I told you when CY tells me we're done, we're done. I trust my general manager. No, you're right. I'm not.
I was just testing.
No, I last night it shook me a little bit because it did some things in that game that they haven't done here recently. The bad base running, the defensive problems. They didn't get timely hits.
They hurt themselves last night.
Yeah, and to me, I felt like Jack Leiter pitched pretty well.
I love the response from him after that first.
I think Boach clearly probably wanted to get him one more batter, and it just...
And he was pushing it because he knew the bullpen's taxed.
He knew it. He tried to do his best, but it just looked like a team last night that they hadn't been making mistakes like this in the last 20 or 21, 22 games. And it just kind of showed them like when you do things not the right way, you're probably going to lose. And that's what happened last night.
I mean, they've done enough. You got to tip their cap to them. It's just the damn Mariners doing this. I mean, just go 6-3 in your last 9, and we should be sitting at a tie, even if they're playing great baseball. That's
100%.
Even 6-3 is a pace that's just about unsustainable.
Yes, it's annoying because the teams around you, like Cleveland's caught fire. Cleveland was kind of out of this thing, and then all of a sudden they won 9 out of 10, right as you're also going off. And then Seattle has done everything that you just said. So it is
that Cleveland series could be for something, couldn't it?
Absolutely. That's the other one that you're circling, and they've got to take care of business against the 2 teams at home that they should be beating in the Marlins and the Twins.
The
you can't be playing with your food. Those need to be sweeps now, especially if you're going to drop another game in this series to Houston. Like you haven't provided yourself any cushion. And if this thing ends up going the way that it's not the Rangers' favor, we're going to be looking back at all those 1-run games, bullpen losses, some of these certain decisions. I mean, last night I do think was that's one you can look at the coaches and say, Boach, Bees.
I don't think Boach had necessarily his best game.
No, you didn't really help yourselves there. But, I mean, the defense, too. I mean, you've been one of the best, if not the best defensive team in all baseball. And Jake Berger wasn't good last night.
Do you hate the Mariners at 877-881-1053? I think this might be the year that they finally become a rival. That they're just good enough to now officially be annoying. I mean, 23 almost did it.
They kind of they've owned you, though, right?
Like going to Seattle is one of those places where it's like, even when they're not great, it's just a miserable place for the Rangers to play. So there's already some of that going. They just haven't had like the full cherry on top of being like a truly legit type of postseason contender team or division leading team. But yes, that is an easy team to hate once they start being like they are now, which is a legit team.
Yeah, dominant pitching staff, so many guys that can hurt you. Obviously, what Cal Raleigh did in the first series against the Rangers was just baseball godly. But I do want to take a little bit of responsibility here for the last 2 games because after Saturday's game, my hope returned. It did, and as we've proven time and time again, whenever I believe in these Rangers, they collapse. So those are on me. But with 11 games to go, I'm back to full on doubt. I mean, 3 back with 11 games to go.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Yeah, we don't need you around.
So this thing is over. Pregame coming up at 6:30 and the first pitch at 7:05. Ken Rosenthal writing, if the Rangers do pull this off, Bruce Bochy could be in line for his 2nd Manager of the Year award. Lost so many good players, all of the injuries.
And team left for dead. You go on a late run to get in.
I think, Bochy be in consideration. I'm not quite sure how that thing works. It would be weird to give it to a team that's going to have 86, 87 wins at absolute most. But I do think that's interesting because if the Rangers are or if Bruce Bochy is planning to move on. If either one of those things is true, doesn't it get complicated if you win Manager of the Year? You're not going to win Manager of the Year, then leave, are you? Especially if you make the playoffs. You think you make the playoffs, you get to keep Boch?
Yeah, it's one where Bochy is the one that would leave. The Rangers, if Bruce Bochy wants to be here, the Rangers have no intention of him not being the manager. That's my understanding and belief right now. I think, but I do wonder if the flirtation of going back to the West Coast, I think, is something Bochy's been having. Yeah. But things could change with a sexy October run. But maybe that's also kind of a good way to say I did what I needed to do here in Texas. On to the next chapter.
I mean, I would have to believe if I'm Boch that we got a bona fide contender to manage any team. And I guess I would have felt that way about the Rangers in 24 and in 25. But, maybe if a great team is out there and he wants one more shot, that'd be hard to turn down a chance for a flipping 5th World Series.
I kind of feel like I agree with Zach. I think keep an eye on what happens in San Francisco. With Buster Posey now running the operation out there and stuff like that, I that might be.
I think that's very real.
I think that's a very real thing.
And the Rangers have good options. Still Shoemaker, the most likely guy,
Skip,
or would that be a guarantee?
Yeah, I think Skip would be the easy answer if he wants the job. I mean, he's been here for a year. I don't know if things have changed in his mind of seeing how things are run. Maybe he would like to try his hand at a different organization, but I would hope, yes, that would be an easy, you turn it over to Skip Shoemaker, who a lot of other people think could be one of the top 5 managers in all of baseball.
It'd be an easy transition for him because if he goes somewhere else, he probably knows the other teams, but now he has the hands-on knowledge of what this team is and how the front office works, and so it'd probably be a pretty good fit for him if he wants to stay. I had Pat Murphy. You talk about Manager of the Year, Pat Murphy at the Brewers, right? Him or a guy at
the pocket pancake guy?
Yeah, Philadelphia. I mean, don't those guys that win 90-something games, don't they
won the division again?
Yeah. Do you get any credit out there?
I think you should. Yeah. Absolutely should. Monday Night Football last night, Chargers get credit for suffocating the Raiders. 20-9 was the final. Geno Smith threw 3 picks. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, but he threw a pick on the Raiders' first pass, and he threw a pick right before halftime when they were trying to get points before the break, and then he threw a pick that effectively ended it. So that party of Geno Smith breaking out with the Raiders, came crashing back down to earth. And Ashton Genty, 11 carries for 42 yards.
It's been a rough go.
It has statistically, but there's like a handful of plays in both of these games where you're like, holy crap, Ashton Genty's going to be really good if they can get an offensive line.
Man, that's the thing. Hopefully he doesn't go away, and they just kind of get him all beat up and stuff. But man, I expected far more from him though. I'm not going to lie. 2 games into this thing,
he has 81 rushing yards on the season.
Yeah.
He has 84 rushing yards after contact.
Yeah. Wow.
That is unbelievable.
Even better than I thought.
There was a play last night where it's like as soon as he gets the handoff, he's got a defensive tackle right there in his face. Not a whole lot you can do there. I'm feeling for him right now. And the Chargers defense is legit. To be fair.
It is very good.
They're playing really good football.
Say what you want about Jim Harbaugh. He's a damn good coach, right?
He's awesome.
Fantastic. Yeah. He's won everywhere he's been. Yeah. I mean, I think that's why we were kind of thinking after that disgusting loss to Green Bay, you've got a guy that he's a disciplinarian. You want to change your culture. I think we were kind of on board with the Harbaugh move, but they wanted to keep Mike for another year.
He's going to be totally in charge, and
he wouldn't have fit here.
The fans are going to love it. Yeah, I don't know how much of a fit it is with the Joneses, but the Chargers defense, I mean, they don't have a good secondary. They lost Khalil Mack. And still continue to put the pressure on, I think that the Chargers might be one of those teams that could join that AFC conversation.
Well, the fact that they've got Denver this week, right? So they could be 3-0 in the AFC West to start the year. With the way that they
might be the team that dethrones Kansas City.
Jesse Mentor, their defensive coordinator, has done a great job.
Through 2 games, the Chargers defense is forcing an average depth of target of 3.2 yards. That's the lowest in the NFL by a wide margin, that according to Mina Kimes. And then our buddy Gojo, Chargers defense forced the second highest percentage of tight window throws of any game so far this season. 28% of the Raiders' passes. So that secondary is just absolutely dialed in right now.
And that's Chiefs and Raiders, right? I got that right. They played the Chiefs week?
They played Chiefs and Raiders. That's what I'm saying. They got Denver this week. They could be 3-0.
So, in that conversation with Ashton Gentia, you guys have probably seen today a graphic blowing up on social. Javonte Williams leading the NFL in EPA per play on the ground. Pretty dang impressive. And, just goes to show you there's lots of different ways to get that impact. And last year it was all the top paid guys are doing all the work. So the idea was you got to go, spend money or premium assets. But many of the guys inside the top 10 are budget kind of signings, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely had some good moments, but I still think you want some more from the rushing attack when you look at, your rushing success rate was phenomenal versus the Eagles. It was 36%, not near good enough versus the Giants, and they're running the ball so much on first down. And if he didn't have the huge touchdown run, you'd be looking at 16 first down runs for 38 yards, which is like 2 yards per carry, just over.
A little bit more consistency. Got to be better.
Yeah, like
the first half was bad.
The first down stuff right now, like if you're going to be a little bit nitpicky on Schottenheimer, probably want to see them maybe try and air it out a little bit more on first down.
Becoming a little predictable, maybe.
Yeah, and they're running great out of 11 personnel, but when they put it up into heavy personnel, hey, we're obviously trying to run the ball here, and they've done a nice job like hitting play action off that, and you got Lamb and Pickens as like the only two guys in a route. You can get some chunk plays out of that in the passing game, which I do love, but they're not running the ball well out of those heavy personnel units.
Okay. Oh, the other thing on the Chargers real quick, just offensively, they lost Slater before the season started. They moved Joe Alt from right tackle to left tackle, and he's been amazing. He's been one of the best left tackles. Yeah. And
he was one of the best tackles coming out of the draft.
Yeah. Was he?
Yeah.
Out of Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, yeah.
And then, to go back and forth, right tackle, left tackle, just seamlessly. That's a hell of a player there. And Trey Pipkins, the veteran, has stepped in at right tackle and been decent for him. And they ended up with Mekhi Becton, who left the Eagles. Tampa over Houston, 20-19. Texans are up against it. Nick Chubb runs in a late touchdown after a great punt return with just over 2 minutes to go. And you're thinking, okay, Houston's going to get to 1-1. Their defense is the strength. They'd held Baker to 14 points up until that moment, but Bucky Irving makes a huge block on 4th and 10. Mayfield steps up, runs for 15 yards, and does a front flip for the final 2, and that really broke Houston as Rachaad White ran it in a few plays later for the 2-yard touchdown for Houston. It marked the 6th time with 20 or fewer points going back to Week 15 of 2024. So they are dead last in the NFL in points per game under their new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. And C.J. Stroud, 1 touchdown, total QBR in the 30s combined for these 2 games. Houston looked like a team on the rise at points in 2023 and 2024, but I got to say they're heading for maybe a stellar finish in the worst division in football. It's brutal right now what's going on down there in Houston.
It's really bad, and everybody's getting super ticked at C.J. Stroud, and I understand there were a couple of moments, especially as a guy who has Nico Collins on his fantasy team, where I was like, bro, Nico Collins is wide open right now.
Throw the
Why
ball.
are you not throwing the football? But in general, that offensive line, and they haven't been able to figure out this play caller situation. Mm-hmm. So if you got a less than play caller and a below average offensive line, going to be tough for most guys.
From an NFC standpoint, though, it might be time to acknowledge the Bucs. They were without 2 offensive linemen.
Their whole offense. Your guy Graham Barton, he's showing off the versatility. Yes,
yep. Their starting center's kicking out to left tackle. Graham Barton's kicking ass, and they're both. White, Irving, they're running the ball really well. Igbuka's been fantastic. Mike Evans has been really good. They still don't have Chris Godwin. They'll get him back. That's a team that I think they've won that division 4 or 5 years in a row. Tampa Bay is legit now, and to do that against Houston, which is a good defense, the Bucs probably should start to get a little bit more love in terms of NFC contender status.
Yeah, they've done a hell of a job putting that roster together after the Tom Brady Super Bowl runs and the consistency that they've had. But this year might be even better. But they lost a defensive tackle, Kalijah Cansey, torn pec. So that's going to be a season ending for him, and he's a starter, I think, next to Vita Vea.
Yep.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Rangers Players Show coming up next. Cole Wynn's going to join us. We'll talk to him about what the Rangers need to do here with 11 games to go and what made him so good this year. That's coming up next year in the Nation.
All right, it's Tolo Truck Tuesday at East Dallas.
course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Coming up here at 3:40, about 15 minutes. Brian's going to break some stuff down for you here on the Cowboys and football. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by carsforkids.org. Donate your vehicle today, carsforkids.org. All right, the Rangers Player Show brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Here he is, a breakout Texas Ranger this season. Been a demon out of the bullpen. 1.53 is the ERA, and the whip, that's walks and hits per innings pitched, just over 1, which is a mighty fine number. Cole Winn joining us now here on The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's good to have you. Congratulations on finding it to the extent that you have this year. What's been the biggest difference for you, Cole?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think it's just been, being confident and getting a lot more comfortable. I think the more you are out there and the more you're pitching, the more comfortable you get. And I've really found that to be helpful this year.
I mean, I could totally get it. But at some point, you kind of get used to the fact that there's 50,000 people watching you and you're in a pennant race, and it just kind of becomes normal. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, honestly, when I'm out there, I don't even hear any of the crowd noise. I don't really see anybody but the catcher. So I don't really know, honestly. I think you kind of get used to it. But, looking back on it, I mean, it's cool every day to show up and have that many people watching,
Cole, how's the ride been, man? Like, from the pressures of being a first round pick with this organization, dealing with some overcoming adversity, to now you're having an outstanding year, as Gavin mentioned, and pitching out of the bullpen with a chance to go make a pennant run here and win another World Series.
It's been pretty crazy, honestly. I think looking back on it, it doesn't feel like it's been since 2018, so I had 7 years. But yeah, it's been a crazy ride. A lot of struggles, a lot of ups, a lot of downs. So that's ultimately led me to here, and I wouldn't trade the ride for anything.
Hey, Cole, I was interested when you just talked about you don't hear a crowd, it's the catcher. How does somebody develop that kind of concentration, that kind of tunnel vision? Is it something that your experience, something you went through? Is there a secret to that?
I think, you talk to different guys and different guys say different things, but I think for me, controlling my breathing is a big part of it. Okay. I start to notice, like, when I do hear crowd noise or feel a little bit more amped up, if I'm able to take a deep breath and kind of refocus in, I think that helps a lot. And I think that's been the biggest thing. I think it goes with practice, as much as you could practice, like, I guess, pitching in front of a ton of people, but I think controlling my breathing and just trying to stay as much in the moment as possible.
Well, is it one of those things, Cole, that you like? I'm just asking this, is like all of a sudden you said, wow, I'm breathing. Okay. Oh, that worked. Was it like that simple, or was it just, something like, okay, just through practice and time and success, it's worked for you?
I think I developed a routine through one of the mental performance coaches that I've used. And, you have a pre-inning routine, a pre-batter routine, and a pre-pitch routine, and it all revolves around a deep breath. So I notice, like, whenever I'm incredibly in the moment, I'm just focusing on, like, one breath at a time and then one pitch at a time. And I think that's what kind of helps me stay focused.
Sounds like you're doing yoga up there, kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe some Navy SEALs breathing.
Yeah, a little mental yoga.
Yeah.
Cole, what's the biggest challenge going from a starter to a reliever? How does the routine change?
I think it's just preparing to pitch every day. As a starter, you know weeks in advance what days you're going to be pitching. As a bullpen guy, you never know when you're going to pitch, and you have an opportunity to pitch every day. So I think it's just preparing every day the same as if you were going to pitch. So the routine's changed a little bit. I think it's just getting my body right to throw. There's a lot of different things, like different factors, like being sore, like if you pitch the day before and you have a chance to pitch again, it's just getting your body right and getting your body to where it needs to be ready to pitch that day.
Yeah,
so if you take every day and try and do the same things, it stacks up.
So what are some of the things you've learned, like recovery-wise, and maybe some of the veterans that you've had in the pen have been able to help you with that, with some of the advice day-to-day?
Yeah, I think I've been really fortunate to be around a great group the past couple of years, whether it be Kirby and David Robertson last year, and then this year Chris Martin and Sean Armstrong. I think they've really helped me, like, day-to-day, just being prepared to pitch. Even if, like, you're down and you're not going to pitch, like, it's still doing the same thing that you did the day before as if you were going to pitch and be ready to pitch. So I think it's just keeping that routine as solid as possible. And, the veteran guys around have definitely helped me out with that, whether it be how much I'm throwing in between games, whether or not to keep it light or push it a little bit more. So I think, you just pick their brains and see what they've done. It's brought them so much success. And I think all those guys have been huge for me.
Hey, Cole, if we got to sit out in the bullpen with you and the other relievers, would we have a good time out there for 9 innings? And I mean, until you guys start to have to do some work, and hopefully you don't have to do any work, but would we have a good time just listening to the stories and things like that out there?
Absolutely. In my opinion, the bullpen is the place to be during the game. There's nothing bad that goes on in the bullpen. It's only good vibes and good stories. And,
sure.
And then obviously, like, everybody knows when to get serious and kind of lock in.
Right.
But for the most part, it's everybody keeps it pretty loose.
Speaking of loose, have you guys ever played a game Derek Holland told us about 10 years ago called Fart Bottle Roulette?
I've never played that, but I could only imagine what that's like.
Have you heard anything about it? Does the legend live on?
I haven't heard anything about it, but I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, probably for the best.
Yeah, I'm glad to probably never play that game.
I know you guys are in the throes of a big-time postseason run here, trying to make something happen, but can you find the funny in watching Jonah try and leg out the throw to home?
I think so. I mean, I think everybody kind of enjoys watching different people run. Like, I think you watch like Hellman or like Wyatt run, the guys who are incredibly fast. I think that's pretty fun to watch. And then you get guys on the other side of the spectrum like Jonah. That's, I think, pretty cool to watch. Granted, I wish he didn't get thrown out, but
Sure,
I think everybody can kind of see the humor in that.
This is not a question. I just want to say, man, I absolutely love your mustache.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's. I think it's helped this year. I had to shave it at one point, but it's growing back pretty well.
There's some good juju in that mustache, isn't there?
Heck yeah.
Absolutely. I had to shave it because the first one I had a lot of zeros in it. And then when it started to not have any zeros in it, I had to switch it up.
Okay.
So you get a little superstitious?
A little bit, yeah. I think everybody does a little bit to some extent.
So who's the one in the bullpen that thinks like, man, I should be the one to go out there and pinch hit? Like if we're struggling to score some runs, go ahead, put a bat in my hand. I mean, it looks like you were pretty decent offensively in high school, Cole.
Yeah, selfishly, I want to say me. I was when Jack got the at bat earlier this year. I wanted the bat. Yeah. I wanted to at least get up there and see what it's like. But I mean, there's some guys I think that have some big league ABs already, so I'd probably put the bat in their hands before mine.
Cole Wynn here with you on the Fan. Okay, so background-wise, are you a fan of other sports?
Yeah, I like watching golf, football, and then I like UFC a lot.
Oh, nice. Big UFC guy. Who's your favorite fighter right now?
I like Alex Pereira. Yeah. I think he's fun to watch, and I think his intro to his fights is probably the coolest intro in sports.
Were you watching or plugged in at all? I mean, you had a game, but Crawford and Canelo?
See, I'm not really a huge boxing fan. I don't know what it is. I couldn't tell you, but I know a lot of the guys were.
Are you the best golfer on the team?
Yeah, I would say so. I've never played with Merrill, but I heard Merrill can swing it pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, those Arizona guys.
Arizona guys, yeah, you got to watch those Arizona guys.
I know.
Well, Cole, thank you so much for your time again. Congrats on your success. 11 games to go. Pregame coming up tonight at 6:30. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys, for having me on.
Yes, thank you, sir. That was fantastic. Brought to you by Globe Life. Globe Life for over 125 years. Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yeah, and you talk about an absolute just breakout. The numbers last year suggested, wow, the bullpen's not going to work for him either. I think it was in the sevens last year, maybe 20 games or so. And it looked like maybe it was the end, but you talk about 8 years afterwards, you're still just 25 years old. That's about the age of Jack Leiter. Mm-hmm. And with a lot of pitchers, it can take well into their 20s to get it figured out. But now this year, 35 innings of work, 29 strikeouts, the microscopic ERA and the very good whip. I mean, anything under 1.1 as a whip is good, and he's just barely over 1. So congrats again to Cole Winn, and really salute to CY and everybody involved for putting together one hell of a bullpen and continuing to develop internally like we haven't been used to. Brian, where are we going next?
Yeah, you know what? It's a Tuesday. I've got some really, really good questions, I think, for my guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers get even with the armpit? 2 more chances to win our ultimate...
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes. Nutmeg Maidens.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound
Was it so fun?
972-484-0829 or visit myirsteam.com. Remember, you don't have to face the IRS alone.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Jacob. In for Lucius. Football fans, it's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king in the corner, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well.
He was chomping at the bit.
I like that. Chomping.
Respect to his energy.
Yeah, love that. But here we are, Krusty's Corner. Krusty's Corner tomorrow, too, the next couple of days, as we do weekly. We'll be breaking down the opponent. Will be the Chicago offense tomorrow.
Yes.
And then on Thursday will be the Chicago defense. And then we usually take a look at the referees. We'll tell you that these referees will throw flags early when they're trying to call those delay of games. We'll let you know that.
I do love a good zebra report this time of year.
Zebra reports are good this time of year. So on Tuesdays, I like to find ways to ask my guys some questions. I always like to ask my guys questions. I think they come up with
do it too,
especially when they're good questions, right?
It's the best.
I try, Eric.
That's the bust.
No, your attitude, your effort, like top tier.
Not piss
and
poor,
that's what we respect.
Not piss poor right now.
You have
attitude and effort, man.
Really improved.
Don't make me send you a text message. Eric. I'll send you.
Glad that Broadus is the best Broadus.
I'll send you a text message in a minute. All right, and I'll start.
Damn down, please.
I'll start with you then, Chief, on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, through 2 weeks, has it been a better get of your running back Williams or Clark, your defensive tackle?
Oh man, I think it's got to be Clark because that defensive tackle position has been so barren for so many years, especially when it comes to like a legit run stuffing man beast. Kenny Clark has exceeded expectations. He's been easily one of your best players on either side of the ball. And Javonte Williams has done a nice job, and credit to him. Like when you start laying out the things of like, what have you gotten right and what have you gotten wrong about this Cowboys team?
Mm-hmm.
Javonte Williams gets a nod for, hey, I was wrong about him. He's got a little bit more.
I'm raising my hand on
than
that
I was anticipating. But Kenny Clark has been like a real difference maker and helped create maybe the best run defense in football right now.
Wooly?
Yeah, I'm probably going to rock with the Kenny Clark edition. Now, bang for your buck. I think you can definitely. I would go with Javonte Williams in that case. But Kenny Clark's has been he's been absolutely fantastic. I think that he's made the defensive tackles better for Osa, for Solomon Thomas. He's one of these guys that the pressure to lead your team in pressures through 2 weeks from at the defensive tackle position. He's not even playing like the true necessary 3-tech. I think it's very impressive. The run stuffing, what he's been able to do, as Eric mentioned. I think Kenny Clark has been their best defensive player through 2 weeks. Javonte Williams has been awesome, but he hasn't been their best offensive player for 2 weeks. So just because of that, I think Kenny Clark's just been better as of right now.
What about you, Dawson?
Yeah, I'm just going to agree with those guys as much as I like Javonte Williams. I think this offensive line was pretty good at opening up holes last year for Rico Dowdle. Javonte has great patience, great physicality. But yeah, Kenny Clark, he's your run stopping guy, and he's also giving you pass rush. I don't think you really overlook how difficult it is and how special it is to have one of those guys. There's only half a dozen or so in the league that can do both.
All right, I'm going to piggyback this on the question I just asked you about Clark. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to say this. My biggest fear is the run defense is improved to the point that opponents might just decide to throw the football on you.
Yeah.
What's your biggest fear? Because that's my biggest fear, that all of a sudden your run defense is pretty good, and now teams just say, you know what, they don't rush the passer, they don't cover well. My biggest fear is that that's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And we kind of talked about, I know I brought it up during some stuff in training camp, but that's still my biggest fear. But I didn't feel like that you were going to have the corners available that you have now. Wooly, what's your biggest fear about this defense?
I think it's the health of the corners. Like I'm so scared that you're just never going to get Diggs and Bland and Revel ever playing together.
Yeah,
they just haven't been able. It's like you can't have them both. Like we got Diggs and Bland playing together last week, and it was great. All of a sudden, now Bland's hurt again. Bland comes back, is Diggs going to be hurt? When Revel's ready to come back, do you lose Bland again? Like, it's just, my biggest fear is those three guys now are locked up long term. You've got 4 years of Revel. You've got Bland and Diggs under contract, and I am terrified that they're never going to be able to reap the benefits of having three guys that you would think would be some of the best trio in the entire National Football League.
How about you, Dawson?
My fear is that Eberflus doesn't want to adapt or doesn't think he has to, and it should be his fear as well, because as Mike McCarthy's defensive coordinator found out in his first year, the Cowboys will catch you here 6-8 weeks in. If this does not get better, I think he is on pace right now to get fired midseason, Matt Eberflus, and I'm hoping he realizes how urgent it is, because I think they have enough good players, especially when they get healthy. But you got to put him in a better position to succeed than what Eberflus has done so far.
How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, I would echo all those, but I think ultimately you're right. Like you traded problems going. Pre-Micah trade, it was like, are they going to be able to stop the run at all? And now it's, can you stop the pass? Yeah. And you don't have a good enough pass rush, and your secondary is nowhere near good enough. And there's very few secondaries that are good enough to be locked down when they don't have anybody pressuring the quarterback. And so just your pass defense as a whole, with Bland or not, you just saw what Diggs was doing out there. Yeah. It's tough to play corner when a quarterback can just sit back there pretty much all day.
Yeah. Dawson, here's my question for you. Having no BB is more of a problem than having no Bland.
Oh, I don't think so. I think I'm a believer in Cooper Beebe. I don't want to make this a criticism of him, but I just don't think he has been that much better. Like, the gap from him to Hoffman is a lot smaller than the gap from Bland to Triquez Bridges or Reddy Stewart, Kyer Elam even. Yeah. Elam has been horrible.
How about you there, Chief?
This is a really good question, and I would just go with, I don't think Deron Bland is going to be able to single-handedly fix how bad your defense is. This team has to win with offense, and losing anybody on your offense right now is not something you can afford, because your offense is what has to go out there and win games.
Good answer.
Wooly.
Yeah, I love
what
that.
Chief said.
I think Cooper Beebe's going to end up being huge here. And I like Brock Hoffman, but I think you're losing the power element. And I think that's kind of where Javonte Williams has excelled, is that, and I know Vach won G-Bag of the Day for it, but I loved what he was talking about, where he is a good complement with that trio inside, because he's a physical guy. He's patient. He's going to wait for them to develop, get that push, and then he's got this ability to get skinny in the hole, and then I'm going to force my way back, contact balance, which Shotty talked about, and sliver through there. So I think ultimately Cooper Beebe, I thought, was having a really strong start to the season. I think when we look back on this, it is going to be a big loss, and I wonder how much that actually is going to hurt this rushing attack.
See, I think that Brock Hoffman for like 2 or 3 games is okay. I worry about Brock Hoffman for 6 games. That's where I worry about this whole thing. All right, let's go with Chief on this one. George Pickens will be the Cowboys' best receiver these next 3 weeks.
Is there anything in specific for these, or are you just putting an arbitrary timeline on it, or
just putting the next 3 weeks? I'm just giving you that little sample size of these games.
No, I still think ultimately CeeDee Lamb is still that dude, but I don't want to understate the importance of Pickens and how awesome he is, just his presence on the field and what he does to open things up for really the entire offense. So I will still go with Lamb, just because I know that Lamb is like a thoroughbred top 5 receiver in the league, but it's a fair question because Pickens is, he brings a lot to the offense, even when he's not getting the ball.
How about you there, Dawson?
Yeah, pretty much just what Chief said. I think unless the opposition just only has one good corner and corner 2, and they're going to travel on Lamb. I'm just going to bet that over the course of a game, Dak's trust that he's built up over Lamb over all these years is going to be the tiebreaker in his head. I think George Pickens is just an incredible wide receiver to have. And when you have to go get a drive now, what we saw him be able to contribute to on Sunday night Sunday afternoon makes me very sure this is the best 2 wide receiver combination the Cowboys have ever had. This is incredible. But no, I mean, there's such a big jump from where Pickens is to Lamb.
How about you there, Wooly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that as great as George Pickens is, there's levels to this, and we probably still don't appreciate just how amazing CD is. And CD's quarterback proof. I think that he's proven that he can be the only capable offensive weapon and still go out and have 100 yards for you. So George Pickens, I hope that they learn something.
Yeah.
Based on that second half, because he's only going to be as good as that offensive coordinator allows him to be when he's calling plays. You can't just pigeon Pickens into he's going to run straight for you and run the deep ball. Like those crossers that you're using with CD that he does such a great job of, Pickens can also do. And we saw that. But I also do think George Pickens is his own worst enemy. And at any minute, there can be something really silly that you're like, dude, what the heck did you just do? And I worry about that every single game from George.
I think the coaches talked to him and the message got home. Like there were a couple of moments after plays where the defender is trying to think it's time to fight George Pickens. Here we go. And George is like, ball, give it to ref. Like there was big strides in the focus level from George. And I think the embarrassment of taking them out of scoring position and then the next play is a Miles Sanders fumble. I think that could have been a turning point for him in his career.
I hope so. I think for him, it's like, it really is daily with George, week to week. Every week's a new one. You did great last week. We got to just keep stacking them on top of each other.
I kind of feel like they unlocked something here. And I know the Bears are down a cornerback, probably their best cornerback. We'll see what the Packers do and how they play Lamb. I think Nixon is one of their guys out there. And then you got Sauce Gardner in week 3. I wonder how the Jets will play him with Sauce Gardner.
I like what you're thinking.
So I was trying to kind of look at the games and say how will they take and who will they take away in these games. I think the one way that you could take away Lamb is probably put Sauce Gardner on him. So I was trying to kind of get a little bit of a gauge of like how will these guys perform the next 3 weeks. I think it'll be pretty fair between the Bears and the Packers. We'll see, but the Jets one might be the one where you're going to need Pickens to be really good if they throw Sauce Gardner at Lamb and travel that way. But I think they've unlocked something. And I like what you said, Dawson, about the way that he seemed to play with a little bit of a different demeanor.
Yeah.
During this game. But I think the touchdown really, really helped him in this game. I think the clutch third down catch really helped him in this game. The guy's playing inside technique on him, and he still runs the slant. And what does Dak do? Dak throws him the slant, knowing the guy's playing inside technique. I think we're about to see George Pickens just explode.
I hope so.
I really
I think
do.
against the Packers, though, you need to target 175 yards rushing. Whatever you get from your passing game that day. If you want to win that game, you unload everything you got as far as the creativity and the play calling and the schemes to try to get an edge there in the ground game. Otherwise, Dak's going to get hit.
He probably will.
Yeah.
And I think I think the last couple of weeks, Dak's done a really good job. And I know you guys all watched the All-22. I think Dak's anticipation, some free runners on him.
Yeah.
I think Williams had a missed pickup. That the pass he threw across the field to Lamb was just like him standing in there and making the throw.
Yeah.
I think Dak has got a really good feel for like, okay, I'm going to have to stand here and probably take some hits because my guys are going to give up some pressures. But you could absolutely be right about needing to run
incredible.
The ball against
He can see the guy running straight at him, and he's just locking in, waiting until the last possible second, letting that thing go on that ball on the left sideline to Lamb. He just got smoked.
He got smoked, and really that's probably a little bit on Williams. It's like two guys blitzing, and he
they had
Dak knew he's got a free runner at him, and he just said, you know what, I've got to throw it. He he stood there and threw it. Good for him.
Well, good for you, Brian. Thank you so much.
Thank
Krusty's
you.
Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Every day at 3:40 here in the nation. We'll chuck a daily football fix.
Let's do it. The Brady conflict of interest, the text that still haunts Caleb Williams and the schmuckiest fan of the year. That's next.
Tolos, if you're ready to transform your bathroom into a dream space, Zentex Remodeling Group has you covered since...
get something. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30 tonight, and Rangers need to win 2 here tonight and then tomorrow afternoon in Houston to trim this lead back to 1 before we get to the final 3 series of the season. Jared Sandler's 20 minutes away. We're going to talk more about your Rangers with Sands coming up in 20. Mark Schlereth at 4:40. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
It's some interesting things to talk to Jared about. Is Doley not in the lineup tonight, as Michael Hellman will be starting for the Rangers, playing center. Cody Freeman's back in there, playing second base as well. Alejandro Osuna in right field. So full-on Little Rascal vibe tonight behind Merrill Kelly as they take on A.J. Bluebaugh of the Houston Astros. We got to figure out about this Bluebaugh guy. Can't tell you I know much about him. We'll find out if he's any good. Tomorrow, by the way, come on out, hang out with us. We're going to be in Argyle. Argyle Stand Up. We're going to be broadcasting from Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits there, right off 85-95 US 377 in Argyle. It's the grand opening and ribbon cutting for Argyle Station, 2 to 6:30. We're going to be out the next 3 days. We're at Williams Chicken in Arlington on Thursday, and then back at Pickler Universe on Friday. So a couple opportunities to come say what's up, fellowship, hang out with us as we're out and about. It is official. We know who's calling Cowboys Christmas Day versus the Commandos. It's going to be Ian Eagle, Nate Burleson, and Matt Ryan. They are getting the duties on the NFL Christmas Day on Netflix. Cowboys Commanders. Noah Eagle, Ian's son. Is going to be broadcasting Lions Vikings with Drew Brees following Cowboys Commanders. So we get Ian, Nate, Matt Ryan, but of course, we're not going to be listening to them. You'll be listening to Brad, Dave, and Christy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the only way to do it.
Best way to do it. Last night.
That might be for a playoff spot, by the way.
Could be. I hope it is. I hope it is.
Might be for a playoff spot.
Might be for the division.
Maybe so.
Could be. Pete Carroll had to respond to a Tom Brady report. Now, during the game,
it's up in the box, wasn't
here was Peter Schrager. Yeah, he's giving us some more information. What's going on with Tommy Brady, who was there Monday Night Football for the 80s?
We've got a special member of the Raiders ownership group here today, and that's Tom Brady, who is in the house and is with the coach's box tonight. I was wondering how much Brady really had an involvement with this team. We hear so much about Brady as the owner. Chip Kelly told us that he talks to Brady 2 to 3 times a week. They go through film, they go through the game plan, and Brady is a luxury for the coaches. Who else has an owner who's actually been there and done that?
5% stake.
That's an amazing
site right there. Now, Chip Kessie uses them as a resource every single week.
Yep. Why wouldn't you?
I guess after the game, Pete Carroll had to say that's not accurate. That's not accurate. We have conversations. I talk to Tom. Chip talks to Tom regularly. We have a tremendous asset. We get along well. We respect each other. But we're just talking about life and football a little bit. And that's it.
That's Pete Carroll's ego.
We're lucky to have him as an owner. We're not actually talking to him about game plans for the week.
I'm sorry, but if I need to find out how much Chip Kelly and Tom Brady are talking, I'm not going to Pete Carroll. So that one is weird, but I get it, and as long as the NFL is going to allow it, They are. For him to be in meetings and then him to be in the coach's booth against, a team that he's been in meetings with. It's weird. I would not talk to him if I'm the opposition, and where I'd be very mindful of this if I was the opposition, considering his history, And I do think it's smart for the Raiders to include Tom Brady in any way possible because he was around greatness for 2 decades. He absorbed all of that. We can already tell, maybe not from TV, but some of the podcasts that he does, his level of understanding on the science of winning and the process of it, it's, I think he has better than most head coaches understanding of the global view of how a football operation should go.
Yeah, and the work that needs to go into it. NFL spokesman Brian McCarthy said that there are no policies that prohibit an owner from sitting in the coach's booth or wearing a headset during a game. Brady was sitting in the booth in his capacity as a limited partner. So
you got the lady owner from the Colts.
She's doing it too. The difference is, lady owner from the Colts isn't going on Fox broadcasting Cowboys Bears.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying though. Let me ask you this though: was Brady involved with the broadcast with the Giants Commanders game in Week 1?
He was.
Okay, so the Raiders are playing the Commanders this week,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly the conflict of interest.
So you're calling the Commanders games. You're getting all the behind the scenes access about what the Commanders want to do, and all of a sudden your Raiders are playing them.
Okay, this now I have a problem with.
And you just played. He just called Eagles Chiefs, and that's a divisional opponent, right, of the Raiders. So yeah, it is. It's like they're back allowing him to interview these guys and coaches and players to get ready for his Fox duty.
That would be on Monday night when the Raiders play at Kansas City, October 27th.
Yeah, and he'll probably be there.
And I do wonder how much these teams are sort of withholding from him. You got to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Like, you're 100% right. You just can't.
I would request him not being in the room.
Yes, if the Raiders are on your schedule.
I would say, listen, Tom, you're a legend, Hall of Famer, all those great things. You can't be in the room.
I wonder how much they'll force it, because the real story here is that TV money is daddy, and we're willing to not have competitiveness be fair and integrity be fair because we need Fox to be made whole, and we need to make Tom Brady a better broadcaster. That's what this really comes down to. But I think he needs to just pivot away from it. Yeah, he'd be so much better running a football team.
Just go be full-time GM dude with you and Spytech or whatever that guy's name is.
I'm with you. I think that he's average as a broadcaster. I haven't heard much. We'll hear more of him, I guess.
He's got a game this week. He's got a game this week. Yeah,
but like 2 on 4, you guys act like Brady can't be trusted. It's not even an issue of trust.
He can't.
I think that's a sarcastic.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like he wants to win at all costs, right? So obviously, if he has information and the Raiders want, go ahead. I'm going to tell the Raiders like you would do. I would do the same thing if I were him.
If I'm talking to Chip Kelly twice a week, 3 times a week, and he's asked me, well, hey, what did you hear from the Commanders there? What did you learn from Dan Quinn there? Mm-hmm. Come on, man.
Can you come here in the booth so you don't have to text me when you see these things?
Yeah. I think it was stupid on Chip Kelly's part to admit he talks to Tom Brady. That's stupid on his part.
Yeah.
I never talk.
Not head coach material.
I don't talk.
That's not our guy.
We don't talk.
I do think the 682, it makes a good point. It can't be an advantage. Like, did you see the Raiders play? Yeah. That might be a Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly just might not be for the NFL. I do wonder about that.
Well, he was good at Ohio State.
He's really good in college. Yeah. His track record in the NFL, like he had a good year with the Eagles. It's kind of been a little iffy.
But if I'm one of the other 31, last night really didn't change anything. Because he could get whatever information he needs to Chip Kelly at any point throughout the week, at any point throughout the season. But back when the NFL changed this rule, we had an internal meeting and decided nobody is ever going to tell Tom Brady jack squat.
Yeah.
Kidding me?
All right, so Caleb Williams famously texted the punter of the Bears after he was taken in the first round, and he said, quote, hey, you're not going to punt much anymore, is what he told Taylor. Well, since then, they're averaging 5 punts a game with Caleb Williams in 19 games that they've played. They've punted 92 times over the course of those 19 games. So that hasn't worked out well, and that's going to haunt him until eventually that offense ends up being good and he starts to live up to being the number 1 overall pick. The other thing here is you had a diehard Bears fan, and I respect the hell out of these diehard fans because I'm one of you and I love you, but I would never do something like this. He has vowed to run 1 mile for every point the team loses by. Well, they just lost by 31 points. to the Lions.
It's going to be a long week.
He's got to run 31 miles. And I wonder just how many points, hopefully it's a lot that they lose to the Cowboys by. I mean, over the year, this guy is going to be in peak physical
So
fitness.
he runs every week for the loss or the points? Or
every week.
Every week.
He's going to, for however
much they lose by.
Yeah.
6
And
miles a day.
it's good for him because he's now made he's got a TikTok page going. He's on social media.
So he's being held accountable for this?
Yeah, he's posting the
At least
videos
he's
of him
not eating
doing
poo
this.
or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
I don't think that Florida State person ever ate the poo.
The hell no, they didn't.
No, they didn't eat the poo.
The one guy put the Taco Bell burrito up where the sun don't shine.
Square up. Yeah. Yeah.
But the poo eater guy,
Hey.
I don't know what he's doing.
There was. Let me find this. Let me find this real quick because there was another allegation about a certain program if they lose a game and what would be done. I will find this because that program did lose.
Oh, no. Well, I hope that they ended up paying off on that. Also, if you've seen the reports that Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt might be trying to grant him a 7th season of eligibility with the NCAA, Diego Pavia has, quote, tweeted on 3 Sports and said, "That's cap. This is my last year." He has no plans of playing a 7th year. Maybe he thinks he's actually got a chance to be drafted the way he's been playing there.
Yeah,
the way
Vanderbilt's
Vandy's
a lot
been playing.
better. Yep.
He's got a chance. It's very possible. Okay, let's hear from Ben Jones, former center.
Who?
Ben Jones.
Oh.
Ben.
Oh, Mike Jones?
No, good old Ben. Has a story about him playing in a game and he breaks his collarbone. Take it away, Ben. This is graphic for those listening.
I get it caught in a twist and collarbone comes through, sticking in the back of my throat. All the fans and reporters think I have the stomach virus because that bone is sticking in the back of my throat, tickling it, making me throw up.
No way.
Yes. Yeah.
Listen to this story.
I come to the sideline. It was on 3rd down. Thank goodness I didn't have to come out. I come to the sideline. I'm like, hey, my collarbone's out. And they're like, what do you mean it's out? I'm like, it's poking through. So I'm like trying to put it back in place on the sideline. And they throw it back in. They're like, all right, can you snap? So every time I would snap, it would pop out and hit me in the back of the throat. So I'm like constantly throwing up because
it's a gag reflex, right?
Yeah, 100%. You stick your finger down your throat, you're gonna throw it. Imagine a bone hitting the back of your throat. It's gonna make you throw up. So I'm like, my wife's in the stand, my mom's there at that game. She's like, is Ben sick? Like, what's going on? I'm like, I wish I was sick. I wish I had the stomach virus.
Anything other than my clavicle hitting.
Yeah, like so all the next week, couple weeks of practice, I couldn't snap at practice. I just hand them the football and go out there and practice. And I'm like, all right, tough it out during the games, and it's gonna just keep poking out, just figure it out during the game.
That sounds awful. Talk to
There's
Sports
no
Ball
way I'm playing. Do we not have a backup center?
They're built
Get the long
different, man.
snapper
Not
out
a very
there.
good one. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's unbelievable story there from former Titans center Ben Jones. Also played with Houston for a while. But yeah, that would be just awful. Every time you are snapping the ball, the bone is. Oh yeah.
I'm getting the GM on the phone there the next time we punt or score or whatever. I'm saying I'm not going back out unless you double my flipping salary effective immediately.
Yes.
Go ahead and conference my agent in. I got my collarbone sticking into my throat and I'm choking on it.
Sounds disgusting.
Holy cow.
By the way, it turns out whoever it is that runs the Pack Chat Network on Twitter, no, it's the, I guess, is it still the Pac-12, even though there's...
Oh, yeah. It's still Pac-12.
So they said if Oregon State this was back in mid-August. If Oregon State loses to Texas Tech, I will eat a dog S-filled burrito. So that was what they were alleging. And then after Texas Tech, of course, mopped the floor with Oregon State 45-14, you had the Texas Tech football legit account quote tweet the dog S-filled burrito and say, we'll provide the tortillas.
Damn right they will.
It's a great response.
Let's go.
And
yeah, 806 is all on this.
We'll see if that comes to fruition. Yeah, shout out to the 806.
Wow. Bengals have also signed Sean Clifford and Mike White, former Cowboys quarterback, is going to be on the practice squad as they're getting ready for the Jake Browning season there with the injury to Joe Burrow. And finally, which team's the best 0-2 team, fellas? You got the Browns in Cleveland. You got the Jets in New York.
Nope.
The Dolphins in Miami.
Nope.
Titans.
Nope.
Panthers.
Nope.
Saints.
Nope.
The Bears.
Nope.
The Giants.
Nope.
The Texans.
Maybe.
And the Kansas City Chiefs. Any of those 0-2 teams you're still buying stock in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not ready to quite punt on the Chiefs.
Just the Chiefs, only the Chiefs.
I think Houston's got to play here.
Houston still got a shot.
Houston should still have a chance.
Yeah.
I think the Bears could be all right if they trade for a different quarterback.
All right, the Bears.
What about the Giants though? If Russ?
How about those Giants? Let Russ cook, huh?
Good front, Russ, Robinson, and Neighbors. Yeah, maybe 7 wins in there.
So maybe 4 teams out of those 10.
Yeah, but the Giants have such a difficult schedule. It's just not going to work for
About
them.
to beat Kansas City to make us go, Kansas City.
469. They're on the Panthers. Not giving up on those Panthers. That might be our buddy Crowley. Used to produce our Bet Nation show on the BetMGM network. He was big on the Panthers this year. There's your daily football fix.
Thank you, Wolchuk. The Astros throwing blue ball tonight against Merrill Kelly. First pitch coming up at 7:05 down there in Houston, and pregame's coming up at 6:30. We're going to chat with Jared Sandler, see what he can tell you as he previews a must-win game for your Rangers tonight. That's coming up next here, G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Our goal is to
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's hard to stop a train.
All right, let's talk Rangers Astros with Jared Sandler. He's got the pregame coming up in just over 2 hours, 6:30 from Houston. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll be live tomorrow. Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. They're in Argyle, and it's going to be a party, a big celebration tomorrow. Dan's Bagel is going to be there. Argyle Cigar and Smoke.
Oh, there we go.
Food trucks.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a great place. If you're out in the area, do swing by tomorrow, starting at 2:00 here in the G-Bag Nation. Alrighty, segment's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Well, okay, so Adolis Garcia not in the lineup tonight. Is that due to his 0 for 8 since his return, or do you think this was always going to be this way?
So, Boch is going to speak here in a little bit and probably get a little more clarity. I mean, I could see – I don't know that you would just bench him for rest in a game like this. It could be that they're not pumped about what they've seen, understanding that, he got back as soon as he possibly could, and maybe they don't feel like, it's all the way there yet. And, in a big game, they wanted to start with him on the bench, or, maybe he's not fully right. I guess we'll learn here in probably about 20 minutes, whenever Boch talks to the media. But, I think let's just assume it's the former. I think you absolutely had to put him in the lineup these last 2 games to see if he had anything. You were averaging less than 4 runs per game without him. But, if you don't feel like he has anything, this isn't April, May, June, July. You're not going to give a guy as much runway. So if you feel like he's really compromised, or he's telling you, hey, my lower half just isn't able to give me the strength that I need it to give me right now, you got to win this ball game. And so, perhaps you'll see him off the bench, in a big spot. Maybe they want to use his bat off the bench against the lefty as a threat to try and, Boch has done a couple things here with the lineup. One of those things is to have Jock Peterson flanked by 2 righties in front and behind him to make it a little more challenging to isolate him with a lefty. And, maybe having Adolis on the bench is another possible deterrent for something like that. So it'll be interesting to see. Last night, even though it didn't work out for the Rangers, was an incredibly fascinating chess match of moves and strategy, and I'm sure we'll see more of that here tonight.
How'd you like Garcia's ABs?
I didn't love them, but I guess I'd also use the caveat there in that there are times when he's healthy and you don't really love the ABs, right? I mean, he's that type of player. It's not. I don't know enough to tell you whether or not he's doing things that he otherwise wouldn't do. Like Corey Seager earlier this year, trying to play through the hamstring, he just wasn't driving the ball the way that you usually see, and you could tell that something was a little bit different as he was trying to re-strengthen that hamstring. I can't tell you that I saw anything with Adolis. The first ball he hit in New York on Sunday was a missile, out to, I forget where in the outfield, but a line out in the outfield. And so I don't know that I don't know that I saw anything there. Like I said, he is prone to having approaches of the plate that maybe aren't what you'd want, and that at bat he had in extra innings on Sunday was not not the type of plate appearance you'd like to see. I will say defensively, he isn't moving as well as he typically does, and that probably is to be expected. But maybe that's an indication that things are really bothering him. He's trying to fight through it in a big part of the season, but it just right now isn't clicking, perhaps.
Jared, this Yordan Alvarez injury, pretty big implications here. I mean, you never know who's going to be the unlikely hero. Is Zach Cole last night? But listening to the pregame show and Boch talking about, it really hinges on how we pitch against Yordan Alvarez. Without him now, not only for this series, but for the stretch run, how do you think this shakes things up in the AL West?
Well, yeah, I mean, that definitely impacts them. He's their best. He's their best hitter. Jeremy Pena's really good, and Carlos Correa's obviously been there and done that in big moments. Altuve's fine, but, Alvarez is the guy for this team. With that said, they are just missing him and Isaac Paredes, but Paredes, I think, might be back later this week. And so they still have a lineup that's good enough. It's a lineup that's maybe not good enough. Listen, a team gets hot in October. We've seen what can happen, right? It's not a lineup you look at and say, wow, this is going to super scare me in the postseason, but it's absolutely a lineup good enough for them to run out the season, with Christian Walker being semi-productive and Jake Myers healthy. The Yordan Alvarez loss is significant, but, I would say that given what's around him in their lineup, not as significant as Corey Seager's absence right now from the Rangers.
Jared, what did you think about the Jack Leiter start last night?
Yeah, I thought he was fine. I kind of thought that, they sent him out for the seventh. I don't want to say out of desperation, but really just in survival mode with the bullpen. You're down Martin, you're down Milner, you're down Armstrong, and you're down Cole Winn. So, at that time, it was a one-run game. I thought maybe they would have gone to Jacob Webb the minute he got a base runner. The fifth inning was kind of unfortunate. You got 3 ground balls, and unfortunately the first one was an error, and then the next 2 they couldn't turn a double play. And then the pitch that he threw to Zach Cole, listen, I'll tell you this, in the first inning he was throwing some meatballs, and the Astros, probably because of the power on that fastball, they weren't able to square it up. He righted that, and the home run he gave up to Zach Cole, I looked it up earlier, that pitch type, that location from Jack Leiter this year, prior to that swing from Zach Cole, is an .037 batting average. So, that's a good swing, and maybe that's a guy, anticipating a pitch in that spot and just, being able to take advantage of it. Should never have been in that position, unfortunately, because of the error. The first inning was not very good. And, the one unearned run, there were two runs total. One of them was unearned. It was unearned because of his error. But he really, corrected things. And I'll say this, the fact that he was able to work into the seventh could prove to be vital tonight because the Rangers, a big advantage for them tonight. We'll see if it plays a role or not. Their bullpen is a lot better positioned tonight to win a close game than the Astros based on usage here in recent days. And I was telling the guys, on the TV side this a second ago, obviously want the Rangers to win and not going to complain if the Rangers win 15-1. But I almost wonder if it would be advantageous for the Rangers to win a close game, to try and force Joe Espada to use some more of his leverage arms tonight and then maybe make them a little more vulnerable for tomorrow. But, you can't beg and choose how you win games. If the Rangers win by margin, that's fine too. They just need to find a way to win. But they are one advantage for them here tonight is they do have the fresher bullpen of the two teams.
Yeah, it seems like, though, last time out, though, for the Astros starter, only lasting 4 innings against the Tigers. So is that maybe something like, is this something? I know it's 3-1 with the record with 2.45 ERA, but is that something that maybe is that a trend for them for him that all of a sudden if you can knock him out like in the fourth and get into that bullpen a little more?
No, that'd be huge, Broadus. And they just being able to get to Jason Alexander, knocking him out in the fifth yesterday was not insignificant.
He was
Yeah. Now, Bluebaugh is probably not a guy who's going to give you more than 5 innings anyway.
Okay.
So you're probably, if you're the Astros, you're probably looking at least 4 innings from your bullpen. And given the significance of games right now, maybe Joe Espada would be more aggressive, right? If this was May, maybe they would try and, push him a little bit more than they would tonight. So, yeah, I think, I don't know what their plan is. And maybe they're looking at this as a one-time through and they want to go straight bullpen game, from start to finish. We'll have to wait and see. But, yeah, I mean, the more arms you can use, the more arms you can, get on the mound, the better off you're going to be, not just for tonight, because hopefully that means that you're knocking guys out of the game, but also for tomorrow. Because remember, both teams have an off day on Thursday, and maybe we are at the point in the year where you will use a guy 3 days in a row without hesitating if they tell you you're ready. But it's not something a lot of these guys across the league do through the first 5 months of the season. And so even if a guy says he's ready, it's not something that they're used to doing. And so if you can get Brian King out there and Steven Okert out there again tonight and maybe do it in a winning situation for the Rangers, all of a sudden tomorrow the Rangers, are entering tonight Armstrong, Maton, Milner, Coulomb, who is activated, and Cole Winn. None of those guys pitched yesterday. So worst case, they're going to go back-to-back days this series. They're not going to be asked to go 3 straight. Again, I'm not saying that, you trade yesterday's loss or anything, right? You'd rather be in a position to sweep a series. But the reality is they lost. It is what it is. Moving forward, that is one area of an advantage for the Rangers tonight. But the hitters have to take advantage of it, right? They can't let A.J. Bluebaugh settle in, and then all of a sudden you look up, he's gone 5 innings, and you're limiting the exposure for the Astros bullpen.
That Oakard was good last night for them. Man.
Yeah, and that to me, guys, we can talk about sending Jonah Heim, and obviously, Tony Beasley took accountability for that. I thought, that at bat there, the chess match of Oakert versus Peterson and the decision to let Peterson hit versus go to the bench. I thought that was interesting. I'm curious, I'm sure Eric will ask Boch about that, and we'll get that on the pregame, but I'm curious what all goes into that decision, because it's easy to say, well, it didn't work out, so it's a horrible decision. But I don't love to look at decisions just based on, one outcome. I'd love to know the thought process and, what all was considered in that moment. But to me, the amateur view, you talk about not just looking at the computer, but the feel of the game. Momentum had swung in the Rangers' favor. What if they would have been able to add another run that inning? And the other thing, too, is Jock Peterson wasn't going to face a righty his next time up either, because they had Brian King ready to go. And so it wasn't like you were compromising Jock for a potential opportunity against a righty later. But I'm sure there were a lot of reasons why, they decided to let Jock hit in that situation. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
Jared, do you feel like, though, because it sounded like to me that they were thinking that maybe that he had some success and he'd had some good at-bats against left-handers recently, the battles and stuff that he had, and they felt like that maybe that Boch kind of was like just a gut that hey, he had been swinging the bat a little bit better here the last month or so?
Yeah, he had the home run against Cleveland. That was against, I forget who it was. I think it was against Eric Sabrowski, if I'm not mistaken. That was his first home run off of a lefty, first hit off of a lefty, and then he had another one against the Athletics. But yeah, he just looked overmatched against Oakert, right? And it was almost like he was hoping that he could get ahead and maybe coax a walk or something. But yeah, and maybe that was a part of it, right? Maybe they felt like, all right, maybe a little more comfortable. Maybe we can get by, and because the Rangers were winning, I'd say this: if the Rangers were down 1 in that spot, I don't think he hits. I do think a part of it was up 1, and maybe we can get away with keeping him in for right now and just seeing how it plays out next time through. But obviously the Astros were able to reclaim the lead after the Rangers took the lead, and then the Rangers were playing catch up, and they had opportunities, right? They out-hit the Astros last night. They had their chances. They just couldn't capitalize.
Well, have fun down there tonight, Sands, and look forward to catching up with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Pregame coming up at 6:30. Carroll against Bluebaugh, at least for the opener there from Houston's side. We're coming back with Mark Schlereth, our Odyssey NFL insider, going to tell you all about week 2 and look forward to week 3 coming up next. Is your energy not what it used to be? Gavin Dawson here, rolling with you live for Men's.
Daikin Park in Houston. Hi, everybody. Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Jacob, in for Lucius today. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. And a good afternoon, Mark. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing good, by a miracle, I suppose, and Brandon Aubrey's leg. But we're also excited about Javonte Williams. And I wanted to ask you how this compares to what he just put on film in Denver last couple of years.
Yeah, last 2 years. I mean, when he was a rookie, he looks back to like what he was doing his rookie year, which was explosive and just running people over. And over the last couple of years here in Denver, I mean, he had a gruesome knee injury. And so, there's always that kind of time period. You always kind of feel like, hey, it's the second year after an ACL reconstruction. It's the next year that you really have. But it's really taken him several years to look like he's got that confidence, like he's got that explosiveness and that willingness to run people over again. And I know how, I know from my own career, I mean, what saved my career in college, because I was retired in college from football, was moving from defense back over to the offensive side of the ball. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, now I can play without so much fear about, planting my leg in the ground and trying to chase a quarterback as a D end or a nose guard or a D tackle and be back on the offensive side of the ball. So, like, for him to do what he did, it was one of the things as I was watching that game, I was like, good for Javonte, because he looks like a completely different cat than he did the last 2 years in Denver.
Steak, I wanted to ask you how big this loss of Cooper Beebe, the Cowboys center, is, but just that center position in general and the importance of that for the rest of the other five.
Yeah, I mean, we always make a deal of, hey, the center, sets the protection, but everybody does it, right? I mean, we're all talking. It's all, warning, and it gets passed down from one set to the other. And then in today's game, it's not as prevalent because a lot of quarterbacks set protections. And so the biggest issue is that you miss having a guy that can really play. And, so, that continuity and all that stuff. And so that'll be an interesting thing to see, because he's got like a high ankle sprain, right? He's going to be out like 6 weeks or something. Is that what I read?
Yeah, so, lateral ankle sprain. Then he's got a broken bone in the foot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is always devastating. And so, and continuity is so important up front. But, it's always one of those things that's hard. To have those five guys, last the whole season and be in there together and working together is incredibly important. Can you overcome it? Absolutely, you can overcome it. Who comes in? I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge.
Brock Hoffman.
Yeah, see, that guy I don't know. So, and that always scares me. I think one of the things that scares me about losing offensive linemen is most of the backups in this league can't play. And it's changed dramatically from when I was in the league, because we used to have all our backups when I was a player were guys that had started somewhere else for several years. And, injuries or getting older or whatever. But those guys you could plug and play for 2, 3, 4 games, 6 weeks, whatever it was. And one of the things that has happened in the league now is that's a cost savings place. And so instead of spending, several $1 million on a veteran guy can play, you've got a second-year dude that you're trying to develop, and it's really hard to develop these guys because we never put them in pads anymore. And those guys, more often than not, can't play. And that would be my biggest concern. And you saw the meltdown with the left tackle of the Giants, Hudson, in that game, like a young player, it's really such a technically advanced position, and the league tries to save money, by using rookies and first and second year players that really haven't been developed. So it's a big issue around the league in general.
Mark, we got the Bears on deck now for the Cowboys. What's it like playing in Soldier Field, and what do you think about the Bears?
Yeah, the Bears, offensively, man, they've been really good in their first scripted drives, and then they haven't been worth a squirt of urine after that. So Caleb Williams has not looked good. There's no question that he has been kind of out of sync after they get off that initial script. And the thing about that is everybody goes, well, why didn't you script the whole game? Well, the defense adjusts. So you take your first 15 or whatever it is, and you say, hey, we want to run this to this formation, we think we're going to get this look and stuff. And when it all pans out that way, great. Then all of a sudden you run the same play and they give you a different look and they give you a different defense and a different defensive front and a different coverage, and then it falls apart. And the issues that I think about Caleb Williams when I've watched him, and this goes all the way back to college, is when you play at a school like USC and 9 of your 11 games, you're physically you're just more talented than the team you play. And when you get off script and you play off script all the time as a quarterback and you make big plays, everybody praises you and says you're a generational talent. And generational talent doesn't mean anything to me. I want generational quarterbacking. And, and so when your default mechanism is from the neck down, meaning you take off and you scramble around and you try to make something big happen, you don't win that way in the NFL. You win by being boring. You win by staying on script. You win by, if you're running a curl flat combination, the flat is open, you take it 100 out of 100 times and you set yourself up for second down and 5. And now everything is open to you. And if you pull that ball and say, hey, I'm going to scramble around a little bit, and you take a sack and now it's second down and, 14, you don't convert those. That doesn't happen in this league. So until you start playing quarterback as opposed to generational athlete, you're gonna struggle.
Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side with Mark Schlereth here on The Fan.
Stig, you've got a unique perspective, I'd say, to compare with this Brady stuff that everyone's worried about today, because he's, of course, the owner, and then he's also with the Fox broadcast like you are, and you're getting to talk with the coaches and the players. You told us last year you also do consulting around the league. So, what are your thoughts on this with the conflict of interest with Brady and maybe some insight he can gain for the Raiders?
Yeah, I think it's much ado about nothing. I understand that everybody's up in arms, but everybody runs the same stuff. Like I can put on tape of anybody. There's no new plays. Everybody runs, a Mills concept. Everybody runs a Yankee concept off a play pass. Everybody runs curl flat. Everybody runs, scat Hank. Everybody, it's all the same stuff. Do you have the players to execute it? And so ultimately, what are you really going to learn? Do you think all of a sudden he's going to be in a facility or in a Zoom meeting and say, hey, by the way, I was in this Zoom meeting and I saw the secret plays. I saw the ones that they got from Hogwarts. So now I can give it to the Raiders staff. Those guys are watching the coaches tape. Those guys know, those coaches have been around for a long time. They know what you're good at. They know what you run. You're not finding some trade secret. So, I don't know. I think there's almost zero, competitive advantage that you're going to gain from Brady having a meeting with other coaches.
How about injuries then? How about the fact that he did the Washington and Giants game in week 1, the Raiders play this week, and there's maybe some guys coming back from injuries and stuff like that? What if he gets medical information?
What do you So what are you going to say? Hey, this guy's going to play this week, or this guy's not going to play this week? Or
maybe they feel like that. Maybe they're in a situation where they're kind of feeling like that this guy might be back this week. We're going to push it for this week. He's going to be back for you. Maybe the coaches are trying to keep that secret, but they tell Tom because he's in the building.
Yeah, I suppose that could happen. I do think that you're following pretty closely the injury reports. You're following all that stuff. I just don't think there's a lot of information you're going to garner from being inside one of those facilities. I mean, I'm in one every week.
Sure.
And I've got a ton of relationships with coaches, and I've got a ton of relationships, with GMs. And
do you
people
feel
of
like
that nature.
Stink, that you get more information than more broadcasters because of former player and maybe the relationships you have?
I think I get more information because I ask better questions.
Okay.
Because like for me, curiosity is the most important part of learning, and I'm curious.
Sure.
And I watch it out of this formation. Why do you run this play out of this? And I think one thing about coaches in general, coaches love to talk about football.
Sure.
So if you come in and you ask them if you ask them all the questions about, hey, like this guy said this, and and all the stuff that all the soap opera nature of the league, they have to answer those stupid questions all the time. Mm-hmm. But if you start asking them about football, dude, they just coaches love to talk to you about football,
right.
and they love to explain it, and sometimes. I'll walk out of a meeting that's a great meeting, and sometimes my producer will just be like, "Dude, you guys were speaking a different language." Yeah. Because it gets into football talk. You're talking
right.
about sevens and 8 routes and 7 routes and smash combinations and we all speak that same language. You're talking about, hey man, the difference between playing hey, what's the difference? Why are you putting this guy in a 4-eye and this guy in a 5 technique? And and coaches just they light up about stuff like that. Meanwhile, everybody else in the room is going, "What the hell are they talking about?"
Yeah.
Appreciate it as always, Mark. Have a great week 3, and we'll catch up with you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, guys. Be well.
Salute. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Make plans to join us tomorrow in Argyle. We're going to be having a party there at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits starting at 2 o'clock. Frenchtown Salon and Suites is doing giveaways. Dan's Bagels, Argyle Cigar and Smoke. And check this out, $25 gift card for all new Tolo customers tomorrow. That says all new.
There you go.
So join us and get a $25 gift card to Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits, and we'll have ourselves a time. Chief, what are we doing next?
Football's finest, 877-881-1053 through 2 weeks. What did you get right about the Cowboys, and what have you gotten wrong? Plus the house of dysfunction, that is the Bears.
If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. The way to get it right at that point is
skipper, Bruce Bochy. Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the nation. We're 90 minutes. We're under 90 minutes now from Rangers Astros pregame show. It's a must-win. I know we said that a lot throughout the season, and this one is really for all the marbles. You need tonight and tomorrow to get back to one off the pace, and then see what happens to the final 3 series of the season. I think I misspoke earlier. I thought we had day baseball tomorrow. That's
no,
gonna
we
be
did not. Yeah.
That's a Wednesday out in Argyle for us with the 6:30 pregame. The last weekly day game is next Thursday.
Next week.
Yeah, next Thursday. All right, here's the Chief with an edition of the finest.
Boy, I am fired up. All right, 877-881-1053 through 2 weeks. What did you get right about these Cowboys as we went into the season, and perhaps some things that we got wrong? We also have to do some reading on the Bears' dysfunction as we get set for Caleb Williams and company. But first, boys and girls, he's back.
He's back. Rich Dalrymple?
No! Not Fix This S, Rich.
Oh, okay. Good.
This is even better.
Is it the best man?
We've got Mr. John Gruden.
Oh, Grudes.
And his Nicey Players of the Week.
I was just wondering about this. I swear, not 5 hours ago, I searched for Gruden's grinders.
See, I didn't do my due diligence last week. It didn't come to me, and so I just assumed maybe he wasn't doing it anymore, because usually it's like bam, 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 it's hitting. But I didn't see it. He did have a Nicey week 1. Maybe we can revisit later in the week, just because why the hell not? But here he is, week 2, back and better than ever, John Gruden. Woo. And his Nicey Players of the Week.
You know, some people feel pressure, and some people don't. I love guys that can come through under intense pressure. Kind of like the Falcons' new place kicker, John Parker Romo. This man doesn't even know his teammates. He's been on 7 different professional teams. They suit him up last night, and he goes 5 for 5, including a 54-yard bomb. They know him now. Guys like Jake Elliott, the kicker for the Philadelphia Eagles, world champion, clutch playoff performer. But I heard people questioning his accuracy and his range. Not anymore. How about yesterday, the 58-yarder at the end of the half and another 51-yarder to win it? You know, the Dallas Cowboys are a storied franchise. So many clutch performers. But how about their kicker, Brandon Aubrey? I mean, it's a dire situation yesterday. And he comes into the game and hits a 64-yarder to put it in overtime. And then he walks off with a 46-yard winner.
Hell yeah.
How about that?
Let's go, Brandon Aubrey.
Brandon Aubrey getting all the love. He was on the McAfee show.
Yeah, he was.
As well.
Feeling real nicey.
He's becoming a national product. Courtesy of his dominance. And I actually saw, let me get the numbers exactly correct, but in terms from just going the distance on these kicks, the success rate on 60-plus yard field goals since 2023.
It's actually probably pretty high.
Brandon Aubrey, almost 72%.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Everyone else in the league, 33%.
Yeah.
Star.
And even 33 seems high, but
It does seem a little high.
Hey, credit to just where we're at with kickers now. I mean, 1 out of 3 times it's 60+, and they're gonna punch it through. Yeah. But for our guy, Brandon Aubrey, 7 out of 10 times.
It's pretty impressive. As impressive as Gruden's grinders, and I was a little bit worried that they'd go away because he's probably busy. He's trying to work his way back in.
Copyright infringement on the music he was using, maybe?
You need a sponsor? I don't know.
He got a sponsor.
Okay, he's got a sponsor.
It out, but like the last 30 seconds of his Nicey clips are now brought to you by DraftKings.
Okay. Yeah, keep the money flowing in there. Now, one request from Gruden. The old man gut is just unsightly at this point. Got to clean that up.
Everything goes to the gut for him. Like the face, the arms, like it's just everything just centers right there.
He used to be a much smaller guy.
I think it's the beer.
Yeah.
Isn't that a beer thing?
Maybe.
You mean ask him?
Maybe Hooters wings.
How do you phrase the question?
Hooters
what's
wings.
going on with that spare tire?
John, my colleagues think you're kind of fat. How did you become fat?
Very on brand. It's hard to be
brand.
It is. We're calling him the Girthquake here in DFW.
You're not going to make it back to the NFL being fat. I think Andy Reid got grandfathered in.
You know what? It's funny, though. Every college job that's come open now, John's like odds-on favorite. Virginia Tech, UCLA.
Yeah.
Like he's like 4-1, 5-1. Like he's the favorite to be the next coach at some of these places.
Yeah, he's probably going to get a gig.
College, can you see it being like him and Belichick?
Maybe Florida.
Yeah, you can be heavier as a college coach. I don't mind it so much for some reason.
Yeah, if you got that guy at Kansas, I told you the story about my guy.
Yeah, Ralph Friedgen, Mangino.
Mark Mangino.
Mark Mangino. Yeah, there's been some big guys.
Shower towel man.
Goodness gracious. I still haven't recovered from that particular.
That was a hell of a
I'd like to be the equipment man that has to go in there and grab those
You
towels.
couldn't have paid me enough money. That would have been wild.
You're on scholarship. You doing it for books and room and books?
I got to get back into my 18-year-old way of thinking. Maybe.
Sure, you're going to get like free meals, room. All right. Would you do the Mangino towel thing if they give you free? You're on scholarship, free books, and free meals and free housing.
Now, to be fair, the Mangino towel thing means you are wiping his ass with a towel.
Yes.
No, you're picking up the towels that he.
Okay,
uses.
I'm just disposing of the.
Yeah.
You're now keeper of the poo towel.
Yeah, you have to go in there and grab the poo towels out of the shower area.
I mean, for room and board.
For room and board.
For room and board.
I mean, inflation
meals,
these days, that's got to be $80,000 of value. Absolutely, go pick up a towel a day.
Pair of gloves and maybe I might have to go full Walter White.
I would say that's a
style.
hazmat suit.
No, man, you just only have to go in there with a hoodie, the shorts, and your Nikes on. Or they're Adidas.
No gloves, no tongs.
I don't even get like a face mask.
I'll give you the gloves.
Can I just wear a football helmet?
I'll give you the gloves. Because
that's
it's
easy.
like Bucky and them wear gloves after the game when they're picking up jerseys and stuff.
Yeah, because you get a Jalen Carter loogie on your thumb. Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that.
All right, 877-881-1053. Cowboys right and wrong, 972. What I got right, Shoddy is the real deal. Okay. Got wrong, the running game was going to struggle.
Yeah, probably listening to me.
That's certainly fair, particularly when it comes to just Javonte Williams in general. I think most people probably got that wrong.
Listen to me on that one.
I mean, that was pretty much everybody, I would say.
Do you think Blue can make this running game better? Even better?
I think he can help. Yeah, I think Williams and Blue would be a really nice 1-2 tandem. I'm really not feeling the Miles Sanders. Like, I'd rather Lipke kind of get carries that Sanders is getting. Sanders doesn't look like he can
Ever
move.
since they paid Lipke, he hadn't done anything, right?
No, I made that
That's weird.
He had a missed block, too.
$3.5 million a year for chip blocking. What I got wrong is the running back situation. What I got right is the tackles are turnstiles so far here. A lot of pressure's coming in.
Terrence Steele was pretty dang bad.
Both of them were bad. Yeah,
Yeah,
Guyton and Steele were both pretty rough on against
Across
but I will say the
the
Giants,
board.
their best part of their team
They got such dudes.
is their D-line.
Yeah.
Lucky
I mean,
you're- lucky
Burns,
you're-
Burns doesn't get enough credit for being an absolute savage.
No, like they're pretty talented.
Burns was freaking phenomenal the other day.
he was working it.
When he was dropping into coverage and then closing on Javonte Williams and absolutely punishing him into the sideline.
He's a freak
like,
athlete.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he
Kind of
looked
looks like the guy they paid for, huh?
He looked the part for sure. Now, one of the things that I would say through 2 weeks I got wrong about, Dak Prescott's been absolutely dialed.
Oh, you wanted to get rid of him.
I sure did. And
I say that nicely. I didn't mean to.
last year, that was
Go at him.
that was proven right. Through 2 weeks this year, proven absolutely wrong. He's been outstanding. Here's Chase Daniel with the Dak scouting report.
I don't know if there is a quarterback in the NFL right now that is playing the position of quarterback better than Dak Prescott's playing. Josh Allen? The Cowboys aren't a good team. Team-wise, defense is struggling. But if you tell me that you're going to have Dak Prescott playing at the level he's playing and the way he's graded out and what I've seen on film through 2 games, right? Josh Allen, sure, whatever. James, thanks for ruining my thunder. I don't think offensively anyone would have expected what the Dallas Cowboys have done through 2 games, because you go into Philly and almost win that game, right? And you look at just pure what Dak has put on tape this year. It's looked like 2 years ago where he was second in the MVP voting. I'm not talking about the Cowboys as a team. But if you're just looking at pure quarterback play, man, the way Dak's playing right now has been excellent.
Here's one for you, Eric. Dak Prescott has thrown past the sticks on 80% of his pass attempts on third down, 16 of 20 this season. That's the second highest rate in the NFL. On those throws, he's total 11 completions for a league high, 178 yards and a touchdown. Last season, Prescott threw past the sticks on just 48% of his third down attempts, the 5th lowest rate in the NFL. Despite the infrequency attempting them, he's averaged 11.4 yards per attempt on throws post sticks the second most in the NFL.
Yeah,
no
I think
more,
it's better.
No more curls and hooks and
Yeah.
being short of the sticks or run. Throw the ball short and run for it. It's like get past the sticks and throw the ball offense.
On the other side of your defensive back, running towards the end zone you're trying to score on. This is the best we've seen, Dak. I know it's a small sample size.
How about
He's been
this
phenomenal.
one? I'll throw this one at you too. He's almost perfect on play action. He's 16 of 18 for 9.3 yards per attempt on play action plays this year. Against the blitz, he's 16 of 24 for 8.3 yards. His in-breaking routes, he's 20 of 29 for almost 9 yards of completion. Those
Sounds like you need more play
brilliant.
action.
Yeah.
Leading the team,
Mix it in.
leading the league in BTTs. He's got 9 big time throws. He's crushing it under pressure. They still need to get better with the yak stuff. They're still bottom in the league when it comes to yards after the catch. But Dak, according to Dane Brugler, I saw this. Dak leads the NFL with 24 completions of 10 or more yards. So they're being aggressive. It's really good stuff. Now I want to
get your clock management figured out. It'll be perfect.
Yeah. And I think Shoddy kind of took a little bit of ownership of that.
Shoddy
but
took the ownership on that.
good for him. We'll see how much I can get through of this. We have part 2 of the House of Dysfunction when it comes to the Bears.
All right, so wrong. No, go.
We have.
Can I ask a question? No, I'm just kidding.
This is Tyler Dunn in his Substack, and he's talking about the process of drafting Caleb Williams, and this is just all an indictment on the general manager, Ryan Poles, who inexplicably got an extension this offseason.
Unreal.
He writes, the worst football moments of Drake May's collegiate football life were plastered on the screen for all to breathe in. This was no accident. Multiple people inside the 2024 draft meeting for the Bears say they knew exactly what Ryan Poles was up to. He's not sneaky, recalls one scout, and he thinks he is. The Bears general manager, it appeared, was implanting the worst possible first impression he could inside the minds of his personnel men. So you had Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, right? Those were like the 3 headliners of that draft class. Mm-hmm. And Ryan Poles was just married to the idea of we're going with Caleb Williams here. So he says it wasn't pretty. Under constant duress, he completed less than half of his passes versus Clemson, ran for his life versus Miami. This is them watching Drake May, and he's basically trying to undersell him and just show all the lowlights of Drake May.
He's killing Drake May.
That's what he's doing here.
Man, did scouts not stand up?
So clicker in the hand at the center of the room. Poles repeatedly hit rewind on errant passes and didn't take long for those echoes of geez. It turned into outright laughter. Poles and his confidants were not interested in sparking a substantive conversation about the North Carolina quarterback. This draft meeting resembled a bully in the high school cafeteria seeking toadies. Any veneer of scouting objectivity was shed. May escaped free runners, threw at awkward angles, sailed incompletions. At times, the spiral of his ball was off. Other times, the receiver broke in and the ball was thrown out. All funky plays were magnified and mocked to make it appear as if this is exactly who he'd become as a pro quarterback. Wow. The general manager, Poles, chimes in, quote, this tape makes my chest tight. All but a select few scouts broke out in laughter. One brave soul did speak up. Chris White, the team's assistant director of pro scouting that spring, called out Poles. Quote, we're dragging this kid through the mud, he said. North Carolina's receiving corps was hurting that final 2023 season. White asked his boss to show another game out of fairness, so he did. May started gunning NFL-level throws down the field, and White spoke up again. I like that there. 2 narratives were now clashing. Poles didn't hit rewind on these plays. Inside the room, one scout recalls the mood turning tense. After negative plays, Poles would make wry comments like dirtball there, or you like that too? Laughter picked up. The team's area scout, Ryan Cavanaugh, flatly stated that he didn't believe May was a very good player, and Poles jumped in to reset the temperature of the room. I agree. Eventually, the GM set the clicker down, said, this guy makes my chest tight watching this. Case closed. May was stacked out of the first round for the Bears. Jeez. Not even a first-round player. They made fun of him, they said. They laughed.
Good for that pro guy standing up.
The GM laughed Drake May off the screen and cut the tape off. Then Jaden Daniels wasn't stacked much higher. The Heisman Trophy winner who filleted defenses with horsepower the sport hadn't seen since Lamar Jackson was never a serious contender for the number 1 pick. Not once, sources say in the room, did Poles open up the floor to ask a simple question. Who's a better quarterback, Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels? Jaden Daniels was clearly a better quarterback, says one scout. If you didn't want to go with Drake May, Jaden Daniels was clearly a better quarterback to anyone with an eye. And when it was time to discuss Williams, the tenor in the room changed drastically. His film was massaged in a manner to present the USC quarterback quarterback at his absolute best. Nobody dared to chuckle. The Bears didn't dissect his wretched performance against Notre Dame on tape, only discussing that 3-interception 48-20 defeat through rose-colored glasses. No magnifying glass was panned over this quarterback's flaws. To those seeking a vibrant debate, these draft meetings were a farce. The quarterback draft process, I would not even call it a process, says one scout in the room. The Caleb Williams draft pick was the most embarrassing lack of a process, a fair, impartial process to scouting that I've ever seen in my life. There wasn't any type of actual comparison on a fair slate to which quarterback is actually better. They had it all lined up. It was a rigged trial.
It's everything you fear is true about the Cowboys is actually true about the Bears. I think, and maybe the Jets. Like, is that the two most miserable franchises? Like, at least with the Bengals, their only problem is they're cheap.
Yeah, I mean, the Browns obviously are synonymous with disgust. The Dolphins are the team that have the longest drought of a playoff win in the league right now. So there's a handful, but the Bears are certainly up there, especially when it comes to the quarterback play.
That's not a fireable offense. That's a must-fire offense.
And he got an extension.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Well, thank you, Chief. Football's finest, most afternoons, 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation's Tolos. Now is your chance to win a one-of-a-kind experience, your chance to attend the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest will watch the October 5th noon game in the Cowboys Players Meeting Room at the Star. Not only will you sit where the players sit, you'll be joined by the Cowboys cheerleaders. A former player will be hanging with you as well. Lunch from Whataburger, some other goodies. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053. You're going to be a winner with us here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll hit the expressway. Some pretty dang encouraging news for Rangers Astros with the pregame just over an hour away, and we're back with that here on The Fan.
All right, let's chat prize picks, though, shall we? Oh, I'm looking at a prize picks play right now. Pitcher strikeouts. You can go more or less on 6 strikeouts for Shohei Ohtani. You want to go more or less on 5.5 tonight for Merrill Kelly? I think, no Yordan Alvarez in the lineup. Give me the more on Merrill Kelly, 5.5 punch-outs. Plus, they got Paul Skeens here on more than 5.5 strikeouts. That's a little bit of a max discount play for you. You can also hit the look ahead at the NFL calendar for you in football. Patrick Mahomes, more than half a passing yard. That is the max discount available this week for your football Sunday on Prize Picks. They've also got every sport for you: hockey, college football, college basketball. We've got basketball pro right around the corner. You go more or less on Saquon.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Access control. DFW Security has secured Texans for 30 years with a 4.9 star rating on Google.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. A G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in a few minutes. We'll do some LA Live, even though Lucius is sick. I think the travel, it'll catch up to, if the Vegas hotels and casinos don't, then the airplane can. And, if not, it's in the air for sure out there. So hope everybody's feeling okay and staying healthy. Several stories from around the world of sports, and I'll get you some Cowboy stuff as well. Jordan Alvarez, pretty significant left ankle sprain that'll keep him out for a while, says Joe Espada. It's Rangers Astros tonight. That one's huge. Alvarez, an absolute Rangers killer, and he came back off the injured list a couple of weeks ago. He's absolutely been on fire, but you take him out of there, not only does that improve your chances of winning, but also it greatly hurts their chances of winning big in the postseason if you don't want to stomach that again.
They've got a difficult series after the Rangers though too. They got Seattle. I think they have to play some games with. So that'll hurt them going forward.
I'm still holding out a little bit of hope for these Rangers, but these two are must-win pregames coming up in an hour. Congrats to Paige Beckers for winning WNBA Rookie of the Year. She's really cooking. She's got a lot of Luka or Brandon Roy to her game where she's going to cross you over and go around the back, and just when you think you've caught up, then she crosses over again and hits an 18-footer in your face. So congrats to her. It's exciting to have, and they didn't have a good season, so maybe they'll get another good player. Can't wait to watch the women's tournament here and go shopping for future Dallas Wings. Also cleans up half decent, which surprised me there in the little video that she put out. So congrats to Paige for everything. And the Vikings have put Aaron Jones Sr. on injured reserve due to his hammy. He's now out a minimum of 4 weeks for Minnesota, so they're going to be without their quarterback and one of their running backs for a while. They still do have Jordan Mason there in Minnesota. And he'll probably be back before the Cowboys play him later in the season. Okay, let's go to computer cowboy Ben Baldwin. First down and touchdown percentage. How often does your offense take a fresh set of downs and either make a first down or score? Where would you think the Cowboys are on this? Have you seen it already?
No.
Yeah, I think they're pretty good.
They're sitting at 6th which I think you got to be ecstatic with, considering where we were coming in. On the other side, though, on defense, how bad is it?
Real bad.
31st, bro.
Really second to last bad.
They're giving up a turnover, or they're getting a turnover or forcing a punt on 15% of their possessions.
Yeah, 65% of the time the opposition is getting a first down. 13% of the time there is a touchdown. That is absolutely not sustainable. What do you think about what I said earlier? This team moved on from Mike Nolan in 2020. It started, the defense was bad. There were clear things they should have fixed. If Eberflus goes out there with a similar game plan that gets absolutely fried by Caleb Williams, and they have the receivers to do it, they have a rebuilt offensive line, I think we'll be hearing about it. This is so bad. And it's too much of an embarrassment, to lose Micah Parsons. I think there's a fall guy element to it as well.
There could be a fall guy element. If it's the same game plan, I think we will all be frustrated. I will say this time last year, we were also looking at a defense that we thought was historically awful with Mike Zimmer. They got they just destroyed by Baltimore. The New Orleans game happened, which was disgusting. And Micah was on the field for all of that, I will say. So the second half of the season told a different story. Defense got a lot better. So I'll give them some grace on new DC. You didn't have Deron Bland. You're getting Clowney. Can that help? But you definitely need to have this thing at least looking like it could be in a positive direction, I'd say, by your bye week.
Yeah. I mean, teams play with injuries. Teams have options. And look, these defensive backs are not good. But to get torched like that and to have it appear to be schematic, and then to listen to Jerry Jones this morning, I don't know if they're thinking it's a schematic adjustment. He said we just got to have our guys know their roles a little bit better and not play hero ball.
The buy-in.
Yeah, we go to John Owning. Through 2 weeks, the Cowboys have the 7th lowest blitz rate, but the 8th best pressure rate and 4th highest pass rush production ratio when blitzing. And to make sense out of that, Owning says, I'm no DC, but that tells me Eberflus needs to put on his gambling shorts and blitz more often. I thought that's what we learned in the Eagles game. Like, that game turned when you started sending extra guys, and obviously that can backfire on you, but I haven't seen any reason to believe coming off that, so let's flip that stat.
Yeah, I'm guessing that he was confident that maybe the pass rush would look considerably better versus the Giants' offensive line compared to the Eagles, but that's also just the general Eberflus MO. Like, he's never been really a blitz-heavy guy. He's gonna have to change tune on that.
Kevontae Turpin got a positive injury update after his neck scare. Jadeveon Clowney saying he expects to make his Cowboys debut Sunday, and Jerry talked about that this morning, saying he's kept himself in incredible shape. So Clowney is going to be immediate reinforcements. Yeah, Week 3 NFL Power Rankings. Let's go to ESPN. Where would you put the Cowboys right now, guys?
I don't know, right around 16.
Yeah, middle of the road somewhere.
Yeah, I think 15, 16.
Do they seem like they're maybe one of the best 6 or 7 NFC teams? Do they feel like a wild card team to you right now?
Man, they did. Even after week 1, I kind of felt like, man, this thing might be a little bit different. And then all of a sudden, the offense, if the offense could keep playing at this level, and we talk about the defense a bunch, they're going to probably be in a lot of games. I do feel like that the NFC East is really up for grabs.
I guess if the defense is really this bad, I didn't think the defense was going to be this bad.
If they improve like Wolchuk says, then if they make some improvements, this offense is good enough to put a hurt on a lot of people. Score the points the way they have, and then maybe you get Turpin back. You get a kicker that makes field goals at midfield. If you get Turpin back as a punt returner, maybe you get some more points that way. I think that hurt them the other day in that game without him being out there with Tolbert having field position. Yeah,
what are you doing?
I think offensively there's a lot to be excited about. Defensively, though, it's going to be about the pressure, and it's going to be about, can Flus say, okay, if I'm going to play zone and cover 2, can we at least get some collisions at the line of scrimmage? Can we at least try and throw some timing off? Can we at least play some press coverage and funnel guys too? But you've got to figure out, you just can't. I think you need to play Thomas. If you're going to play 2 high and you're going to play single high, put Thomas at safety and then bring Wilson in off the bench if you want to blitz him or you feel like maybe some run defense stuff. But I just don't think you could play too deep with him back there like that.
ESPN put the Cowboys at 19. That's where they stayed for a second week in a row. I think a lot of people had that same reaction after beating the Giants. It's just not upgradable considering how bad the defense was. And NFL.com put the Cowboys at 21, right between the Bears and the Steelers, who had a dumpster fire of a game against Seattle. The calls for Mike Tomlin's job getting louder in Pittsburgh, although they'll ultimately fall on deaf ears there with the Rooney family. Todd Archer also has Kennard McGuire, Jadeveon Clowney's agent, quote, playing for the Cowboys was the priority day one upon his release for the Panthers. He had other opportunities that he just wasn't moved by. Besides, I wanted him to get Jerry's explanation of the glory hole as opposed to mine. So he must have caught wind of Sean and RJ this morning, getting the official oil term glory hole explanation there. And no doubt he hit a big one there in the Gambler Show on Netflix that allowed him to buy this team that maybe the most unfortunate glory hole in Cowboys fans' history, if you ask him now. I mean, it was looking pretty good out there in 95.
Oh, looked great.
Okay, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Jacob Ray, in for Lucius Alexander, has your G-Bag of the day.
All right, gentlemen, G-Bag of the Day time. We do it here every day at 5:30. Let's get rocking and rolling. Let's get started with the champ. This is Teddy Atlas and his reaction to the Crawford versus Canelo fight.
It's funny how if Patrick Mahomes is the best and Jalen Hurts just keep beating the best, what the f*** that make Jalen? Huh? Yeah, he thought they was going, get y'all dumbasses out of here.
It's like a gator got you.
Oh, no.
All right, this is a different clip. I'll tell you in a second.
No. Get y'all dumbasses out of here. Cam, you ain't got one of these. What's wrong with y'all? Look, they trying to cheat. We got to fumble. No fumble, y'all stupid asses to the locker room.
All right, never mind. That was Gilly reacting to the Eagles win. Clicked on the wrong file there.
Oh, Gilly.
That's championship worthy.
Yeah,
that guy.
That was the last clip I was going to play. All right, let's actually play the champ here. Here's Teddy Atlas reacting to the Crawford and Canelo fight.
Bud Crawford came into Las Vegas, went up 2 weight classes to challenge Canelo Alvarez for the undisputed super middleweight championship, and he won it running away. Teddy, how impressed were you by his performance tonight?
Are you kidding me? A beautiful display. That's the sweet science. That's what it is. That's what we talk about when we talk about the sweet science. All night long, Crawford made Canelo a day late, $1 short. All night. Talking about the bigger man, the advantage of the bigger guy. How about the faster guy? How about the smarter guy? How about the quicker guy? How about the guy not only won on the outside, but even beat him at his own game on the inside? Please, Timmy, I don't want to say no more.
Look, you can't stop God's plan. I told everybody at home that would listen. Anybody that was out there, I told you. I've been in the ring with Bud Crawford. He's a phenomenal fighter. He was something different years ago. He's a lot better fighter now. What a damn performance he put on tonight. What a clinic. He beat Canelo in every avenue. Inside, we was talking about strength. He was stronger than Canelo. We talking about power. He took his power well. Canelo was very timid when he was approaching Crawford.
Damn right he was timid. Because every time he meant to get in, I mean, afterwards, like, the best thing I could do is not throw. Put my hands in my pocket.
Damn right it was timid. Man. Sometimes the accent's so thick you have to actively listen to every word or you'll miss what he's saying. I'm surprised he's still on TV, to be honest with you. That's way worse than Lou Holtz or anything else.
I love when their voice starts to peter out on them. You know, like they run out of air. It's like Mad Dog Russo when he gets to ranting.
But there's nothing like the environment after a fight. Like, people are so fired up. You're walking out of those casinos or arenas, and people are getting in fights. They're yelling at each other. They're hooting and hollering. It's different than any sport covering it.
It is nuts.
Who's challenging, Jake?
I'm sure you guys saw this. You saw Josh Allen running off the field with blood running out of his schnoz. Here's Tony Romo reacting to Josh Allen's bloody nose.
Oh, Josh is coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh. Something's wrong. This is not okay. He would never do this.
Never.
Something's wrong, Jim. Wow.
You never see that. Mitchell Trubisky has come in. Is it a shoulder here?
I think he got punched in the nose.
Something's wrong, Jim. Jim,
does Tony ever get an injury right? Was he the one that was saying that Dak had a cramp?
Just a cramp, guys.
Yeah, that was a cramp.
It seems like that Tony is really not very good at looking into the monitor and kind of figuring these things out.
Get this guy.
He just mailing it in. Once he found out, hey, I'm Tony Romo. I sound pretty cool. I don't have to work very hard. I think his career's really hit its stride, but it's also could be much more. To your point, I think Josh Allen did that. Was that the helmet coming down?
Probably down in the bridge of the nose.
He did get hit in the nose.
He got hit with a hand.
Yeah, through the face mask. And then that must have been the play that Mitchell Trubisky was able to put up his stat yesterday, Brian. Yeah, he was like the highest, whatever it was.
Yeah, one of 3.
And then Josh Allen came right back out.
Yards per attempt.
Yeah.
The chop. The chop came in with the thumb. That's like a martial arts move. I think I'd try to perfect that if I was a pass rusher. Going to be breaking some noses and piling up sacks there.
Secret weapon.
But I guess he's going to wear a visor now to protect his nose.
Oh.
He's going to look badass.
He is.
He's putting up a 50 spot on the Dolphins on Thursday night.
It's going to be ugly, dude.
All right, up next, this one comes from last night's Monday Night Football doubleheader, actually the second game. This is Chris Fowler's game. He came back from a break, and he was trying to do a promo for WWE, and apparently he doesn't know who John Cena is.
Their first ESPN Premium Live event, WWE WrestlePalooza from Indianapolis. John Cena against Brock Lesnar in the main event. Lewis, your thoughts on Cena versus Lesnar? You're going to break that down for us?
Well, I'll tell you what. Brock Lesnar, he doesn't look human. As big as that man is,
He looks like Scott Matlock.
He looks like some of the dudes, that we saw down the field in pregame. I was like, is that Brock Lesnar out there in jersey 44?
Man, he sounds a little sickly there, too.
Cena, who? Chris Fowler?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he had a hell of a weekend.
A little stuffy. Yeah, nobody else in that booth seemed like they knew who he was either. It's not like they corrected him. Like, well, it's John Cena. They just went right into Brock Lesnar.
To be fair to Chris Fowler, I mean, it's not like you've ever been able to see the guy before.
No, you can't see me.
Totally acceptable, I think. No disrespect to wrestling or wrestling fans, but if you don't know who they are, I mean, I don't think you lose any sports credibility for it. It's TV entertainment, like any other show.
It just really shows how much of a football guy Fowler is.
For sure.
He knows tennis.
Locked in.
Oh, tennis.
He's a tennis guy. Really good at it.
Tennis has tough names.
Yeah, he does. A lot of tough names.
A lot of Senas.
All right, what do you say, Jake? Is it time to vote?
I got one more if you want it.
Okay.
Yeah, one more.
All right, so I found out today that I was doing your guys' show at about 10 a.m., and the first thing I did was texted Lucius, and I was like, hey, bro, you got any audio for me? And he had this Deshaun Foster clip ready since he got fired the other day.
Hell yeah.
Sir, welcome to the Big Ten. We'll begin with your opening statement.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting 2 great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC.
Okay.
We
Want to get away?
I'm just basically excited, really. That's it.
Clearly
excited. That's when you knew it probably wasn't going to work out. Coach.
Writing was on the wall.
Man, that's legendary.
Excited they're going to give me $7 million to walk away.
It's us and USC.
Whew, oldie but a goodie. That one from a couple of years ago. I think that was a former G-Bag of the Day champion, wasn't it? When it was fresh. Is it Deshaun Foster retro clip? Is it Chris Fowler on John Cena? Tony Romo reacting to Josh Allen's bloody nose, or Teddy Atlas? Damn right he was timid. Okay, I'm gonna go with Fowler on Cena. There, Chief. How about you?
Give me the champ.
All righty, Jacob Ray.
I'm going to go with my champ that I played first. I'm going to go with Gilly reacting to the Eagles win.
Boo. Okay.
I'll take Teddy Atlas.
Brian?
Teddy Atlas, please.
By a score of 3-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Teddy Atlas there commentating at the end of Crawford and Canelo. If you ever miss who the champ is, Lucius replays that for you at 2:25 every weekday, right before we get to Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20. We're gonna be in Argyle tomorrow, supporting some awesome Tolos from Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. Come out for some fellowship, food trucks, live music, prizes. wine, bourbon tastings. It's going to be all tomorrow starting at 2 o'clock. Plus, all Tolo customers get a $25 gift card. All of you. See you tomorrow afternoon off 377 Salute. And I can't wait to see you out there in Argyle tomorrow starting at 2 o'clock. It's time now for LA Live.
All right, you squares. Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
I got a DM today, y'all. I got a DM from a Dallas Cowboy player. Yeah, and it wasn't even Dak. All the years I can say it, man, you know what, the Dak and all this and that. It's not personal. But today it got personal from Trayvon Diggs, y'all. Oh, yeah, the starting cornerback. The star player of the Dallas Cowboys in my DM. Look at it. Check it out. Look what he said to me. The boy even threatened me, y'all. I thought the people from the other day were threatening me. Now, the Dallas Cowboys crying. Yeah, in my DM. Coolio from Gangsta Paradise looking at. Glow in the dark. Gums looking at. I run like I got weights on my ankle looking at. I can't cover a bedspread looking at. I call you hot Cheetos because you always getting flamed looking at. Out of 140 quarterbacks in the NFL right now, Trayvon Diggs ranked 107. Hot garbage. Now, we got 15 more weeks in the NFL, y'all. Cowboy, we got 15 more weeks, and I'm on your ass like back pocket. Bam. Oh, I'm going to buy you tickets to the game. Damn them tickets. You think I want to come to see you, Otis? Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis, and you know.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Run like I got fluid in my knees looking at. I can't cover nobody looking at. Crybaby looking at. Cowboys, fans, listen up. If this man worried about me, we in a world of trouble. Jerry Jones, you traded the wrong man. You traded the wrong man. This is who you need to trade. He was just in the news crying to Jerry Jones. Jerry, please sign Clowney. Know why he's saying that? Because he can't cover no damn body.
There he is, Bubba Dub, getting after it.
The Coolio from Gangsta's Paradise lookalike is quite a bar.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, that was a nice production there from Bubba Dub. As apparently Trayvon Diggs didn't like some of the Bubba Dub comments on the internet, and so he slid into his DMs and
he's known to do that.
A little bit.
He's known to do that from time to time. He did it with Sean.
Oh, he did it with Sean?
Yeah.
Was that after the D's nuts?
No, this was well before. I think this was a couple of years ago.
Oh, pre-D's.
We were talking about his tackling.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is his tackles actually got short up a little bit. Maybe
he tackled fine.
He's trying to
That's what Sean called him out.
I can't cover anymore, so I better start to tackle here a little bit.
I'm a blue collar corner now.
Yeah.
Better strap in here, get some tackles.
How about that?
Yeah, no, that's it's bad. It's never a good look for athletes. I think if you find yourself doing that once as an athlete, like you should at least be able to look yourself in the mirror and say, "Wow, that was messed up. I shouldn't do that," because it looks weak. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and you have to know a guy like Bubba Dub is going to take that and turn it into more content. Like that's not.
Yeah, he's a comedian. Let him cook. You know.
Yeah.
It's in one ear, out the other. You're the butt of jokes. I mean, sometimes social media does get overwhelming, and you're like, okay, I need to turn this thing off and not go back to social media for 2-3 days. Let this reset. You know, but I don't know. I think Trayvon, it's like impulse control. It's toxicity. He is, I guess, the only player left. Maybe Jaden Blue goes in this camp as well. That it's not with the culture of everybody else. And I guess if Trayvon Diggs comes back and plays incredible, I will still want him back. But we're trending to this is the last season of his Cowboys career.
We need him to play incredible.
Yeah.
Maximize that value.
Oh, you want to trade him? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I said
he's
all
untradeable right now with that contract.
No,
it's a cut and it's a prove it deal somewhere else.
I think there's much like all the whispers with Micah that ended up being real, and he got moved, and people wanted to be like, "Oh, you guys are making up media narratives." Wasn't a media narrative. Same thing with Diggs. I had heard they'd have moved on if he was healthy, and they could have gotten something from him, but he wasn't. Yeah. So this is a big year for Trayvon Diggs, and what happens with him as a Dallas Cowboy.
The medical guarantee language in contracts is such a mofo. But to Brian's point, talking about putting him in man, I want to see, because on those scores, it really looked like he was expecting the safety was going to take it. And if you're Pro Football Focus scoring it, Trayvon Diggs, I guess, got destroyed, but we really don't know if that was his fault.
Same thing with him and Elam. Like, there was one time Elam is just, he is playing the flat, and he is not trailing, and ball goes right by him, and nobody's there. Wide open wide receiver. He's thinking he's got safety help. So there was a lot of busted coverages in that game, 100%. So it's always hard to tell whose fault was it. But it was a bad game for everybody in the secondary.
Absolutely.
And when you look at like the coverage breakdowns, it's not like they're doing some crazy exotic stuff that like takes a while for guys to figure out. It's pretty basic: cover 2, cover 3, cover 4, and then just like a total, just a dash of the cover 6 stuff that guys like Dick Fangio have mastered over the years.
You know what? And I think they played cover 6. It's 2 and 4. Played 2 on one side, 4 on the other. How you get your cover 6? But I think they played it 3 snaps in the game the other day, and they only had 1 completion out of it.
I need more of that.
Everything else, like the cover, the 2, the 3, and the 4 got roasted for them, and then they played the 6, and it actually they made a couple plays out of it. So maybe that's something they used in overtime. Or maybe that was their, oh geez, we got to do something, and now Flu's threw some cover 6 at him.
I mean, I guess he's in a contract situation, so his motivation should be high, but I don't know if I would trust him. If he was working for me, how close he was with Micah and how much Micah is sort of embracing not being here anymore and dancing to chants of bleep you, Jerry. I just, I don't know. I think it'll be in the best interest of everybody if he moves on. But, I mean, to Wolchuk's point, hopefully he plays so great that you could trade him in the offseason. Right now, he looks like a $7 or $8 million a year corner, though, and I don't think anybody would be trading for him unless he goes out there and balls out.
Shout out to Tolo Allen who sent that our way, sliding in the DMs to Wolchuk and I there.
Thank you, Allen.
Pointing us in the right direction of Bubba Dub. Absolutely on fire. Okay, now elsewhere here in LA Live, we got word just randomly that Molly Karam is out at ESPN on her own accord.
On her own accord, yeah.
Yes.
And then wasn't on the show today. I guess it was effective immediate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like she just pulled the plug on her tenure as the mediator on Stephen A. Smith's First Take program. She's been there for like 10 years.
10 years.
And
it's
so,
a great gig for her.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it came over from NFL Network.
Everybody's trying to figure out like what the deal is because it just was so sudden. So we will see. But the clip that's floated around, this is a throwback clip from when she was at NFL Network. Have you guys seen this before with Terrell Davis?
Terrell Davis.
Oh, this is incredible.
She playing center,
looking for the snap.
Well,
yeah, this is when they're on like NFL Total Access or whatever, and they got like the little mock field, and they're trying to like demonstrate something with a real ball or whatever. And Molly Karam's there as the host. She's got Terrell Davis and a couple